My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. It is currently Saturday, September 14, 2024. It's 10:07 a.m. And you will see in the video that I captured today what is already established. The light source is rising and setting at this same address. It's still at the same front entrance where I'm present at 6 and 7 in the morning. That it's at the front entrance, whereas when I'm in the hallway of this hotel, and that's just isolating here. When I'm in the hallway of this hotel, the light source is not at a vantage point where it could be seen through the hallway motel window, which is facing 7-Eleven, and there's no portion of that window that can see the front of the entrance area where the fake sun is in its zenith over the top of my head, where you're looking at a bunch of demons on video who are crossing paths, flying American flags, and group stalking with children. Okay, these are the sex offenders, these are the criminals, these are the terrorists that are also aware of the documentation that's been captured, and un-American criminal and satanic conduct is responded to by group stalking, engaging that very criminal system by flying American flags. And that's the greater context. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is also in that line of demons crossing path on Main Street. I just want to point in that note. But they're always group stalking. You saw them group stalking at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the same address under a fake sun, engaging in fictitious exercise of authority with these demons who are group stalking. Pulling over a demon is engagement in the pattern of conduct. A demon pulling over a demon in the demonic environment is providing context with what is criminal conduct, psychotic. Those are the ones. That's the likes of those who are flying American flags under the fake sun in Hesperia, where the center of the universe is now, because I'm here, and it's rising and setting at the same address, which I've already captured, and the fake sun is in a position that is irreconcilable with being at any vantage point where you can see through the hallway the hallway window that's facing the 7-Eleven, which is what I'm capturing. And by the way, it's at that vantage point from as early as 7:51 a.m. to 3:05 p.m. where you're looking at the demons who are affiliated with CAL FIRE. Most of these demons who are in training, and they will never be a part of any fire department. I'm prosecuting CAL FIRE, which represents the same state, and no terrorist, no sex offender, no criminal is going to have any parts in any fire department. That's the problem we have now with the demon-possessed group stalking, while they're simultaneously maintaining an outward image as being a firefighter, okay? Engaging in surveillance, engaging in satanic criminal conduct, and then posing as firefighters. This is the state's pattern of conduct, because that's exactly what CAL FIRE is, and they're sending their little demons in diapers to engage in criminal activity, which is documented as an entity, not just as that little group of demons coming from wherever county or representing whatever county. They will not be a part of any fire department, as CAL FIRE will be directly handled under federal law. And the demon over that agency, Joe Tyler, he is also being exposed, and that's a demon, a corrupt government actor, a criminal, a closeted psychopath, sex offender. As you are looking at the pattern of conduct, that is satanic. And the entity is engaging in Hesperia, where there's not possibly any sun in Fresno, where CAL FIRE is headquartered, while it's rising and setting here in what is Hesperia over this specific hotel. This is where an entity is engaging in criminal activity, which is readily identifiable, highly unintelligent, and strictly satanic. It is currently, again, 10 a.m. I'm capturing the fake sun through the windows of this hotel facing the entrance. And that is speaking to, again, the stationary presence of a light source, which, while you juxtapose with what is also published on YouTube today, and this is the criminal conduct, which as of July 31st, I'm in nowhere near and have not come near anywhere near San Bernardino County or Hesperia. And the entity's keeping the fake sun over me in September 2024. And you're talking about a month prior, the entity was keeping the fake sun rising and setting it over me at Costa Mesa at the Best Western on Newport Boulevard. And that's what I documented when I'm up at the same time, 9-10 in the morning, capturing the fake sun over my head. I go back to that same front door entrance. The people of the state are group stalking while flashing of light, which has nothing to do with traffic, but you're looking at the traffic that's outside in the street, and you're looking at the impossible light activity that's occurring on the inside of the building. That's called a pattern, and it's also a scientifically impossible occurrence that's occurring on an ongoing basis, where you're also looking at the circus environment where that scientific impossibility occurs. The fact that the light source, which appears as the sun, is remaining over me for 12 plus hours, and that was what was occurring at the Best Western in Costa Mesa, which is published as late as July 31st, 2024, is what the evidence reflects on the YouTube channel for the prosecution of the people of the state, the entire state of California, that's engaging in a satanic surveillance system. I'm documenting the people of the state who are group stalking at Best Western, who are group stalking, well, yeah, at Best Western, but right now I'm in Hesperia, capturing the entity in Hesperia, California, who are engaging in this criminal system, the basis for which is the grounds of federal prison, for deportation, for a criminal record as a domestic terrorist, which will remove you from any capability to just live and work anywhere that you want to, anywhere from that point on, from the point of conviction thereon, and being maintained and known by the Department of Justice. The entity is doing so with impunity, showing the mental illness, which also needs to be diagnosed and needs to be recognized and needs to be known as a matter of word of mouth, and also with regard to actual professionals who are capable of understanding and looking at the evidence of what this entity has been doing and the ways in which you're identifying psychopaths. And it is not including the definitions that are currently out there. The entity's been engaging in what is a criminal pattern of conduct that is highly deranged, and they're walking about without any criminal records. They're not walking around with any sort of diagnoses. They are looked at and viewed as the part, based on the absence of any criminal record or any sort of record articulating some sort of quote-unquote issue, medical issue, criminal pattern, criminal record and whatnot. The pattern of conduct is underway by the average person in California who is demon possessed. That's how I'm able to capture this ongoing criminal system. And it is mental illness. It is what is a closeted sex offender. It is a criminal, all right, that is going around right now without any label for the warning of the rest of the people in, the American citizens. And that's what is also relevant, what is also valuable with regard to this criminal system that's being exposed and being prosecuted. Okay, so I also want to be clear, when you're looking at this video, I want you to be mindful of what I'm capturing, what I'm speaking to. The entity that's group stalking is aware and is hostile to the evidence that it is witnessing being exposed about it. Yes, while I'm in Orange County, even before I came to Hesperia and the fake sun is rising and setting here, the entity, it's not forgotten that it was keeping it over me where I lived and worked in Alvarado Gardens, which there's no shared environment. There's certainly no shared environment with regard to the Miami-Dade police who are arresting Tyreek Hill at what will be 7:20 in the morning Western, with regard to our time 3 hours earlier than Tyreek Hill, and they're 3 hours ahead of us. And also with regard to from 7 to 10, it's past 10 right now, it's 10:14 a.m. You're talking about what is 3 hours ahead? So 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there's not possibly any sun that could have been over Tyreek Hill at 10:20 when he's in Miami-Dade, Florida, 3 hours ahead of us, and a light source is directly over that scene. That is speaking, just giving a ways in which you're able to analyze it from more than one angle. These demons who are witnessing their exposure, you will see them on video flying American flags. It's not a pattern, it's not a coincidence under the fake sun. These are demons who are hostile. They're also they're psychotic. All right, and they're a threat to themselves, they're a threat to children, they're a threat to each other. And they're also doing so while they are currently engaging in that unconstitutional system, in that criminal system, in that demonic system. And only psychopaths respond to their psychotic behaviors being exposed and known by engaging in more of it, and even having an indignant attitude toward it. That's a psychopath. Okay, and that's one that has yet to be diagnosed. That's one that has yet to be dealt with under relevant laws with regard to enforcing the rights of the one who such psychopaths are violating. And it is a target individual on behalf of a government that has no lawful basis whatsoever. And so you're looking at, again, what are a bunch of mentally delusional criminals, while in America they're engaging in un-American, unconstitutional. This is something that is indefensible, and they're engaging in it proudly. That's what demons do, okay? And that's what you'll see on video. It is clearly the criminal system. It's clearly demons, and they're holding up flags while they're group stalking in the custody of your children as well. And you will also see Jennifer. She's wearing a green shirt. She's crossing path, and she's doing so while she's facing what is serious time in federal prison. Because while I'm publishing evidence on the internet, and she's aware of it, also she's group stalking. Also, she's been engaged in an ongoing perpetual sex offense, harassing and terrorizing me as an entity, which is a specific federal crime, which is incessantly underway at Hesperia, where the fake sun is providing context regarding the terrorism I'm documenting, regarding the engineer light, which coexists with the fake sun, regarding the criminal conduct that the demons who are checking out rooms, checking in and out as an entity, stalking even on the elevator, where you'll see multiple shadows in an elevator, which has nothing to do with the lights above your head, doesn't create multiple shadows. Jennifer's going to federal prison, okay? Again, it is currently 10:16 a.m. and this is all that you'll see on the video capture today. It's, again, September 14th, 2024. It is currently 10:16 a.m. where the fake sun is over my head as I captured in images and in video, and you're looking at those who are unworthy to be in this country, whether or not they were born here or not, as they violate the very doctrine that surrounds this country, the makeup, the fabric of this country, and doing so in some sort of delusional manner as though they're proud of the criminal conduct and the satanic, sexually violent, psychotic behavior that they're literally engaging on camera and that they have been caught engaging in while I upload evidence against the entire state of California as of up to July 31st, 2024. Okay, that's the entity that's going to be prosecuted. That's Satan's personality. That's a demon. Okay, honking horn is audible activity with regard to the elements, but you're also understanding the attitude of defeated demons. They engage in criminal conduct, which is going to cost Holiday Inn a lot of money. All the employees, the people of the state, they're going to federal prison. The multiple departments who are being exposed while you're engaging in a pattern of conduct, which is speaking to that statewide system in conformity to a body of evidence. And it is the personality of the defeated entity, that is Satan himself, who is using people, the demon possessed, as though they have some principled stance, as though they have something to be proud of. They don't, and they're still engaging in that criminal conduct, which is absolutely psychotic. That's Satan. That's using the people of the state of California, okay, that are not worthy to even be in this country. It is currently, again, 10:17 a.m. That's the lunacy that I captured on video about the state that's engaging in what is a criminal activity upon monitoring the evidence against it, holding up American flags while doing so. Remember, federal group stalking and monitoring is antithetical to the American flag and what it stands for. Again, it is 10:17 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, license 8YBV 901, 5 U.S.D 663, 8 EQA 108. Demons driving off the property. Let me get their license plate. Engaging in the criminal system. Group stalking at the cafeteria, 72289F1. You'll see that demon. He was stalking with ongoing noise maintenance in the cafeteria. That's a mentally deranged third party. And he's in engineered light. As I'm putting food on my plate, as I'm putting water in my bottle, this demon is just standing around, moving the chair around to scrape on the ground, making sure they begin conversation, stop conversation, move around, any sort of noise. In other words, this is a demon that's incessantly stalking with activity. That's a psychopath. Excuse me, that's a psychopath. And I took his picture. He's group stalking, and that's his license plate. And he's going to be prosecuted for impunity. Not just the fact that he's group stalking today, but that demon made a decision to engage in the ongoing pattern of conduct on behalf of a government, which no person, you cannot afford to pay the bill of the state, nor can you afford to pay what are the criminal penalties for engaging in criminal stalking on behalf of the state. But that's what that third party is going to suffer with regard to engaging in this pattern of conduct with impunity, posing the highest threat, which is what a population is doing 24 hours a day. 9NQN034. He's driving off of the property while I'm documenting it. So that's that third party's license plate. 8DNC 477, 9GAU 950, 7ZSS 107, CWV 4911 Arizona, 6UOK 289, 8LWL 965, 56585S3, 689 ZZW Nevada, 8ZXB 728, handicap PA 428. And the fake sun that's over the entrance then remains directly in alignment with me, whichever side of the building I go to at this venue where the sun was rising, and it's still at the same address, and it remains directly over me as I travel to whatever side, which you also see when I'm capturing the fake sun over my hotel room window above it when I'm standing outside facing it in the parking lot at 8 o'clock in the morning. And that's how I'm capturing the same exact position when I'm inside of the building and the fake sun is directly over the top of my window. That's confirmed and a scientific impossibility regarding what is captured beyond any reasonable basis to question it. The fake sun is still over me at the same exact physical location. That's where demons are stalking with American flags in the air. 7SGK654, those are group stalkers. 9CDU583. Those are the sex offenders that are flying American flags. In other words, they bring shame to the fabric of this country. Psychopaths and criminals are flying American flags. 8CJU168. That's not what that American flag was intended to represent. 5PTH207, 7UWK176, 8BZD516, 8FWB774, 7TEZ899, DK15N94. That's a paper plate. Winco Foods, vehicle 7726. And the license plate is YAKIO71. And as I already spoke to, this is how the entity uses large trucks in particular for light activity, amplified audible activity, and Winco Foods is group stalking on video as I captured it, literally while they're group stalking at all times. And that's how they're going to be prosecuted. The demons that are operating commercial vehicles to engage in criminal conduct, that commercial actor is going to compensate an American citizen for utilizing that commercial brand, which is relevant to the psychological torture that an American citizen is experiencing because of the malice with which an entity engages in conduct that it has assumed and engaged in conduct such that it is beyond suspicion, all right, because of the ways in which the entity engages in this criminal system. So when you're looking at a logo that's engaging in the elements of monitoring, it's a picture of malice. The people of the state, with regard to their engagement in the pattern of conduct, it's the highest threat apart from stalking with police, where they do so commercially. And that commercial actor is a documented group stalker, and the demon operating that vehicle or bearing that logo while group stalking is also, that's the identity of at least 2 defendants, in other words, that's what I mean. And these demons operating these Winco trucks while the fake sun is directly over my room, while I'm inside of my room, the entity is using it to move around in the parking lot. Driving out of the parking spot is activity creation, not their urgency to try to get somewhere to an appointment. They're monitoring. That's why that light source is over, and that's exactly what supersedes in this specific environment, because that's the reality of all that they're doing. That's why the light source, that's why you're going to that extent to keep a whole fake sun over one person all day long. All right, so the illusion that it's just everyday life, normal activity, that's totally out the window, and it's absolutely unreasonable and completely shattered when it's known that there's a whole light source remaining over a person. That's where society that's flying American flags, by the way, is engaged in group stalking. Group stalking is a sex offense. Group stalking is un-American. Group stalking is criminal. And the entity just engaged in what is, again, violating the symbolism of that flag while group stalking and holding them up in the sky. That's the nature of the people of the state. That's the shame that California brings in this country. And I just want to be clear, California is not the only group stalker. That's what's going on. If you see the light source over Tyreek Hill's arrest, that's a light source in Florida. That's not possibly remaining over Holiday Inn in Hesperia. That's how you're going to look at that, because that's exactly the reality. There's only one sun, not 14. And the one sun is remaining over Holiday Inn directly over me. In conformity to a pattern of conduct, before I came to Holiday Inn in Hesperia, where is it remaining over? Oh, it was rising and setting while I was remaining in Monrovia, California. Courtyard by Marriott. Okay, 7 a.m. in the morning, that's essentially sunrise. And I'm looking at it outside of my window. I'm able to hear the freeway, the 210 freeway. That's called amplified audible activity. The demons that are flying American flags while they're group stalking, and they're psychopaths because they're hostile and also have some delusional place of some principle while you're group stalking demons. Those are the delusional demons who engage in activity creation, group stalking, and Satan that is mad because you are aware of it, because you're telling. That's what fills people. That's what animates the people of the state in California. They are the delusional demon-possessed group stalker. YAJD 629, okay? And they need to be put far away from an American flag, to be honest with you. And that's distinct from the ordinary defendant in a court of law that has a right to a zealous defense. That's not what's being exhibited while the demon-possessed are group stalking with American flags. They are misrepresenting and abusing and literally soiling the significance and symbolism of the American flag. Literally those who died, and they did not die so that you can be in this country, violating the constitutional rights of another, serving Satan, deconstructing the purpose and the grounds whereby this nation was allegedly purportedly created, because it wasn't in service of Satan. Purportedly, it wasn't. And this is satanic, which is with regard to the destruction of this country. Remember, destruction is not only occurring by those that live in this country, it's the destruction is occurring by with regard to the ruination, if you will, of the I would say the reputation of the country. That's also inherent to the ruination of a country, and the people of the state are doing it themselves. 8VFU 774, license 8WKC 506. All right, and the demon that you see pacing around, this is a Caucasian woman. When I'm giving you another lesson, I'm not giving it, you're looking at it, and all I'm doing is giving you a narrative regarding all the lies that Satan tells you on a daily basis regarding your worthiness based on what you're told, what the proper race that you're supposed to be, and the money that you would make if you were that race, while an entity that is exposed to be serving Satan, this demonic system that's underway in this country, in the world, affirming one person and affirming a certain type of lifestyle by such people. And I'm speaking to the many facets of racism. And you're looking at a white woman stalking a black woman on video. By the way, she's doing it under a fake sun that's over me in the same manner it is right now at 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. San Bernardino Sheriff's Department is group stalking during the 3 p.m. hour. And right now, it's over my head in the same exact parking lot, over my window in the same manner, which 11, 12, 1, 2, 5 hours from now, that's evidence of stationary non-movement. And I'll go ahead and capture an image of that so that you can see. This third-party 7WYW555 is accessing the vehicle in the parking lot, and while doing so, she's creating activity. She's group stalking on video. This is where demons are flying American flags while they're group stalking. This is how absurd that they look. This is the reality. This is how deceived, in other words, Satan's minions are. They are held captive. They are in bondage. They are very deceived, not only with regard to the implications regarding this country, and I'm referencing many of the carnal, earthly circumstances. This is greater than this, because when you die, you're going to spend somewhere for eternity, all right? And they're very deceived while they serve Satan, and that's exactly where he wants to keep them blinded, to keep them in a position of being proud of that which is shameful, and that's what you're doing while you're engaged in criminal conduct, holding up an American flag, because you are a group stalker engaged in federal stalking. Okay, because that's the essentially what you're looking at while they're group stalking with American flags. And that's what's so, it's despicable, it's disgusting, and it's tragic. It's sad. It's very sad. And it has implications regarding the state of this union, contrary to what the president is giving you a speech about. Okay, license 7WYW555 is a documented group stalker. That's a white woman stalking a black woman. And you should recall that. If you need a reminder about what has nothing to do with your value, with who you actually are as a person, and who the Lord Jesus made you to be, and it is not based on your skin color. If I was so, I'm not even going to articulate all the things that are assumed against me because I'm a black woman. All of it is false. And it's all also from Satan. People who are deceived. Racism is born of a spirit, all right, and it has a long history here in America. But besides from that, all of it is false. But if you do not know your creator, you don't know your maker, you can literally stand back and say, well, if all of that is true about being a black woman, why is this white woman stalking me? Okay, if I'm so much lesser, because that's what she's doing. And that's what a whole population in San Bernardino County, all these white folks, guess what? They're stalking a black woman. That's the pattern of conduct, and that's revealing the truth of the thing. License 8YBM825, a white woman stalking a black woman. And I'm going to show you the fake sun. All right, capturing the specific environment and the entity that engages in the pattern of conduct and the method that I'm specifically describing. You need to understand that in the specific environment, that's a deliberate act by the demons who are obsessed with me, who are listening to everything that I say. And that's why you had a white woman in particular come and engage in the elements of monitoring, group stalking, in close proximity, while they listen to the fact that racism is nothing other than a demonic narrative that's been put out to separate people, to divide people, and it's also out of the pit of hell, has nothing to do with any truth. And by the way, the fact that white people are group stalking me is evidence of that. All right, if a black woman is all of this and all of that, or excuse me, the opposite of none of this and none of that, well then why is the white population in California stalking a black woman? All right, and those are the type of questions that you're approached with when you're looking at the crime of group stalking by the state of California. And the entity is also doing so at that moment in time. It's not coincidentally, especially under a fake sun that's remaining over me. That's the entity that is engaging in group stalking. And that's the same intent that you see when demons, criminals, sex offenders, psychopaths group stalk with an American flag. All right, so again, it's currently 10:39 a.m. I'm going to get the rest of these demons' license plates in the front of the property. Oh, we've got a fire department? Oh, Cal Fire. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, group stalking in the lobby. They're going, that's okay, they're going to be prosecuted. They're on surveillance cameras, group stalking, focusing on paper while they're engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct with Holiday Inn. License plate, Nevada, 474Y01, that's Nevada. License plate, 6MMV729, 59687Z1, 9NLX860. And 20024X1. All right, and while you're looking at the light source that's remaining over me, while I'm at the front entrance at Key Point, and while I'm in the parking lot where the light source remains into the afternoon when I'm in the hotel building, and I'm looking at that same parking lot, that's the evidence of demon possession by a Cal Fire associate. He's group stalking, and the demons are so unintelligent, stalking under a fake sun, which is clearly exposing your condition and the malicious criminal system that you're engaging in as a population that have no business being a part of any fire department, and they won't. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and so this is the malice of the pattern of conduct. I'm going to show you images of group stalking by Holiday Inn. That's why all the employees are going to federal prison. It's 10:41 a.m. Room 312. Hi, Anna. How are you? Stalking in room 312 in the linen closet adjacent to 317. These are placement, relevant positioning by the demons of our housekeeping. Their presence is noted by the use of their housekeeping stations, which also create light activity. In room 325. That's called surveillance while they're stalking in the path on the hallway. All right, and they're doing so while the fake sun is now going to be in a position through the hallway window, which is impossible to coexist with what I just captured Cal Fire doing while the fake sun's over my head at the entrance. Good morning. That's Rosanna stalking with noise in room 325. Room 323. So hi, it's fine, I'm good, thank you. Monitoring by maintaining presence on the third floor, group stalking. All right, and this is what they're doing at 6 and 7 in the morning as well, with regard to elements of monitoring and maintenance of presence. How are you doing, Anna? Good. Have a great day. So I'm also going to show you the light activity, the presence of the light source, which remember the fake sun's remaining over Alvarado Gardens. And so while the entity would like to state, oh, this so-called fake sun and this so-called fake sun business, well, that's the sun over Alvarado Gardens. There's no sunlight that's going to be over Hesperia's Holiday Inn in Hesperia, California. You can clearly see it over Alvarado Gardens. You can also clearly see it over the Best Western in Orange County in Costa Mesa. All right, and so the light activity that's placed on the hallway floor, that's like slime sliding down the wall, moving across the floor and then sliding up the wall. It's the same exact light activity that's occurring inside of a state facilitating venue, by the way, where this entity engaged in kidnapping. And that's why San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, many of those demons who are calling themselves deputies right now, they're going to federal prison. All right, but this is the identical light activity. This is exactly what I've been describing, and they're doing it. The walls are towering, heightened walls, and the entity keeps the fake sun over that venue where they don't even have windows. The slots on the sides of those windows that are on they're very small, and there will be no sunlight coming through them, but it's not sunlight, it's engineer light, and it's appearing on the walls from morning until evening. It slides all the way down. Those walls are like maybe 20, I can't, it's like 50 feet high. These are tall buildings, the West Valley Detention Center. Engineer light from the top streaming all the way down, all the way across the floor, which I documented on cameras, which the entity was kidnapping me in while group stalking me, and then keeping the engineer light going up the opposite wall. This was in any and every area inside of that facility where the entity kept me and kidnapping me. They don't even have authority under the law, but in addition to that, they literally made up information, were not taking me to court, engineering a medical record, which they were literally making up as they go, making up relationships, making up conversations, making up prescriptions, making it up. These are the same demons who are engaged in the criminal pattern of conduct, so it's not unheard of and absurd at exactly what it is that I'm telling you. And this light activity in this hallway is exactly what was underway inside of West Valley. Those are demons, and they're also exhibiting it while they're group stalking with the people of the state in Hesperia, okay? The entity is doing so. I'm going to show you the engineered light and the light source that's no longer over the back portion. If that's the sun, as I just captured it on video, which you will see, then it's not going to be in the position to be seen out the hallway. That's showing you how the population is stalking, including the demons Tamara Clark and Mike, Cal Fire. That's the state engaging group stalking. That's how important I am. They're stalking a black woman. Again, letting you know, revealing the truth that Satan doesn't want you to know about while you're focused on your race. And you have a bunch of people of any and all races who are obsessively consumed with you when you know Christ, when you are of the different. They all serve Satan. They're all part of darkness. That's what group stalking is born of. It's demonic. All right, and so your worth and your whatever it is that you are, not whatever it is, with regard to who you are and the nature of who you are, it's not based on your race or the color of your skin. None of that. And they know that also. That's why they're group stalking me. And I happen to be a black woman. That's why I can make that point. It is currently 10:48 a.m. Pay attention to the light activity. All right, giving you, again, another vantage point when you're looking at, under all circumstances, the fake sun. That's nowhere near the Best Western in Costa Mesa, California. The demon in room 303, maintaining the door opening by keeping it the latch in the middle. They do that for purposes of audible activity, and that's the lying in wait conduct, being in a position to engage in conduct that demons are aware that you're engaging on an ongoing basis, maintaining a position of readiness, if you will. That's very sick. That's revealing a mental illness. This is what a population is doing, and that's the reality of the demonic system of federal group stalking and monitoring. In addition to that, those whose names and the hotel numbers I just uttered, they're engaged in surveillance. And they're, again, not staring at a piece of paper and engineered light, which is filling the lobby that Tamara Clark and Mike are group stalking in while bearing CAL FIRE badges. is no confusion or removal. It's not erasing, if you will, the blood evidence of federal group stalking and monitoring. And neither is hiding, masquerading in a housekeeping uniform where you're looking at impossible light activity on the walls, on the floor, trailing down a wall like the sunlight is liquid. That stays stationary. By stationary, I mean in the same hallway, but it's flowing down. It's dynamic with regard to the hours that it stays there. As a matter of documentation, that hallway where you will see the images, it's 10:50 a.m. I just took pictures of the fake sun. That's through that same window at 7 in the morning. As late as 3:05 in the evening, while the demons of CAL FIRE going into room 305 and 303, which while they're walking down the hallway is somehow vibrating my mattress. Those are demons, creating loud rumbling, earthquake-like conduct while they're just walking down the hallway. Those are demons who are group stalking. And the timing that they chose to start walking and then that sensational activity is created is the moment that I got onto YouTube to resume publishing evidence against them, because they represent the state. The evidence that I'm publishing is against the entire state of California, because there's no sun, which is speaking to the pattern of conduct that remains over Best Western from morning until evening, which is a scientific impossibility. And it's also a scientific impossibility that that which is not the sun is going to remain present over Hesperia's Holiday Inn at 9750 Key Point at the same time as well. Tyreek Hill's arrest under the light source in Miami, Florida is ongoing greater context, proving everything that my evidence has already established. There's only one sun, so we've been told, not 14, not 3, one over the Best Western in Costa Mesa, one over the one in Hesperia, and one over the Miami-Dade, Florida, specifically that street and that intersection where that arrest by Tyreek Hill occurred. The entity is maintaining a light source over me, wherever it is that I'm going, because remember, it's remaining over and setting in alignment to the Sherman Hills Courtyard by Marriott in Sherman Oaks. Remember that? That's at no point in the day happening when I'm looking at the same time outside of my hotel window hours from now, 5 p.m. The fake sun is still outside of this hotel window. So how could it ever be in a position hunkered down so low in front of the 7-Eleven at that Sherman Oaks Courtyard by Marriott in Sherman Oaks, California, aiming light in a position to that any sunlight, in other words, that's not sunlight that will be aimed underneath structures at a distance like a laser. That's directed light that's placed while the fake sun remains in alignment to me for the criminal purposes of demons who are pacing all around in it, monitoring you. That is surveillance while they're doing it with the state. And the entity is doing so in an environment that is irreconcilable. There's no sun that's in Sherman Oaks while it's rising and setting at the Holiday Inn in Hesperia. There's no sun at the Fairfield by Marriott seen through any of my windows or reflected off of any of the windshields in San Diego while it's rising and setting at the Hesperia Holiday Inn, where demons are flying flags while group stalking, American flags while they're group stalking, and they're also doing it in the engineered light, which demons, idiots like CAL FIRE, speaking to what the whole department is engaging in, malice. Those are the demons claiming to be engaged in what is the manufactured emergencies, which is the work of Satan. These fires that are caused or allegedly the cause of what's occurring under what is a light source. It's not even the sun. It's not even the sun. So you need to understand what CAL FIRE is. CAL FIRE, first of all, is nothing other than a state agency that is engaged in domestic terrorism. This is the means whereby in the United States, the capitalistic society it is, creating the illusion of constitutional laws that govern the privacy rights and protections of American citizens, and they're actually just existing to maintain an illusion of freedom and privacy, which is to make us distinct from the rest of these third world countries, for example, and we're no different. And I'm not happy to state that, but that's the reality. That's for American citizens in the country to be deceived, like myself. And because the people of the state, they're not deceived. They're fully plugged in. They're on demon time. This is what Satan is doing amongst the government and the constituents of the state. The entity is doing so with regard to a pattern of conduct that is instrumental regarding state agencies that are corrupt, such as CAL FIRE. And under a constitutional system, with regard to actually acknowledging and enforcing and not soiling the purpose of the American flag and the constitutional protections that exist for a purpose and that actually matter, they're terrorist organizations. Okay, but the state clearly is not governed by, and I mean governed by because they are governed by, but they're not actually abiding by the Constitution while they're engaged in state surveillance, which is criminal and it's satanic. So you need to know that the government that's engaged in unconstitutional conduct is serving Satan in doing so. It's demonic. And that's why you have that light activity around Tamara Clark and Mike put that in air quotes, whatever that demon's name is. He's on video and he's representing what Joe Tyler's problem is. He serves Satan, and the entire department is engaged in state surveillance. And Joe Tyler, his dangerous and corrupt leadership is the fruits of this criminal system that the demons of CAL FIRE are exhibiting on an ongoing basis while they're engaged in criminal conduct and representing a fire department, a state agency. It's P.O.C. It's malice while you're looking at the impossible light activity on the walls, inside and in the hallway. And then when I'm walking out, showing you the light source, and then I'm going to go back in and show you the demons' faces, and they're representing a state agency. They're engaged in demonic activity. They're engaged in domestic terrorism. They are literally a domestic enemy, and they're calling themselves a fire department, a state agency. That is the malice that the state demonstrates while it's engaged in the P.O.C. with the constituents of the state. Those demons who are group stalking and flying American flags, okay? This is the P.O.C. It's currently, again, 10:55 a.m., and you need to understand the mental illness that is a grounds of disqualifying people from being a part of fire departments and also working in the hospitality industry, such as with the public. The mental illness is shown through the terrorizing, group stalking pattern that the entity engages in while they're focused on you and hostile towards you based on my identity and also my ability to expose them, speak the truth about what's wrong with them and the criminal conduct and the repercussions for what they're engaging in. Satan, the demon possessed, the group stalker, does not like that. And their mental illness is also exposed because of their hostility to the truth and with regard to their being exposed in the demonic light that they're stalking me in. So that's revealing mental illness, as it needs to be properly assessed and looked at, because the entity is engaged in what is very highly deranged and demented criminal activity. And while this earthquake is being isolated to my hotel room, that's letting you know that there is a mentally sick agency that's on the loose right now, and they just happen to be engaged in using water to put out fires and whatever else the chemicals they use, because it's more than water that's used to put out fires. But nonetheless, they just so happen to be engaged in putting out fires while their service is in service of Satan. This is Satan's surveillance system that's underway in California. That's what CAL FIRE represents. Actually, they're not about putting out fires. They're about state surveillance, and they happen to be engaged in putting out fires to maintain that image, that appearance regarding what they do not want you to know. And I just captured it on video, and I continuously capture it. The demons who you hear, I'm speaking their name, Rosanna, Anna, they're group stalking inside of the hotel rooms, pacing in and out of the rooms, which is a means of audible activity. This is exactly what I'm capturing in the documents that's uploaded to the Google Drive regarding the ways in which the people of the state, which is what Holiday Inn represents, it's not a legitimate business. Terrorism is underway by Holiday Inn. Terrorism is being facilitated by Holiday Inn, and they're doing so in the shoes and in concert with the rest of the demons, many of whom were group stalking with American flags in tow, and they're also making money. And I showed you on a Google map just to give you a sample of everybody that's being documented and everyone that's going to be prosecuted together. The entity that's group stalking with the state. Jeremy Dean in the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department and the Hesperia branch. Daniel R. Muncie, the San Bernardino County Fire Department, and the CAL FIRE, which represents an agency throughout state of California, and everybody that is engaged in any contracted work with CAL FIRE is engaged in this pattern of conduct by virtue of association. Just want to point that out. This is demonic, and you don't have any coincidences. And I've also traveled throughout the Southern California and even across lines, the pattern of conduct is underway. So CAL FIRE is, by virtue of its association, exposing that the fact that they're engaged in group stalking. I've already established it as a matter of evidence. When you have the entity engaging in this, different counties arriving at the venue to engage in group stalking, when you have those such as Tamara Clark representing CAL FIRE engaging in group stalking, you have what is unreasonable to recognize and unreasonable to state anything less than CAL FIRE is fully engaged in domestic terrorism. And while, by the way, you're under a fake sun that's isolating the rest of the world, it's rising and setting over Hesperia's Holiday Inn, then what, pray tell, is over them in Kern? What is Joe Tyler with regard to his location, assuming that he's at the headquarter location in Fresno? Okay, he might not be physically present there, but I know that this is, first of all, this is a demon and he's a corrupt leader and he's to be plucked off because this criminal conduct is occurring on his watch. But secondly, in Fresno, where is there a sun? There's only one. And it's rising and setting here. So is everybody in the dark up there? There's no sun over there? No, you're going to see a light source just like you see over the Miami-Dade police arrest of Tyreek Hill in Miami, Florida. That is speaking to, again, the identification of a targeting environment, which is criminal and it's straight out of hell. This is what Tamara Clark representing CAL FIRE, Mike representing CAL FIRE. It's not just the demonic environment. It's not just the demonic light activity. It's not just the light source, but their behavior and the demons that are on them are engaging in targeting someone, and they're going to be prosecuted criminally and civilly for that. That is speaking to the mentally ill who have no business in law enforcement and being fire department, being part of any fire department. They're mentally unstable, capable, and fully engaging in hurting people. That's what group stalking is. A viciousness that is inhumane. It's animalistic while you're targeting another for no legitimate purpose. And you're a whole psychopath because you're holding a pen and paper as though you're doing anything other than group stalking. That whole conversation were all the elements of monitoring. And then you're looking at the demonic light crawling on the walls. Inexplicable, irreconcilable. They're group stalking. All right, it's going to be treated like bloodshed and fingerprints on a knife because it's criminal conduct. It's 11 a.m. and the fake sun is in a position where it's going to remain until sunset, which is how you know that these are demons and they're engaged in the pattern of conduct. Again, it is September 14, 2024. This is P.O.C. All right, capturing federal stalking by Anna. She's group stalking in the adjacent room 311. And this is a demon who's group stalking by virtue of the activity creation. The fake sun is over the hotel. This is all the context you have regarding criminal presence. And this is also a demon regarding her personal condition, which represents the condition of all of the entity that is group stalking. And as you'll see, the screenshot that I took at 11:06, it's currently 11:07, so it just happened right now. I'm putting on the podcast regarding what Holiday Inn, regarding what the people of the state is, what Holiday Inn represents, regarding what the state is doing while the population is group stalking me at this venue in concert with all the rest of the people who you saw stalking in stalking with American flags. But nonetheless, this is a demon. Her name is Anna. She's group stalking by being present at room 311. She uses the hotel room door as a means of audible activity with simultaneity to the moment that I began uploading images onto the internet, which you'll see the screenshot, and then I go right outside so you can see the image of a demon. And this is exactly what CAL FIRE is doing. So you're seeing there's no distinction because you're wearing a housekeeper uniform and those demons are wearing CAL FIRE uniforms. It's not different from the demons who represent the demons who are coming on, checking out a room, also providing notably debit, credit cards, and ID, and on surveillance cameras and given key cards, which also a means of identification of the criminal pattern of conduct. But aside from that, they're doing so pursuant to the knowledge of what I'm doing. And only demons are engaged in the ability to stalk with activity creation. That's creating audible light and engaging in relevant positioning with simultaneity to what the targeted individual is doing. And this, I am indeed subject to the pattern of conduct while the fake sun is rising and setting here. And it's in conformity to a long pattern of conduct where the entity is engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring, which is a terrorizing system by the government. And that's what Anna represents while she's dressed up as a housekeeper. And she's a demon-possessed group stalker and a sex offender, keeping someone, again, the context, in a hotel room, keeping someone under surveillance, stalking them, and also engaging with a psychotic conduct, maintaining an ongoing method of noise creation, being present, pacing all around their hotel room. That's a sex offender and a psychopath. Anyone doing that, traditional stalking, with their mind state is directly brought into the controversy. The demon possessed are doing it maliciously. And I'm letting you know, providing context, which is proven through evidence of their conduct and the environment that they're in and the concerted method in which they do it. They're the same exact threat as a population, even more so because they're targeting one person together. That's what demon possessed people are doing to one person. And it's the criminal conduct that Holiday Inn is going to compensate for. And it's also going to be prosecuted for. And they're group stalking with CAL FIRE. That's the significance of what CAL FIRE is doing as an entity as well. They're in the same building under the same fake sun, the same condition, the same malice, the same mental illness is sought to be concealed, and it's not concealed. Neither is their condition, neither is their criminal engagement in the demonic ways in which they do it. All right, that's federal stalking upon federal group stalking and monitoring. It is again 11:09 a.m. where you'll see those images, and you already know that the fake sun is over the venue, and the engineer light that swipes down the wall across the floor and up the opposite wall. That's where this demon Anna is stalking, using a means of the hotel room door to stalk with audible activity. And Anna's not working by herself. These demons are engaged in ongoing group stalking while happening to be working in the hospitality industry. In other words, wearing a housekeeper uniform while they're actually focused on surveillance, which is demonic in its nature. All right, that's POC. It's 11:09 a.m. All right, impossible light activity by a demon in a vehicle 9LVJ 904, group stalking with Maria and Jose Luis at the entrance. All right, Maria's maintaining noise and pacing. The conversation is audible activity. The fake sun's over the venue. These are demons that are together acting as one in the immediate environment. And this demon with that license plate is coming and making a delivery. This is the commercial actors. It's POC. It's a Latino male. Blue, red, and white t-shirt, black and white Nikes. Federal stalking underway. It's 11:45 a.m. Impossible light activity flashing on the interior of the lobby wall while he drives up with his hazard lights on. That's light activity. And does so, again, as I capture images of the group stalkers that work for the venue. That it will be, Maria and Jose Luis. who are group stalking. The moment I take those pictures, you got a delivery guy showing up with impossible light activity. Again, 9LVJ 904 P.O.C. All right, so it's 11:57 a.m. You're listening to and looking at through the images captured at the same time the surveillance by the population that act together as one, of demons that are surveilling you. Audible activity through the sound of music, and what is also, again, not for copyright purposes or making money. This is exposing elements of monitoring. And so this third party with the license plate who's engaged in relevant positioning in the parking lot, someone remaining present, 7WYW555, while the fake sun is in the same position it maintains while I'm inside of my hotel room at the same exact location after 5 p.m., after 6 p.m., while it's setting in alignment to what is Motel 6. So I want to make sure I capture close-up images of this terrorist. He's going to federal prison. You have the Caucasian woman that was accessing that vehicle while San Bernardino Sheriff's Department were group stalking in the parking lot in a position where you can see them. They're engaged in 24-hour surveillance while I'm in San Bernardino County. Who's doing it when I'm in LA County? You already know. Los Angeles Police Department, terrorist organization, and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, terrorist organizations. Who's doing it when I'm in San Diego? The San Diego Police Department and the San Diego Sheriff's Department. This is how you're understanding the entity that's engaged in elements of monitoring. And as I move toward that demon who's group stalking in that vehicle with that license plate, the demons begin sounding Ice Cube, which is audible activity, okay? They can play country music. They can start amplifying the sound of traffic, which is demonic. And the entity is exposing their demon possession while they play artists. They play music. They're still exhibiting demon possession. And the entity that is engaged in group stalking under a fake sun is exposing the fact that they're demon possessed. So I want to be clear, that's helping the demon that's stalking in the vehicle. He's going to federal prison. And this entire entity, this population, the shopping center, the 76 gas station, Los Amores de Julia, a Mexican bistro that's not even going to survive the prosecution. This little mom and pop company can't afford the prosecution that it's going to be subject to while it's engaging in criminal conduct that is outside of its budget. And the entity is engaging in that. As you hear it, it's a crime committed by the community, and the entire community is going to pay the price. They're going to be subject to civil prosecution and also criminal prosecution. They engaged in systematic criminal summoning with the demons that were sounding sirens as I remained here. They engaged in ongoing corporate invasion of privacy and ongoing perpetual sex offense, engaging in terrorism while the demons are pacing in and out of the hotel rooms. While earthquake conduct is happening inside of my hotel room, the entity is engaged in the same elements of monitoring while you're hearing the community engage in it. Blasting music is complementary audible activity while those demons know my physical movement. And you also know that because that which is not possibly the sun ever in San Diego County at the same time, which is what I documented, is remaining over my head as I walk toward a demon, and the entity is stalking with activity using music. Amplification. This is how a community is engaging what is group stalking. And the community is California, the state of California, where the fake sun is not going to be present at this Holiday Inn anymore. It remains over me as I leave the Holiday Inn, which is why Jennifer, Jose Luis, Maria, Anna, Rosanna, Karina, you have Jennifer and AJ. They're all going to federal prison. Those are just some of the demons whose images I captured. The information serving to the comprehensive prosecution of Holiday Inn and all of its employees, they're all going to federal prison for this conduct that they were maintaining in a hotel that is perpetuated and ongoing by the entire state. That's what's happening while I'm in a parking lot and the community is maintaining the elements of monitoring. They're all demons together. That's criminal surveillance. That's satanic while the fake sun remains over me. And you'll see that in the images. It's 12 p.m. on the dot. There's no sun over the courtyard by Marriott in Las Vegas, Nevada, where I'm checking out on cameras. On surveillance cameras, I'm checking out, and I walk out of the building after 12 p.m., and the fake sun is over. The fake sun, the light source, speaking to what is satanic and what is surveillance, not the natural environment, because it's not sharing any sky space. There's no sun over my head at the Hesperia Holiday Inn in Hesperia, California, and the Courtyard by Marriott off of Dean Martin Drive in Las Vegas, Nevada. And that's giving context regarding the song that the demons are using to stalk with audible activity. While that demon whose images you see, stalking, group stalking, engaging in terrorism, he can't afford to pay me the damages that he is inflicting. He can't afford with regard to the time in federal prison that he's going to serve while serving as an unofficial agent on the part of these uneducated and educated idiots, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department and San Bernardino County Fire Department and Cal Fire, etc., who are stalking under a fake sun. Okay, through these lowlifes, the people of the state, coming from any and every corner, with any and every background, these lowlife thugs, these at-home mothers with children in tow, group stalking, demon-possessed, equally the same, equally threatening as well. None of them can afford it, and they're all engaging in it. That's speaking to the threat that the government poses, keeping you under surveillance and being demon-possessed while doing so. This is a crime committed by the people, through the people, all right? And that is speaking to, again, the ways in which you're going to prosecute the people, all right? And again, it is currently 12:01 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, it is currently 12:07 p.m. and I am in my vehicle in the parking lot capturing an image of the light source that's directly over me in the parking lot of the same venue, 9750 Key Point Avenue in Hesperia, which is on its face the evidence of the criminal pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring, because this is evidence of a stagnated stationary light source that's not the sun, that's not going to be at the same address 6 hours from the documented sunrise at the same address. Okay, and so I'm capturing it, but I'm also showing you again detail, picture by picture, frame by frame, what is again the evidence of what is a population that's tracking your steps, that is stalking you, and that population is directly engaging in that criminal surveillance through the state. They're the same demons engaging that are terrorist organizations act because this is terrorism, while demons are stalking you, and while demons are stalking you with noise, and while demons are stalking you with light, and that's exactly what police departments that are masquerading as law enforcement agencies, these are demons who are engaging in surveillance. They serve Satan, and they are again maliciously maintaining the appearance and the operation of government agencies such as police departments and sheriff's departments, and that is also supported through the evidence of federal group stalking and monitoring. And that's how you have the specific environment that again the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department can under no circumstances rectify with what I'm documenting surrounding the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department and the for example the Ontario Police Department, the whatever city I'm trying to think. Well, all the inland, IE, if you will, Inland Empire, SoCal. I've documented them. Fontana Police Department, Upland Police Department, Montclair, Chino, the police departments that are surrounded by the specific environment. I'm in Hesperia. Hesperia is contracted with San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, so they're the policing agency, if you will. They're a terrorist organization, and that is what the demon possessed are masquerading while Satan is engaging in his ongoing agenda. All right, as history is progressing in America, it's appearing maliciously as a free society governed by constitutional laws, providing you protections and privacy and whatnot. And it's literally actually it's just a game, and the entity, the government, is playing an ongoing game. They're playing amongst themselves. For example, they're playing cops and robbers. You have the people of the state that actually are subject to prosecutions. They do actually go into facilities and serve the consequences for crimes that this is a game. This is a system that's not actually what the government is abiding by. And the system of federal group stalking and monitoring is exposing that. And it's also exposing what are demons in placements, positions that are actually where they're corrupt, where this light source, for example, this light activity, this system is underway, and they are engaging in what are the operation of some function of government, while this satanic system of surveillance is simultaneously underway. This is creating what is an ongoing ability to understand what is context. You have the demons in this country, in the United States, that are just playing a game with regard to seeking to maliciously maintain an appearance, both in this country, amongst ourselves, amongst the public, amongst the rest of the world, via social media, television and whatnot, all the mediums that we have with regard to publicity, and also the reality as the demons know exactly what they're doing amongst each other, and that is targeting people like myself who are not a part of that satanic operation. Okay, you're subject to it. All right, the demons are playing a game, and amongst the state and the people of the state that are group stalking together through means such as criminal summoning, that's an iteration of what's playing cops and robbers. All right, they're group stalking together, and they're demons under a fake sun. The entity is engaged in having court cases under the light source. You're looking at what are the demons that are playing a game. And a lot of what you are listening to, it's all propaganda. This is all speaking to what, again, should not be the center focus of your life. If you do not know the Lord Jesus personally as your Lord and Savior, you have not accepted the free gift of salvation that only comes through the Lord Jesus Christ, who came to earth, died on the cross, and rose from the dead. He is the true and living God. He is the only one that is alive. Any other name, there is no other name beside him, contesting him, competing with him. There is only the false gods of this world. Those are little g gods, all right, made out of dirt and clay, whatever it is that you are affirming above the true and living God. This is all showing to be a joke, by the way, a bunch of hot air, all right, living for a lie. And people are knowingly living for a lie, and people are unknowingly, unwittingly living for a lie. And the prosecution of the state, the exposure of the state, the exposure of massive demon possession. This is widespread deception. Satan is seeking to deceive people like myself. I'm not deceived anymore. And I'm also speaking so that other people might wake up and not be deceived either. But Satan is literally deceiving the people who he's using. The people, the demons, the demon possessed, they're deceived. All right. This is an ongoing show. There's a point at which in history where the Lord Jesus is coming back, and he's coming back in judgment. This is all an ongoing game that Satan is playing, and time is running out with regard to the point in which you are capable of accepting the free gift of salvation. As long as you have breath, as long as you are alive, no matter what your state is, as long as you have a functioning mind, you're capable to knowingly confess and repent for your sins and admit that you believe that the Lord Jesus is the Christ, the true and living God that walked this earth and died for your sins, that he is the true and living God. He loves you and died for you. You can confess this with your mouth and believe in your heart. This is what scripture says, and you will be saved. All right. So I just want to speak to the reality of what is the illusion that Satan is presenting, while I'm showing it within the context of a massive criminal system that's happening in the state of California. What's happening in California is happening in the rest of the country. This is how you have a highly publicized arrest in Miami, Florida, and you're looking at the specific environment. You're looking at it. You're looking at it, and you're looking at it with your own eyes. You're not even recognizing what you've been looking at the whole time. There are implications regarding what's happening in your life where you are, and Satan is obsessively consumed with who you are and who you think you are, and maintaining, and hoping and acting diligently. There are people around you are not ignorant about who you are. You're dealing with spirits, and that's also how you know that this is demonic. Not that this isn't, I don't need to exert any sort of information to try to prove this. I'm not proving, I'm prosecuting. Okay. And I'm exposing, and I will speak the truth unapologetically. I'm always going to do that. But there is context regarding, you can look out on your face, and in the absence of my stating anything, you know that this is demonic because they're engaged in group stalking. Remember, that evidence exists on its own. Evidence speaks for itself. So all I'm doing is let's speak to the fact of this body of evidence. The evidence that this is demonic is also apart from their demonic behavior and the demonic environment. The fact that the entity is engaging in what is exhibiting demon possession, it's demonic, it's supernatural behavior and a supernatural environment. And they're doing so while wanting to maliciously appear as though everything is normal, everything is, roses and nothing to see over here, folks. And I don't know that person. And they're all group stalking in a specific environment, a targeted person. And the ability to know that this is demonic at its core is what I've stated before. The fact that you have strangers in the flesh, not even related in any way, but you have the pattern of conduct, which is speaking to knowledge, it's speaking to intent, it's speaking to deliberation with regard to the elements of monitoring in that specific environment. That is speaking to knowledge that is known and demonstrated otherwise. In other words, based on something that is not focused on the carnal, meaning you are stalking someone intentionally and doing so you're stalking someone that you know is there. You're not stalking somebody that you don't know is there. You're stalking someone that you know is there. And how is a person that I don't know in the natural stalking, group stalking? This is something that is spiritual regarding, you know exactly who I am. You're dealing with spirits who are recognizing each other. These demons that are on people are stalking. That's what group stalking is about. It's demonic activity. And it is a very serious and detailed, and you're talking about a hovering, obsessive engagement in a pattern of conduct. I mean, the demon that's driving right now that cannot physically see me knows exactly where I'm at while I'm in this parking lot facing the back portion of Holiday Inn. And that is known also by you, an onlooker, a witness, while this fake sun remains over me. This is your ability to know all of this information. All I am doing is conveying to the masses what Satan knows about you, what Satan is doing amongst people. Satan is not all-knowing, and he's not omnipresent like the true and living God. He needs agents, and he's using the state of California. All right. And so this is what is known. When you're looking at one person in the natural, you're actually looking at one that is sharing knowledge with all the demons around. And this is speaking to the reality, much of which you may be ignoring, or you're being distracted away from, whatever it is that you're doing in your life, whatever you're consumed with, and it may be good. Okay. I put that in air quotes. It may be good, meaning you're not plotting on people. You're not engaging in breaking the natural laws. You're not harboring any evil against another person. You may be as this world defines, a quote unquote good person. And I'm not being facetious when I say quote unquote good person. I'm stating the fact that it is not God's standard. Good people on your own merit, you will not get into heaven. That is not the qualification. Unless you know in a personal relationship, the Lord Jesus Christ, you will not be let in, period. It's not being a good person. It's knowing the Lord Jesus and being covered in the blood of Christ. If you do not know him in a true living relationship, and I mean people that claim to be Christians, but yet you're literally serving Satan being a group stalker. They go to church every Sunday. They're congregating, leading Bible study, doing quote unquote good things as man esteems it as good. Okay, but God looks at the heart. He's looking at the spirit of the man. He knows what's inside. He knows the secrets. And he's speaking the secrets right now. This prosecution, he's telling everyone's secrets. He's telling about what Satan is doing. He's telling about things that are not being discussed in the natural regarding what is actually mental illness. That the demon-possessed do not want a part of the discourse, the public discourse. They don't want that discussed. It is mental illness manifest when you're stalking a stranger, because that's what you're doing under the fake sun amongst stalking with methods of light activity and audible activity. That's speaking to a knowledge, a method of stalking someone that you are familiar with. And that familiarity is not going to be based on a natural familiarization with regard to my knowing your name and you're knowing my name and knowing who I am, which is what the government is relying on. The fact that of natural knowledge. No, the demon-possessed are group stalking you and the demons know you. You are a spirit. And there are those that are walking around in spiritual darkness and they're engaged in criminal conduct, which is being exposed and it's also being criminalized. So I just want to make sure that that is clear because I'm going to capture images right now at 12:18. The fake sun's remaining over me, and this is at around the time where I'm walking out of the hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada, and the fake sun that's over the back portion of this parking lot is under no circumstances capable of being over the Holiday Inn Hotel through the hallway window, which is, again, various times of the day, all day long, I'm capturing that fake sun directly over that hallway window. This demon, 9ENT066, lying in wait by driving in the parking lot. This is a demon that's in position, group stalking under the fake sun, and is listening to every word that I say. Another, again, Caucasian family stalking a black woman. All right. And Satan is parroting ongoing, speaking to this ongoing agenda regarding things that you may be caught up in, which are a good. I mean, the notion of it is good. No one should be treated differently with regard to Black Lives Matter. I'm not criticizing the spirit behind that. I don't even want to use spirit because those are demons that are using that as a means of engaging the criminal system. By spirit, I mean the purpose, the underlying purpose of that. It's not something that I'm adamantly against, nor would the Lord Jesus. But there is a bigger picture which you're distracted from. When you're focusing on race, when you're focusing on, oh, this is what's happening. He was killed because he or she was black, or he or she were black while driving. Understand that racism is born of demonic possession. That's a demonic spirit that hates other colors. And let me be clear. Satan hates you. I'm talking to the demon possessed who I'm going to prosecute. I'm talking to American citizens who are subject to this system. Satan hates you. He hates the people who he's using. He hates the people who he's targeting through the people he's using. So you have things such as racism, which is a spirit. Satan hates people. He wants to divide people. This is how you're able to gather more souls, deceive them, and drag them straight to hell, because that's where Satan knows he's going. He's running out of time. He's running out of time. Group stalking is an iteration of one of many of Satan's plots against humankind. In other words, again, this demon whose license plate I documented just pacing in the parking lot, and I just want to document that. That's criminal conduct. He's going to be his whole family. They're going to be prosecuted for domestic terrorism. They just represent one. You have a population of demons that are stalking together. So nonetheless, the entity is doing so, and this is speaking to the spiritual implications, and this is actually the reality. It's more real than the carnal, earthly, sensual reality that we're focusing on, that we see, touch, feel, and smell every day. You're a spirit. And that's how you know that this is demonic as well, because strangers are engaging in this criminal pattern of conduct. And their knowledge and their specific intent and their criminal deliberation is deduced from the unnatural environment and their behavioral patterns in that unnatural environment. You know exactly who I am. And you're engaging in criminal conduct, and it's not a secret. And it's also a threat to my life and exposing your mental illness at the same time while you engage in it. Because a population stalking you, that's a threat to your life. You're talking about mob conduct. Mob conduct. And then those mentally ill engaging in that mob conduct turn around and on the evening news are presenting a different narrative to the public. Satan doesn't want you to know what they're doing in the dark. And they're group stalking in the dark because they all have multiple shadows. All right, they're stalking with methods of noise. Playing Ice Cube is audible activity, okay? And I'm not focusing on Ice Cube the person. I like the song, actually. It has nothing to do with that. You're talking about the substance of the thing. It's audible activity while they're playing that music. The fake sun, you're looking at the formula: audible activity, relevant positioning, light activity. Those are the elements of monitoring while they're playing loud music at the moment I start walking across the parking lot, in which the fake sun is over my head, not to be seen out the hallway window of the Holiday Inn, by the way. You can't see what's over the back parking lot through the hallway window facing 7-Eleven. And the demons 9EZN066 represent the state, a family of demons. This is what is so tragic about what Satan is doing amongst families. The nuclear family in California is demon possessed. You're talking about mom, dad, daughter, and their 2.5 kids, all serving Satan together. And that's exactly what Satan wants. Headed straight to hell. Not going to mince words. And it's tragic. You saw families at Alvarado Gardens engaging in this with their children. Now, with regard to a government that has no business engaging, keeping you under surveillance, and then showing how maniacal that government is to do it maliciously with the population, with children, through those that are supposed to be protecting and serving you. That is speaking to what's serving for a prosecution and removal from those positions that they currently hold. Okay, that's just adding what is despicable and just nauseating upon what is spiritual, satanic. People that are headed straight to hell, and they happen to be engaged in criminal conduct, which is literally a symbol, a signal from heaven above. If you don't turn from your ways, not only am I going to prosecute you, but if you don't turn from your ways, you're headed toward the abyss. You will be in everlasting anguish, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. You are going straight to hell. This is the work of the devil. You are serving Satan, whether you realize it or not. Spiritually, they realize that they're engaging in group stalking. They realize what they're doing when they're stalking with noises. They're opening and closing the doors. Anna knows exactly what she's doing, group stalking on that 3rd floor. Okay? She knows exactly what she's doing. She's learning how serious it is. Anna is so mentally disturbed, she continues to do it to her demise and everyone else's demise, because Anna represents an entity. She's in the shoes of the government. Anna and everybody else is going to be criminally prosecuted and exposed for being exceedingly violent, sex offending, mentally ill, demon possessed group stalkers, which is what the state of California is. And that's not name calling. It's not hyperbole. It's literally putting titles to what you are doing. It is the truth. It's not subjective. It's not my opinion. Following someone from place to place is called stalking. Stalking is a crime. You're a criminal. Okay? Because you're doing it through demonic methods does not make you less criminal. It doesn't make you less sick. It makes it even more so. It's exacerbated because you sought to do so in a way that that person that you're stalking can't define it, can't put their finger on it, is not sure about it. It's designed to cause them to question when you are in every way that mentally ill psychopath. You're the one that's sick. And Satan has them deceived while they're engaging in criminal conduct to their own demise. Everything that's connected to them is going to suffer along with them. And I mean them being the entity. They're going to be prosecuted. And this is based on the wicked conduct that the Lord has been witnessing for eons. It's no longer a secret, and they're literally going to be suffering consequences in the natural that will exceed a prosecution. And the prosecution is already very severe and intense. It's judgment. It's a form of judgment. All right, so this is what the Lord is doing at this time, and this is what he is stating. And these are the things that you can extract for your own life, for your own benefit, what actually matters. And it's not what this world is telling you matters. It's not about that Fendi. It's not about getting the bag. It's not about getting a BBL so you can get that man. You are distracted, honey. You are way down on a whole other path. You are far away from the path that you should be focused on. Because he's coming back, and he did not give you life for you to waste it, for you to focus on the vain, for you to focus on, and this is not judgment. I'm not judging you as a person. I'm a woman as well. I'm a human being. I'm a fallible sinner in need of forgiveness, but I am in right relation with the Lord Jesus Christ. I know exactly what's going on with regard to who he has called me to be, and I'm doing it. I'm walking in it, in obedience to it. It's not about perfection, which man uses to justify their sin. The fact that it's not about perfection is rooted in the sacrifice that the Lord Jesus had to make. So since it's not about perfection, you are by faith made perfect, if you will, when you accept the Lord Jesus Christ as your Savior. In his name, by his blood, you are made perfect, if you will. The only basis where you will be accepted into heaven. There is no spouting, it's not about perfection in order to justify sin that you're walking in agreement with. You're going to stand before the Lord, and he's going to tell you, depart from me. You wicked workers of iniquity. I never knew you. That's what's going to happen. This is a wake-up call. So I'm going to capture the light source over my head. It's at 12:26 p.m. I'm literally walking out in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm in Hesperia. This is where the 6 hours from now. Earlier, I've already captured the sunrise. This is on its face, the pattern of conduct. All right. And so while I am Also, while I'm inside of the venue, the fake sun is over the hallway window, and that engineered light that's sliding down the wall across the carpet and up the other wall up until 3:05 p.m., which is the latest time that I went into that hallway and documented that. I could have done longer. Meaning I could have gone out every hour on the hour. I document with regard to whatever it is that I'm making a point about. I've already established the foundation. This is the P.O.C. There is no point ever where the sun is going to be seen through a hallway window in some little corner in Hesperia for 8 hours in the day. That's never happening at all. Meaning, I don't have to go hour after hour after hour just to show and approve. I've already shown the foundation. They're already surrounded by the evidence. I came to Holiday Inn. Holiday Inn is going to compensate me for that which they're engaging in, which is in conformity to what the people of the state are and what they're doing. They're a demon-possessed entity. They represent the state of California because the government, is engaged in satanic surveillance. All right. And the government makes up the same entity. These are just the demon possessed that are just in positions in the government. This is what Satan is doing amongst all of the people, in other words, in California, because the government is engaging in this satanic system. The government's going to be prosecuted for what it's doing in sync with the constituents of the state. They have legally relevant positions. And you're going to prosecute them based on who they represent in the natural and the satanic conduct, which is criminal, based on their positions in the natural. Your neighbor doesn't have a right to stalk you. Your neighbor doesn't have a right to stalk you in concert with the government, in the shoes of the government, because that's what you are in the specific environment where the government is engaging in the same exact pattern of conduct. This is how you're tying together the legal framework for prosecuting Satan that's using people to monitor you. All right. It is currently, again, 12:28 p.m. capturing the light source, which is going to be in a position far away from Holiday Inn in conformity to the pattern of conduct. There's no sun. Okay. That's a light source that's remaining over in Las Vegas, Nevada. And there's only one sun. Okay, that's how you're understanding what the state is doing. While I documented that pattern of conduct in the state of Nevada, which is the prosecution of the state of Nevada, which is showing a pattern among states, that you've got a pattern of conduct in this country, by the way. While I'm showing a pattern of conduct amongst cities, you've got a pattern of conduct in the state. The state is engaged in the P.O.C. There's only one sun, and this pattern is unmistakable. There's only one sun. So pray tell what is over them in Nevada. It's a light source. What's over them in Miami, Florida? As you look at the news, you can see it on the news. It's a light source giving you context regarding the reality of what's happening in life. And nobody wants to speak about it. I'm speaking about it. And I'm also going to prosecute it because I'm going to enforce my constitutional rights. While Satan is serving in government positions, I'm going to expose him and I'm going to prosecute him. All right. It is currently, again, 12:29 p.m. and this is P.O.C. All right, tracking my steps to maintain presence in the path. This is the same family of demons, 9ENTO66. This demon is a threat to his own children. He's pacing around all in the parking lot. You can see the fake sun as I'm capturing images as I drive out of the parking lot. It's 12:34 p.m. The fake sun is in a position advanced beyond the position where it remains while I'm inside of the hotel room, while the entity is keeping the fake sun over the building, the very small building of Holiday Inn Express Suites at 9750, when it's slowly rising, and I put that in air quotes because it's only at the entrance when I'm stepping out at 7 in the morning because I go to the entrance. You see it at the side scene in an impossible way that it would ever be the case at all. Through the hallway window at 7:51. I walk out the entrance. There it is in alignment to me, 6:50, 7 a.m. And it's still at the same venue right now where I'm capturing, first of all, the evidence of the criminal system at 12:34 p.m. In addition to that, look at the position that it's at. It's advanced beyond the building. I mean, it's over through my sunroof as I'm in the parking lot, which I've captured that same positioning during the 8 a.m., 9 a.m. hour. It's in the same parking lot over me, over the hotel room. While I'm inside of the hotel room, looking out at the same parking lot, it's in the same position hours later. This is speaking to what is stalking by a population. The stalking is identified through that stationary environment that remains around, and a population's just pacing all around you, just pacing all around you, just pacing all around you, while that fake sun and the moon at night is remaining over you. That's speaking to the demons who are stalking you as a population. Okay. That's what's captured as I'm driving. And 9ENTO66 is in the custody of children, posing a threat to them and engaging in what is literally abuse, which will be recognized under federal law. You're threatening the life of minors while you're including them and making them terrorists, sex offenders. They're engaging in what is the satanic and psychotic pattern of conduct. You've got them in the back seat, exposing to the terrorizing and unstable environment while you're group stalking in the shoes of the state, and you've got children in tow. I just want to point that out. The entity is doing so while it is, again, that's what the ordinary target individual is engaging in. And I think I got all these documents, these license plates, 8FWB774, 8BZD516. All right, this is an elderly couple. they don't have grandchildren with them. Let me go ahead and get these demons images. So what you will see 9F or 9ENT066 doing. First of all, the demons are waiting until the moment I drive out of the parking lot to get out the car and walk in the venue. I read their license plate a long time ago. I've been sitting in the car, discussing, expounding upon a lot of ideas. So the entity is waiting until the moment that I am driving out to park in front of me, which is maintaining the elements of monitoring, getting out of the car, maintaining the elements of monitoring, going into the building. You're seeing the fake sun over them at this edge of the building at this point in the day, which is a grand departure from ever being seen through the hallway window. Remember what CAL FIRE is doing at 12:47 in the afternoon, while that fake sun is directly over that hallway window that's facing 7-Eleven. I'm at the same side of the venue where I'm capturing the fake sun, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning. Under all circumstances, it's demonic and an impossible environment that's naturally occurring, which is speaking to the malice of a population that's stalking. 6UPZ449, the same exact analysis, the same exact conduct by a sex offender that's touching with engineered light, okay? That's why the employees, that's why Holiday Inn, you're talking about the people of the state and the government itself. You're talking about covering a lot of ground at one time. It's pointing to all government agencies. It's pointing to the entire population, and it's pointing to who literally upon arrival, you're going to federal prison. You work at the venue or you're going to federal prison. All right. This is not a legitimate business. This is what the government is doing and making money while conspiring to sacrifice you. Because that's what Satan is doing to people. You're sacrificing people while you're keeping them under surveillance. All right. And so I have been subject to it to speak the truth to the masses and make sure I articulate what is not going to be tolerated and what will not go unaddressed with regard to a prosecution. So the terrorism that the people of the state engage in, those same demons were stalking day and night as I stayed at the Holiday Inn, group stalking in the hotels. That impossible audible activity, it's the same conduct with regard to the stalking with light activity. They're stalking in the hotel rooms. That's why Holiday Inn employees, including AJ and Jennifer, are going to federal prison, by the way, and the impunity that they act with. Pacing, driving right back around, license, the same license. This is a Latino male, license 6UPZ449, group stalking with the employee at the of Holiday Inn, going to the dumpster, emptying the garbage under the fake sun. That's understanding the malice and the intent to criminally surveil by demons. That's why the light source is there. And Satan is directly using them. So that timing, that environment with regard to what is lying in wait conduct, which is absolutely psychotic, and the criminal engagement that Holiday Inn is engaging in while, the criminal engagement that Holiday Inn is exposed as while the light source is over and demons are walking in and out of their venue, group stalking with them. License plate 9KMD824. The population that's group stalking, the demons that were bearing flags earlier, 55788A3, 5EMS975, license 27725N1, 16159Y3, license 6FGK 564, license 9DEP407, license 7NIT603, license 8LEX 540. This is the population of sex offenders that were engaging in surveillance with Holiday Inn, which Holiday Inn is going to be prosecuted severely for. License plate, and the fake sun moves as I move. That's a criminal conduct that Holiday Inn, a commercial actor, is going to be prosecuted for. They're all going to federal prison. DF93N55, and this demon's license plate is 8WYJ233. The fake sun is now departing from being over the Holiday Inn. It is currently 12:40 p.m. where you will see that light source remain over me as I am documenting the pattern of conduct as I leave the Holiday Inn venue, and so does the fake sun, speaking to the criminal conduct that Holiday Inn, which represents the people of the state. Profiting off of sacrificing American citizens, you're going to be criminally and civilly prosecuted for that. All right, it is currently 12:40 p.m. where you will see the light source over me, which is exactly what it was over me at the Holiday Inn in HESPERIA. Alrighty, you are looking at the absence of any sun over the Holiday Inn, contrary to what the evidence showed that I remained there day and night, day into the evening. That is the evidence. It is currently 12:43 p.m. where you will see the light source outright abandon the building of the Holiday Inn. All right. So license 7ZTW758. I want to repeat what I just stated. The entity that's engaging in the pattern of conduct while making $1, that's what Target represents. That's what the High Desert Gateway Shopping Center represents, while the light source is remaining over me, which is exactly what it was doing at the Holiday Inn, remaining over me while a population engaging in a sex offense together in a hotel space. So you have the High Desert Gateway Shopping Center that's engaging in the perpetuation of a sex offense, making money while they're engaged in the elements of monitoring, as opposed to the operation of any constitutionally protected status while operating a business, which is what the entire shopping center all the businesses inside of the shopping center are simultaneously engaged in. And that's how you have the light source that's over me while I am at the same time remaining inside of the hotel. CAL FIRE is group stalking while the fake sun is over the hallway window. It's not over at a distance over the shopping center while I'm looking at it outside of the hallway window. CAL FIRE is group stalking while the light activity is on the hallway. And this demon from San Luis Obispo wearing a CAL FIRE uniform representing the state, group stalking with all these demons at Target that are making $1 and spending $1 simultaneously, group stalking. That is engaging it in the outright departure from any constitutionally protected status. This shopping center is going to be criminally and civilly prosecuted. You're going to drain the pockets while the entity that's seeking to sacrifice you, criminally surveil you in the shoes of the state, having no right to do so. It's not based on the year that Target was built here or the logo was placed on that building and they started operating. It's based on the specific environment, which at any point is present while I arrive and the fake sun remains over me, and the entity is also engaging in the demonic behavioral patterns under that fake sun and in that engineered light. While they're crossing path and you want to be seen as a legitimate business, I'm being molested and accosted and terrorized with engineered light, however, and you're stalking with audible activity, exhibiting demon possession in the demonic environment. You're not operating as a protected business, and I'm going to prosecute you civilly and criminally. They've been engaged in a documented criminal act, which is a violent sex offense, the entire shopping center, whose pockets you drain when they're engaged in the pattern of conduct, which is what the United States is doing. This capitalistic society is doing nothing other than what is not distinct from countries or places around the world where they're training children, teaching them to use massive dangerous weapons, heavy duty artillery weapons to murder people in the name of whatever regime that they serve, that they identify with. MOJITA is a group stalker. Hold on, let me get this. All right, capturing an ongoing example of what are demons that make up a country, calling themselves Americans here in the United States, and they're engaging in un-American conduct, and this is telling the secrets of a country, and this is not unpatriotic whatsoever. The government that's a criminal, that's engaging in unconstitutional criminal activity, which is satanic, they're the unpatriotic ones. They're the threat. While they want to masquerade as a free country, respecting and upholding and empowering an American citizen that it is criminally surveilling while they serve Satan in doing so. You can see, I just captured images of what is an example of what a whole population is doing. Hopping out right out of their vehicle, you can see the fake sun through MOJITA's license plate. She's crossing paths. She's engaged in the pattern of conduct. These are the same demons checking in and out of the hotel room while you're subject to ongoing vibrations and shaking, earthquake-like conduct. The mattress, the walls are trembling. Light activity, my shadow appearing on all of the walls day and night, and the sun is rising and setting over that hotel. That's the pattern of conduct while the entity is making money across the street, 9NPX177, and doing so with demons such as CAL FIRE. While that fake sun is over me here in this parking lot, that's speaking to the pattern of conduct that CAL FIRE is engaged in throughout the state of California. That's the true identity of what is criminal conduct that state agency is engaging in, and Tamara, Clark, and Mark are the direct example of it. Literally, they're demons while engineer light is crawling on the walls in that shaded lobby area, and the fake sun is outside of the venue right above my head, and they're staring at a piece of paper, engaging in paperwork. Group stalking, in other words, the elements of monitoring and the evidence of demon possession, and showing the government's exhibiting demon possession while highly malicious, but it's exposing their mental illness, not the targeted individual, contrary to what the government puts and establishes as mental illness. That's serving the state's pattern of conduct. And in this country, not distinct from other countries where we like to make ourselves distinct, like we're having some noble or principled or respectable position of some authority over other third world countries, for example, when the United States is just making $1, wanting to appear as some professional business, while they're engaged in, first of all, criminal conduct, which is the most animalistic, Neanderthalic, barbaric conduct that you can conjure up in your mind. But it is beyond what the ordinary person can imagine, which is why you have to document Satan. You have to prove what Satan is doing. Because in America, in order to prosecute, it's not based on what you know, it's based on what you can prove. And so this is the evidence of what is demonic, and it is nonetheless the United States of America, that's engaging in unconstitutional conduct that is criminal. And it's straight out of hell. That's what is shown while the entity is keeping a fake sun over me, and I go across the street from Holiday Inn, and you see the light source that's over me as I'm looking at the Holiday Inn. And what do you see? You see demons who are pacing all around, who were engaging in a sex offense, monitoring a woman in a hotel room, and then making money while in relevant position. That's Target is not, the shopping center is not operating any constitutionally protected business. They are going to be treated as corporations under federal law, corporations who are engaged in domestic terrorism, corporations who are engaged in a psychotic pattern of conduct designed to keep an American citizen under surveillance, corporations who are engaged in federal stalking, corporations who are engaged in and are intending on and supporting sacrificing, murdering, and kidnapping American citizens while they're group stalking under the guise of logos and company names, making money. And all the money that is made, you're going to drain the pockets of those commercial actors. They are the same entity that's pacing in and out of that hallway. And it includes at this hour when I'm in the Target parking lot in the fake sun, I'm looking at the vantage point where the light source is seen through the hallway window while Cal Fire is hiding in a staircase to cross path in light that is sitting on the floor. It does not get any more clearly demonic than that. This is the evidence that is sitting on the record. All I'm doing is giving word to what you will see with your own eyes. And it is as unbelievable and idiotic as it could possibly be. It takes the right person at the right time, which is what the Lord has called for such a time as this, speaking to the truth of what Satan is doing. And it is entirely unintelligent. And any person, any third grader with common sense, rudimentary understanding about the sun and about sunlight and about how the sun, if the sun is here, then how was it there? And if the sun is there, then how is there sunlight here? And if this is the sun and the sunlight, then what is that above your head? And if this is the sun that's above you, then why is my shadow above? These are common sense. And this is what demons are stalking you in. And there's a whole lot of lies that the demon possessed are uttering in order to also to keep you distracted, to keep you discouraged, to keep you in the dark. And the state of California is exhibiting it, illustrating it, practicing it. And they serve Satan in doing so. And because they're making money, which is what the High Desert Gateway Shopping Center represents, you're going to drain the pockets. Those businesses are sex offenders. Those businesses are terrorists. Those businesses are corrupt. They're fully engaged in an intentional pattern of conduct. That's why the light source is over me. All right. And I'm just juxtaposing Holiday Inn with the High Desert Shopping Center, which is not the only criminal, by the way, but with what my presence in Hesperia. This is under no circumstances reconcilable with what I'm documenting in San Diego, California. This is a circus environment. The state is shown to be the stalker that it is. The state is a stalker, a group stalker in particular. That's a specific type of stalker. That's not a stalker that's obsessed with his 14-year-old girlfriend with acne and braces, and he might follow her home from school. That's not necessarily a demon. That's a prepubescent little obsessive in their adolescent level of admiration of another. This is demonic. This is demonic. And let me be clear, traditional stalking is innocent compared to group stalking. Compared to group stalking, it's entirely malicious, and it is shown through the environment, which is showing an entire population's intent to stalk you, and their intent to falsely depict you. That is the entity that gaslights you while it is stalking you, while it is the one that's insane. And by insane, remember, this is a term of art. The insanity is shown through what are psychopaths who are targeting you, who have a specific condition while they're targeting you, and whose purpose is to, and they fail in this endeavor because you are no longer deceived. You're not absent-minded whatsoever under any circumstances. You clearly see the demons that they are, the formula that they're abiding by while they're engaging in stalking as a population, which is what is group stalking, and it's the state. It's not just that demon. It's not that cult leader. It's the state of California. It's the public entity itself. By the way, it's Satan who knows who you are in spirit. That's why Satan is targeting you. That's also the evidence of what is demonic as well. While strangers are stalking, because that's exactly what's happening under a fake sun that remains over your car while you're on the freeway, they're all stalking you. That's not the sun. That's how you know that they're all engaged in it. And with intent, they are stalking. With intent, they are creating light activity. With intent, they are creating any method of light activity. And they act as an entity together. The demons blasting music, the demons sitting in the parking lot while the fake sun remains over me. The demons are acting in sync on one accord. That's speaking to intent as well. You don't have an ongoing series of coincidences that just so happens to satisfy the ways in which the demonic pattern of conduct is executed. That's speaking to intent as well. So it is currently, again, 12:53 p.m., documenting the people who are group stalking on the roads and the highways. License plate 9EWM050. License plate 8NFX585. 1 second. License BRISBBQ. License 456ZPN. License plate CM67W82. And that's a paper plate. And the fake sun remains over my vehicle while I am driving on the 15 freeway. and driving on the 15, this would be the 15 South. And the fake sun is nowhere near ever to be seen through the hallway window of the Holiday Inn in Hesperia, California. 8NFX585 is crossing path again. And the entity is doing so with regard to crossing path. Stalking with activity is license CL Heart UDS. It's supposed to sell clouds, but the O is a heart symbol. License 5ACW136. And stalking with activity, meaning as I touch my communication device, which is literally our, again, these 2024, 2025, these are literally driving communication devices. As I touch my screen, which is the operation of a communication device, this demon with the clouds license plate is crossing path, speeding up in front of me while the fake sun is over me. That's understanding the demons who are stalking you. 44044J2. You also know that they're demons because when they drive by you, engineer lights moving all inside of your vehicle, which is not sunlight ricocheting off the side of your car, in the same way that sunlight is not stationary in the hallway at the Holiday Inn, sliding down the wall, across the carpet, and up the opposite wall for a duration of 8 hours, by the way. I documented that. That's speaking to the pattern of conduct, which the people of the state are engaging in while one demon after another crosses path. It's the same formula. They need the engineer light while they cross path, while they're stalking. It's the evidence of stalking. SCHLAPY. It is currently 12:55 p.m. and I'm going to get the fake sun over me while I'm on the 15 freeway, far away from Jennifer and Carlo, Luis, and Maria. All of whom are group stalking with the demons who are housekeeping on the 3rd floor. Anna, who was stalking with activity creation, while that demon knew what a demon is also a sex offender keeping somebody under surveillance in a hotel room. Because they're also doing that when your genitalia is exposed, when you're engaged in private and personal conduct, which all of the demons, the entire state is aware of. These are sex offenders that don't want that to be known, while their secret system of surveillance is underway. Satan is a violent sex offender. Satan is the one that conjures up raping children, raping men and women, raping and engaging in all this sexual violence. Satan is the one that conjures it up, and this spirit is what animates these group stalkers. 37049Y2. That's why you're obsessed with someone's genitalia, while you have that demonic spirit on you, okay? And that third party is engaged in a documented act of terrorism in the same way that you're looking at online the videos that this entity is hostile to being published, and yet the psychopaths provide the evidence of it. Molesting, terrorizing with engineer light inside of my car while the fake sun is over my vehicle. And let me get this light source for which that group stalker's license plate, speaking to what the rest of the population is doing over my head at 12:56 on the 15th. All right, license 7EGG880 is a demon, just like the demon on the opposite side, an Asian male license plate, OOPSS. That's a blue and white license plate from Nevada. The entity is engaging in conduct, which you'll see the fake sun over me, the evidence of a group stalker and a demon-possessed one. This is a domestic terrorist that's engaging in unconstitutional conduct. They like to fly American flags while they engage in this unconstitutional and criminal, un-American, and demonic activity. They like to associate the American flag with that. And while they're driving by and you see that fake sun over me and that third party crossing path, which is how your group stalking in the engineered environment, which is how a population stalks you. They're following you around while the environment remains around you. The environment, which is a scientific phenomenon. That's how the population is stalking you. 456 ZPN Nevada. And while they do so, while you'll see the images, 1258, 1257, 1256, I'm capturing images. There's no sunlight that's ricocheting off of your car. That's also how you know that they're demons who are stalking. They engage in a signature, which is demonic. It's demonic, but it's also the evidence of the stalker who is aware of who you are. Knowledge is not based on the natural relationship. I know their name. I saw them before. I work with them. I go to school with them. I date them. I'm married to them. I'm friends with them. That's not what is establishing knowledge. The knowledge is attributed to the specific environment. And there is no constitutional shelter that any of these demons have. 7XRC232, 394PJW. Their knowledge is expressed through the impossible light activity. Their knowledge and intent, in other words, to engage in criminal surveillance, which is terrorism in the state of a federal nature. And they're doing so while the fake sun remains over me. That's also how you know that they know who I am, and they're tracking your steps, stalking you as a population. Engaging in terrorism. The directed act, the ongoing terrorism that's occurring on the roads and the highway, shown through the terrorism via directed light, which is never happening under any natural circumstances whatsoever. 7HEW951. And so this is what, again, the specific signature of the demons. They're doing it across buildings. They're doing it while it's stationary in the hallway of the Holiday Inn. That's the same exact light activity. It's just sitting there, sliding down the wall, across the carpet, and up the opposite wall all day long. It's the evidence, the signature of the stalker who knows exactly who you are. That's attributed to the people around you who are also stalking with noise. That's what demons do, who are stalking you. Stalking is not only physical, the stalking is audible. And the stalking is also shown through light activity. That's how demons are stalking. That's what monitoring is. Monitoring is synonymous with stalking. That's what group stalking is. 7EGG880 is the demon you'll see on images under the fake sun. Group stalking on the roads and the highways. Also engaged in federal stalking. 41752B2. And this is evidence against Jennifer, Carlos, Luis, Maria, the demons who are Marilyn and Jennifer and AJ, and the head housekeeper that like to engage in terrorism in the morning because I'm documenting the light source. She's going to federal prison. I'm going to put it that way. And all of them that are not natural born citizens, and any and all of the entity that is not natural born citizens that's being prosecuted and exposed, they're going to be deported. They are out of this country. They can take their American flag and go right back to wherever they came from, since they proudly engage in terrorism in California, in the United States. They're not even welcome here, and that's how they're going to be dealt with. It is currently 1 p.m. where the fake sun, as a matter of documentation, remains over me, and this is the same exact pattern of conduct that was underway before I went to Hesperia. So then the demons just planted themselves. And by planting, what does that mean? The light source, the engineered light, the demonic chorus, if you will, remains while the face is changed. The population is stalking you. That was the evidence presented before these demons engaged in providing evidence against themselves, showing mental illness. Nobody in their right mind wants to put themselves in federal prison, because that's what the entity is doing while it's engaging in group stalking. And the entity does so. They were running, again, as the demons are always doing, again, delusional with regard to what is known and what is no longer tolerated here on earth. It's not tolerated anymore. It's not a secret, and it will not be tolerated. The entity will not walk away unscathed without any consequence. 8DQW920. The entity is doing so, and they run into federal prosecutions. That's a psychopath. They will be subject to mental examinations. That's how obsessively consumed with keeping you under surveillance Satan is, the demon-possessed are. Why should some stranger be that obsessed with group stalking you? Because they are. They are. That's exactly what that shows, and that's what the evidence of, that's what the evidence of group stalking posing an impermissible threat reveals. EXPLRAM. License 19551F1. CHUEY67. And already documented this license. The crossing path again, 44044J2. License 456ZPN, that's Nevada, crossing path again, 9AQH612. While the fake sun is in square, perfect alignment with me, like it is through the hallway window of the Holiday Inn in Hesperia. Like it is at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I am right now, it's 1:02 p.m. I am standing in San Diego at 1401 Broadway at the San Diego Police Department. Those are a bunch of demons engaging in criminal conduct that I captured by virtue of that video. They're engaged in criminal surveillance and federal stalking. You were looking at criminal activity as I captured that light source over my head in San Diego, California. What's through my windshield right now, what has remained over the Hesperia Holiday Inn at 9750 Key Point Avenue, what the state has been engaging in as an entity is directly pointing to the criminal conduct. The same state in San Diego, California, which is in an environment which is irreconcilable. There's no sun in that position that I captured at 1 p.m. and remaining, because that was a substantial video. It was like 4 to 5 minutes long. So I'm still capturing that video right now as I was before I arrived at in Hesperia. And the entity is keeping a light source while I'm on the 15 freeway right now, in alignment with my windshield, which is also not remaining stationary over the Holiday Inn, which is also not over the San Diego Police Department at the same time. This is the statewide pattern of conduct, and it's demonic. And it is a signature and the expressed intent and deliberation knowledge regarding group stalking. And the demons are relying on a traditional definition and knowledge as it's expressed carnally, because I don't know your name. You're a terrorist. 27206M3. And that terrorist is also identified because of the malice that they're relying on. The malice that you can never prove that they're group stalking you and stalking you because you don't know them in the natural. Let me be clear. This is what Satan is deliberately engaging in, using the people, and the government is fully engaged in that and maliciously doing. This is why they're kidnapping, making up information, making up mental illnesses, and doing it libelously, doing so in a court where you don't even have authority. You don't even have, you're a group stalker. You don't have any authority. Excuse my language, but I get a little excited. AVGS 110. You have no legal authority when you're engaged in group stalking, engaged in state surveillance. It is literally the opposite of having any constitutional authority with regard to the court, the sheriff, the police. They are doing so while they're also making up information about whatever crime that you engaged in, making up any mental illness that you suffer from, while they're group stalking you in their facilities, in the courts, and in the police stations with the police, while the fake sun, the engineer light, and the demons who are the people of the state, all of that pattern of conduct is underway, while the government is directly engaging in it. 398 ZTY from Nevada, federal stalking also underway. So crossing state lines with the criminal purpose, and you are, while the states are engaged in POC, which you already know Nevada is, and California, they are engaging in crossing state lines with the criminal intent to keep another under surveillance. They're in violation of subsections 1 and 2 while they're engaged in state surveillance. That's a very serious federal prosecution that the population is going to face. 9 APV 072. All right, POC, while the fake sun remains over me. A demon driving a tow truck, which is a method of light activity, is crossing path. License 9 APV 072 is group stalking with that, criminal facilitation. And this commercial actor using a tow truck, which is a demon stalking in path with light activity, which is what the police are doing, while it's called criminal summoning. That license plate of this corrupt business acting with impunity is license plate 51580E3. Nick and Sons Towing is a demon-possessed group stalker, a corrupt business who cannot even afford to compensate me for the damages that they're going to be due. That's a Latino male driving that vehicle. Nick and Sons Towing is engaged in state surveillance and federal stalking, criminal facilitation. All right, it's currently 1:05 p.m. The fake sun is over me, and it's not over the San Diego Police Department. I'm going to capture images of that. This is POC. 7ZYN985, federal prison. Also group stalking with the state in helicopter, 4YAB783. I'm at Hallmark and University Parkway in San Bernardino, and the fake sun is right over me, and the entity is crossing path by helicopter. That's San Bernardino police who are group stalking, by the way, at the San Bernardino County Courthouse. Fake sun over the top of my head and helicopter over the top of my head at the state facilitating venue of the San Bernardino court, where, again, Thomas Garza, a criminal actor, engaging in what is facilitation by virtue of his corrupt position that he holds in a court where, first of all, he's group stalking, and second of all, he's engaging in what is depriving me of justice that I am due, what I am legally entitled to based on my case that I brought against the state that sought to kidnap, which is to silence me, and him engaging in what is an outright departure from the rules and policies that govern the way that California Rules of Court is what I'm specifically referencing, and he is violating the California rules and also violating his role as a judge. 9G EW590. You're talking about federal prison. I'm at the Arco Gas. The fake sun is over me. I'm going to capture that light source right now. And the San Bernardino Police Department is already a documented terrorist. It's sitting on the record. All right. And the entity's group stalking at the San Bernardino courthouse, the fake sun and helicopter activity over me. And by the way, that was at 12:49, I believe. It's on video in October of 2019. It's in October, same time of year analysis applies right now. By the way, I have been abiding by the rules that are actually an illusion because there's no natural environment. And the 3 hours ahead that Miami, Florida is, for example, has nothing to do with the fake sun that's remaining over me all day long at one address. So this is an illusion regarding daylight savings time, regarding the time of the 3 hour, 2 hour difference. It's not even the natural environment. The sun that's rising here in Southern California while I'm at Hesperia Holiday Inn is not beaming in its zenith over Miami-Dade police, where Tariq Hill is being arrested 3 hours ahead. Same time, 7:20, that would be 10:20, where Tariq Hill was subject to an arrest in Florida. That's not the same sun. And that's all of that is an illusion. But nonetheless, I have been respecting because this evidence is scientifically useful. All right. And it remains relevant. That's why I did that, to compose the integrity of the evidence, which is also serving to prove the fact that it's also not the natural environment, not the sun. The San Bernardino Police Department are documented terrorists, and they've been engaged in it for years. I went to Cal State San Bernardino. That police department were engaged in group stalking, sexually violating me as a college student, group stalking with the college, and they are there as a means of policing the college. They were engaged in surveillance while the entity was keeping the fake sun over the college, over my college dorm room. Again, this is all unbeknownst to me. San Bernardino police is still engaged in that pattern of kind of crossing path at the Hallmark and what is University Parkway. License, going to federal prison, 9LEH939, molesting me with engineer light also while the fake sun is directly over me. In doing so, while, again, this is a psychopath. This is a fool because they're engaged in federal stalking. They're listening to me document them. So I'm capturing the fake sun over me at the Arco, which is at Hallmark and University Parkway, where San Bernardino Police Department, it's already a documented terrorist. So it's in conformity to the evidence that's already on the record. And that police department, again, demons who know who you are. So you're not talking about what is lining up in traffic. The San Bernardino Police Department is on record. This is the moment when, during the time, it's relevant what I was engaged in, which was bringing my civil suit against the state, which this entity evaded service of process. And that's not a civil matter. It's a criminal matter with regard to obstructing justice, which is why Thomas Garza is, again, the candidate for federal prison. I remain subject and continue to suffer harms that state actor intentionally, deliberately engaged in with the criminal purpose, with the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, repeated kidnappers, okay? While the entity, he was literally group stalking me while obstructing justice, using his corruptly using his position as a judge, not doing his job, which he could clearly enforce the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department to do that which is within their office. It is literally federal statute that they deliver service, engage in service of process on behalf of a fee waiver recipient. This is already prosecuted. That prosecution, which again, I was denied all the relief that I was legally entitled to, which is also evidence against the state. You're not going to the state to get redress, and it's impossible when they're the criminal. That evidence is showing how thorough the evidence against the state is. It was to document the state. In other words, the criminal system is occurring in the courts, not only based on the specific environment, but their literal engagement in departing from, abusing, ignoring, disregarding, in the same way that they are while they're group stalking you, disregarding the rules and the policies that govern the way that the court is supposed to operate. And Thomas Garza and the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department and the San Bernardino Police Department, who are stalking in helicopter, those third parties that I documented, they're going to federal prison. All right. And that's what I'm capturing. The San Bernardino Sheriff's Department is already on video, group stalking me by helicopter at the courthouse. And this is while the entity, again, knows who I am. And you know that knowledge based on the fact of the specific environment. Demons thought, surmised incorrectly into their own, and that's providence by the Lord Jesus. They thought that because you don't know them in the natural, that their demonic conduct of targeting you would never be known, and that you are going to be seen as a paranoid schizophrenic. That's the pattern of conduct, to put it in short. Put it simplistically, to put it succinctly. And that's also not true. You can tell on the face of what the entity is doing. Stalking in helicopters, meaning you're subject to what is ongoing harassment, the loud conduct of the helicopter. For example, I was living in Alvarado Gardens. You should be able to go to the court and wage a petition against the police department because just by virtue of it's loud, Your Honor, every day. What are they doing, Your Honor? This is inappropriate. They need to adjust their whatever programs they're engaging in because it's creating a substantial disturbance. It's beyond a nuisance, and it's not necessary to engage in whatever they want to be engaging in as a police department. But you can't do that. You know why? Because the court is fully engaged in that pattern of conduct. That's why. And that's also why the people of the state are not complaining about it. What is on its face? Stalking. It's not different because the demons like to stalk in helicopters. So they think because they're flying over everyone while they're targeting you, it's not going to be seen or exposed or viewed as stalking, especially coming out of the mouth of the target individual who's supposed to be falsely depicted as a paranoid schizophrenic. That's malice. That's what that is. I'm gonna let you know right now, that's what the demons are maliciously seeking to accomplish. That's not working. It's not working. So it does. You're talking about San Bernardino Police Department. They're already documented terrorists. That's exactly what they're engaging in. Just to give you some greater context regarding all of who is still being subject to a prosecution. There's no statute of limitations. Thomas Garza has been waiting for a long time for me to prosecute him on the world stage. And I will continue to until the day that he is arrested and he's subject to federal prison. The many times that I've been kidnapped, the entity stole everything that I have ever owned. They stole all of my property, everything, my car, and that had everything that I owned in it. The entity, the Ontario Police Department, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department engaged in that and kidnapping together with the people of the state using a tow truck. The same tow trucks who you see engaging in the pattern of conduct, the people of the state stole my car while the police department engaged in theft, and the court deprived me of that which I was legally entitled to. This is all a matter of documentation. I already have a document. It's already published. I'm giving you a succinct version of what this entity has engaged in, and it's sitting on the record. Thomas Garza is going to serve time in federal prison, just like I was subject to kidnapping while he engaged in criminal facilitation. You purposefully did not force the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department to provide service of process to the Attorney General. That was purposeful. That was intentional. That was purposeful. While the fake sun's over that courthouse, by the way. All right. While the entity is flying over my head in a helicopter with that light source over my head. Thomas Garza is a state actor. So is every other judge in the state of California, by the way. And I documented the appellate court level, and I documented the California Supreme Court facilitating this system of surveillance. There's no coincidences here. San Bernardino Police Department engaging in criminal activity, that entire department, they're not avoiding anything. They're not avoiding, there is no demon, a part of that police department that's ducking and dodging any prosecution, exposure, removal, etc. The entity is engaging in conduct, which is putting the people of the state in federal prison, which the people of the state are putting themselves in federal prison. So the license plate I just read, these businesses in relevant position: Walmart, Arco, Lowe's. I'm at the intersection of Hallmark and University Parkway. They're all engaged in group stalking together. There's no sun over the Holiday Inn in Hesperia, in other words. It's right over me. What's over Arco has not been over Holiday Inn and is not seen through the hallway window of the Hesperia Holiday Inn. Okay? That's P.O.C. And what's over ARCO is not creating any sunlight in the hallway of the Holiday Inn in Hesperia. None of it is occurring while it's remaining stationary over the Best Western in Costa Mesa. It is not in conformity or occurring at the same time while there's a sun captured at 10:20 a.m. in Miami, Florida. It's directly over the gas station and over the ARCO in San Bernardino. That's not seen anywhere in Miami, Florida. This is not rocket science. This is using evidence that's in front of your face, and it's of a demonic nature, and that's why it's hiding in plain sight. It does take a level of discernment, but it is not that which you cannot see and hear with your own senses. All I'm doing is pointing it out to open your eyes and for you to wake up while you witness what the Lord is doing and what he is saying. All right, it's currently 1:21 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, you're going to see in images a method of surveillance by the demon in the Mustang. This is a masculine-looking female. That's not a male. I believe that's a female. I thought that was a male, so I got an up-close image. It looks like a tattoo on the left upper arm. The Mustang and filling up the gas is a method of just stalking in the path, and you can see the fake sun and all of it's in it right over the ARCO gasoline. So I just backed up so you can see the light source, and then you see the stalker. And that's a sex offender that touched me with impossible light activity, the admission of a stalker, and did so in concert with the San Bernardino Police Department. She's going to federal prison, and her license plate is captured. You'll see that in still images at 1:25 p.m. It is currently, it's like a couple of minutes, so 1:24, it's 1:26 p.m. right now. So I just captured it right now. And so I just want to make sure I capture it on my podcast, because that's giving context regarding the terrorist that I just documented, who is going to federal prison. They engage in this domestic system, this great violence against an American citizen, and then they go about the rest of their day. And this federal prosecution is going to hunt them down, just like they're hunting down American citizens, and she's going to federal prison. He or she is going to federal prison. This is, again, 3890 North University, the ARCO gasoline in San Bernardino, California, at the intersection of Hallmark and University Parkway, where, by the way, I went to college. Cal State San Bernardino is a domestic terrorist. They're engaged in group stalking. They're engaged in state surveillance. They're a sex offender. While I accomplished getting my Bachelor of Arts in Political Science, I was subject to this criminal pattern of conduct, which is a sex offense. While I was living in the dorms, the police were group stalking with these sex offenders that were in college. They're getting a higher education while they're engaging in criminal conduct, and then they're getting degrees, looked as though there's some sort of noble addition to the public, to society. They're going out into a corrupt society. They are already defiled with this corrupt built-in pattern of conduct, which is occurring in the United States. That's how you know it's built into the system. The colleges are engaging in the pattern of conduct with the college students, and then they go into the workforce. All right, it is currently, again, 1:27 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, documenting terrorism by this sex offender. This is a mustache male. This male with a mustache on his face, 8HSB198, perhaps a Latino, perhaps a Caucasian male, dark glasses on, a flowery shirt, and a mustache. And he's engaging in terrorism via directed light. And he's group stalking with the rest of the demons, but this one wants to touch with directed light, so that's why he's going to get the spotlight while he wants to engage in signature, telling on the rest of the demons who are group stalking with him. This is also the criminal conduct that demons engage in when they're group stalking with all the rest of them. It's 1:35 p.m. All right, that terrorist that's under a light source that's remaining over me while I'm no longer near the San Bernardino Hallmark and University Parkway ARCO gas station is the where this demon is on the 210 freeway. That's on the roads and the highways, engaging in what is threatening my life. You're threatening my life while you're stalking me and I'm driving a vehicle. You're engaged in conspiring to murder and kidnapping, and you're stalking me on the freeway for no legitimate purpose. You're also terrorizing me with engineer light. Understand what the population is engaging in. This particular demon does it while replete with what is impossible light activity moving all inside of my car. That's the basis. Also engaging in federal stalking. I just want to be clear. The people of the state are engaging in that which is on its face. Grounds for federal prison, but you have a whole population and you have millions and millions of people. You're talking about there aren't even enough prisons to put every person who is group stalking in California in federal prison. Nonetheless, the fact that the entity of population is group stalking and you document as many of them as you can, as many as you document are going to be prosecuted as terrorists. They will be placed like any other sex offender on Megan's list as a domestic terrorist. They will be prosecuted in that regard, and those under the facts and circumstances, like you group stalking with the state that's stalking a helicopter, you're going to federal prison. you're going to federal prison, period. So I just want to be clear with regard to balancing that bullying system that is state surveillance, and recognize the life-threatening conduct that the people of the state are waging against one person, both through their natural conduct of stalking somebody while we're on the freeway, and also the demonic threat. That's a threat to your life. The demonic is threatening your life as well, while engaging in what is terrorizing via directed light. This is occurring while you're driving a vehicle, okay? It's disconcerting, it's terrorizing, it's frightening, and the demons are doing it by the thousands, one demon after another. And then the more I document, understand the pattern of conduct, the more that they do that. Okay, so that's also going to be at the forefront of the mind when I am giving justice against the demons that fill the state of California. All right, it is currently 1:37 p.m. P.O.C. All right, engaging in terrorism via directed light, 4LYV944, 6LQX745, license handicap BL384. And group stalking with the demons that are on the freeway as well, while the light source is advancing in alignment with my vehicle that's in motion, moving far away from the Hesperia Holiday Inn. 53H882, which is speaking to exactly what I was documenting, the demons of Cal Fire, the demons who are group stalking with the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, Jeremy Dean's office in particular, 8 UCS 383, and the demon that is over, again, San Bernardino County includes where I'm at on the 210 freeway right now, where the light source is remaining over me. Daniel R. Muncie is over San Bernardino County, which includes not just Hesperia, where that demon infected fire department, many fire stations, many males and females who are engaged in this satanic system of surveillance. And Daniel R. Muncie is over it, not only while I'm in Hesperia, but also while the fake sun remains over me while I remain in San Bernardino County on the 210 freeway right now in particular. That's just speaking to the state and the people of the state who are group stalking while I'm subject to terrorism on the freeway. So license 54471N1. They are one entity while the entity is group stalking in concert while that light source, and that's how you know a population is stalking you, because that scientific impossibility of that not being the sun is remaining directly over you while you're around all of them, and they're also all engaged in a demonic pattern of conduct together while that terrorizing environment surrounds you, which they're going to be prosecuted for. License 6RDN811 8LQF001. License plate 4KKN848 9MQK194. And it's currently 1:43 p.m. At no point ever is the sun going to be over the San Diego Police Department, by the way. Okay, that's the light source that was over me at the San Diego Police Department, pointing out to the rest of the world, and with regard to the federal prosecution of the state that includes public corruption underway by the San Diego Police Department, which you also know, while the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, for example, are group stalking under a fake sun in Hesperia, California, at the same time and for the duration of the day, exposing what is a satanic system that San Diego Police, San Diego County Sheriff, the mayor of over sheriff. This is speaking to those who are in the natural, holding positions of leadership while this public corruption, which is satanic in nature, remains underway. Okay, it is currently 1:44 p.m. on the 210 freeway with the fake sun over me. POC. Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes, and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C., and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state, and it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. Thank you. (9GHW174) Federal Prison. That's amplified audible activity. And by the way, I've already captured Rancho Cucamonga, which is San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, group stalking by helicopter. That's the audible activity of it, and with people whose name you know. That's called malice. Thank you.
Do you like those?
Thank you. Excuse me.
Do you like those?
Here you go. 1 second, please. Right over. That's P.O.C. The specific environment also. What do I like? What?
Do you like the fiery Cheetos?
2:16 p.m. All right, it is currently 2:18 p.m. and what you will see captured on video at approximately 2:15. I just captured it moments ago. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the Rancho Cucamonga is again contracted with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, so they are the quote-unquote policing agency that are documented in the morning in the same city with a fake sun over me, as I've documented at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, which is around the block. That is the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is group stalking right now as I'm capturing the fake sun over me at the same block at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm at that courthouse, just a matter of just for a means of identifying what I'm speaking of when I'm in Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens, and the entity is keeping the light source over Alvarado Gardens over my head, where the terrorist organization, the LAPD, is engaging in the same exact pattern. In that remarkable environment, which is a scientific impossibility, a reference to the demonic, identifying the demonic, where a malicious criminal system that is occurring by the government in concert with the people of the state. And what is over my head at Alvarado Gardens is a light source. And while I remained in Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens, just for purposes of juxtaposing the criminal conduct that I remain subject to in the Inland Empire, and the Inland Empire is still engaging in it, which you know, I just came from Holiday Inn. There's no sun that's going to be seen through the hallway window of the Holiday Inn looking at the 7-Eleven while it's directly over my head, and I'm in Rancho Cucamonga at the Havana apartment complexes, where you have the hallmark of amplified audible activity of a highly elevated helicopter flying right over the top of my head, and the people of the state are pacing in vehicles, which is creating light activity and relevant positioning, and also a third party whose name you know, a third party that is documented engaged in heavy criminal acts of defamation, serving to mar your appearance while they're targeting you. And this is one who is, again, the state uses crucially with regard to falsely depicting you while they're targeting you with the state, with the people of the state. Again, that is unfortunately a third party whose name I know. That is Tracy Banks, license 9HUZ740, and the light source is directly over the top of my head while I'm at the Havana Apartments in Rancho Cucamonga, California, where there is no sun. That would be, again, as a matter of documentation, where I didn't drive anywhere. And that's why I do that, so you can clearly see the criminal conduct that a malicious actor calling herself a mother in the natural, but this is actually a spiritual enemy. And this is what, again, those who are witnessing what the Lord Jesus is speaking about, what Satan is doing amongst a population, demon possession, and those that are closest to you, Satan is using against you. And this is, again, one who gave birth to me, but is also an avowed enemy. But this is a defeated enemy. Even my own birth mother, who I love, okay, she gave birth to me, and before the Lord, I have to honor and respect her. That does not mean, nor has the Lord required me to compromise with regard to what American citizens and what his children are facing in this country. I will not, under any circumstances, reduce the satanic nature and the criminal conduct that those who are blood related to you are fully engaging in with the state, and the pattern of conduct supersedes any blood relation. All right. It is also showing the malice of the entity. The government that is betraying you is acting in concert with your bloodline, your family, who is betraying you and defaming your character while doing so. And what the state relies on, let me be clear, accomplished men and women in this country who have lost their lives while they were subject to what's not a part of the conversation. Successful in every regard, whatever education, whatever accomplishments in their life, and the relationship with their family. All of it seems upright, and then all of a sudden they kill themselves, or at least this is the narrative that remains after they are dead and gone, and they're not there to speak about the fact that they were actually targeted. And the targeted system is something that no one is in a position and has yet to ever actually report in a manner that is palatable to anyone that's going to listen to you. The state is group stalking you. Everyone that you know is group stalking you, and they're all demon possessed in doing so. So this is maliciously underway, and it is designed to psychologically torture you. This is what your family, your blood relatives are engaging in. This is all also what you need to know about spiritual warfare. Your enemies are not those that you're recognizing because you're in the natural comrades, your friends, or you're blood related, or you're married, okay, your step family. You're recognizing them by this pattern of conduct, by this environment, and by their behavior, which you're able to identify those who are secretly hating you. They hate you based on the spirit that occupies them. Satan hates you. The demon possessed that have spirits, Satan's spirit on them, they hate you, while they will tell you to your face how much they love and adore you. It's nothing other than audible activity. It's as true as the demon possessed in the church screaming out, hallelujah, praise the Lord Jesus. It's nothing other than audible activity while they are serving Satan. And that's the malice that you need to recognize. This is the substance of what I just captured in video while I am composing myself, capturing criminal conduct that my mother is going to serve time in federal prison for. She is engaged in what is a highly malicious criminal act intending to sacrifice me, and she's engaging in this criminal system for years. And contrary to what the entity sought to do, it's failing in doing, and it's actually showing why she and the people of the state and these government actors are actually in a position to receive very serious and ongoing continuous mental examinations upon their federal prosecutions, upon their exposure for engaging in this criminal system. And you will see again Tracy Banks, that is engaging in what is targeting her own blood. That is speaking to what is that which even animals don't do, with the exception of bears. Apparently bears eat their young. She's akin to, and if you want to compare it to an animal, because that's what group stalking is about, it's animalistic, it's inhumane. But the average character of animals are to take care of their young. It's built into their nature. There is an exception, which I learned about bears that eat their own children. They engage in eating them like any other prey. Then you can compare the demon possessed as engaging in conduct akin to bears, which are, again, exceptional creatures that will attack their own blood. However, the ordinary conduct, the normal conduct, the expected, the presumed state of a family member, which again, the entity is exploiting, that the government, first of all, is not corrupt and is in a position to accurately and based on facts speak to the mental state of a targeted individual. They are exploiting that position, abusing their position, and the entity, the people of the state, as though they are in a position, particularly those that know you, and the state relies on the malicious exploitation of those sorts of relationships in order to falsely depict you of having some sort of mental situation regarding however that target individual lost their life. And the entity, no matter how accomplished that person is, no matter how much the facts do not support what they are putting as to the reason why that targeted individual, which no one is referencing them as a targeted individual because group stalking before now is not an established fact about what's going on in the United States. But you have those who have been targeted by the system and their lives have been snuffed out. They have been murdered. And then the entity engaged in the ultimate gaslighting when they're dead and gone, stating that when they murdered them, putting them in a situation and circumstances whereby they're controlling the facts, the information that is accessible to the public, and the demons who are related to them, surrounding them, profiting and getting attention, crying, by the way, while it's reported to you on the news, while they are part of that sacrifice. That's what Tracy Banks represents. It's a threat to my life. And it doesn't make me happy to expose, but I've been exposing this. You can look at the body of evidence, 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22. She is filling the documentation regarding what the rest of the people of the state are doing. I just don't know those demons' names, nor do you have to. You see the specific environment. I don't need to know that Jennifer is a demon-possessed group stalker working. That is unlawful facilitation of state surveillance while a light source and engineered light, and the state is stalking in that specific environment. You don't have to know that demon's name. I just happen to know her because I went and documented as many as possible, as precisely as possible, which is not the sole basis of evidence, which is going to result in Jennifer going to federal prison. I'm talking about the demon that's group stalking at 9750 Key Point, the Holiday Inn, where there is no sun that's rising and setting at that Holiday Inn in Hesperia. When I am in the middle of the parking lot in Rancho Cucamonga, you're looking at the Hallmark, a helicopter over my head, amplified in volume. And who do you see in your face? The people of the state who you know by name. You know them by blood relation, and you're supposed to be able to trust them. It's the ultimate betrayal by your government and by those who you know and by those who you don't know. Let me be clear. I don't need to know my so-called American brothers and sisters. We're all supposed to be of the same national race, if you will. And it's the ultimate betrayal by the constituents of the state. It's the same pattern of conduct. And Tracy Banks just engaged in that on video. And contrary to what the entity intends, it has under no circumstances any basis with regard to falsely depicting the target individual who has the wherewithal, the ability, the legal skill set to prosecute, to point out the P.O.C. And the entity is in the face of that evidence supposed to engage in something that's supposed to make you appear as though you are mentally ill, because that's the ongoing campaign that Tracy Banks has failed at, and that's her ongoing criminal purpose, and she's going to federal prison for it. And it's unfortunate. It's a picture of the malice that is underway by the state. And Jennifer and Tracy Banks are going to be prosecuted in the same exact manner, just so that you understand how this criminal system by the government is underway. Tracy Banks and the malice with which that she acts in a position for the government to utilize her. This is the demon that will be on the news, wet face and all, speaking about how beautiful I was, how talented I was, how unique and valuable I was in her family, how she cherished me, her firstborn baby. She's going to be forever heartbroken. Her life will never be the same. She was so talented and accomplished and intellectual. She was so smart. Erica, there was no one like this. Is everything that will be coming out of this demon's mouth while she's speaking about my death, which was a sacrifice that she deliberately engaged in with the state, with the government, that's stalking in helicopter in the specific environment. And this is how the demon possessed are acting in concert, and it's a government system. All right. And that's, again, just speaking to what the entity is doing. So that's what you'll see on video. And it is the direct evidence against the San Diego County, against Los Angeles County, against San Bernardino County, against Orange County. Remember, at 4 in the afternoon, at some point, the sun's supposed to be in a position, because that's what I documented. If there's no targeting pattern of conduct underway that's shown through the environment, then there's supposed to be a sun that's over the entrance at the same location where it was at 9:48 and 10:33 in the morning at that same Best Western on Newport in Orange County, which is published on the internet today. As of July 31st, 2024, you can see exactly what I was documenting, what I captured with regard to a demonic environment where criminal surveillance is underway by the demons, and it includes my own mother, the one who gave birth to me, because I believe a mother is a term of art. Love is also biblically defined. Love is not just an emotion, how you feel. If you love me, then you wouldn't be trying to sacrifice me. You wouldn't be group stalking me. You wouldn't be trying to psychologically torment me while you, as a psychopath, stand in my face and smile and give me a hug with regard to engaging in the elements of monitoring, as opposed to actually having any genuine affection as a mother who would never be engaging in this pattern of conduct, which you're not doing so as a pattern, coincidentally, accidentally, or ignorantly. So understand the threat to my life that Tracy Banks poses. All right, and any and everything regarding any and everything that she utters under my name is audible activity. It is maliciously underway, and any and everything that she has participated in, anything that she is related to regarding any other crimes committed against me while the entity is engaging in targeting me, you're going to federal prison for that. So this is producing the evidence which will surround the entity and the malicious engagement in a pattern of conduct where the entity is stealing your identity, where the entity is engaging in criminal acts of fraud, when the entity is engaging in criminal acts of defamation, while, by the way, you happen to be subject to state surveillance. This is the entity that wants to remove you from existence, assume your identity, assume your possessions, assume whatever it is that these demons think they can step into your skin and take over your destiny, because they're that deceived by Satan, who is using them like prostitutes who will not be compensated for their services. You're going to federal prison for it. So I just want to make sure that I capture that. That's what you will see on video. I'm in Rancho Cucamonga. There is no reconciling, and it's hurting, again, with regard to evidence that everyone is going to be prosecuted with. There's no sun that was ever over a Holiday Inn. That is the identification of the crime scene where I was subject to state surveillance. And the demons of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department and San Bernardino County Fire Department and CAL FIRE and the people of the state are presenting evidence against the demons of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department here in Rancho Cucamonga. The AMR ambulances that engage in criminal summoning. You have what is the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, which is around the corner. I've been literally at this venue in the morning. The sun is not going to be stationary with regard to duration of time. Remember, I've already lived in LA. There's no sun that's going to be anywhere out here if it's rising and setting, which you know that it's not. That's how you're seeing the crime scene, but you're going to apply logic to this demonic system. Well, if that's the sun that's rising and setting at Alvarado Gardens, there's no provision for it to ever be over the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court like I captured before I moved to LA. And now I moved away from LA. Here I am in Rancho Cucamonga, by the way, in the afternoon. Well, if that's the sun over the courthouse at 10:29 in the morning, like I documented, I'm around the corner from that same courthouse. It's 2:32 in the afternoon, where I'm showing you the hallmark stalking. It's identifying stalking, very specific, in a helicopter in that remarkable environment. And I'm looking at the ultimate betrayal by one who I know, who I would ordinarily refer to as mom. Okay, and telling me that she loves me is nothing other than audible activity serving for my demise. Do not be deceived. Satan, who wants to depict himself, wants to be seen as the angel of light, is the one that is using the government to engage in criminal conduct, using your family to betray you, seeking to conspire to murder and defame you and kidnap you, while they profit off of that sacrifice with the state. Okay, this is what the entity is doing. So, and did it through my blood relative, and everything that she has engaged in, unbeknownst to me. Because I'm going to let you know what's being exposed right now on the surface. There's a reason, and there are things that I'm referencing Tracy Banks, who is engaged in. She's engaged in that is unbeknownst to me, that will be produced when the state is prosecuted, and everything that she's engaged in, it's relevant to what the entity is also doing. The greater picture is that I happen to be a targeted individual whom is subject to whatever additional criminal acts. Remember, it's not just ordinary assumption of identity fraud. It's fraud against one who is subject to state surveillance. So while they're trying to murder and kidnap you, they're trying to take your identity, using your identity. That's not an ongoing ignorant course of conduct. You're going to federal prison for that. Okay, you're not just assuming the identity of your neighbor who's a demon like you, okay, which is criminal. That's a crime. But you're doing it against one whom you're targeting. You're trying to murder and kidnap someone while you're trying to assume their identity, steal their property, steal whatever resources they have. You're going to federal prison for that. Okay, that's what will not be tolerated with regard to the entity's conduct in seeking to murder and kidnap you, and then engage in what is assuming your identity, stealing your identity, engaging in any assumption of your identity under any circumstances. You're understanding what is, first of all, demonic. You're talking about the demon possessed who want to be, they idolize, they worship those who are of the Lord Jesus. They're not in that position. And that's the same thing with regard to Satan, bigger picture. Satan hates you, and also Satan is envious of your position with regard to your ability to be redeemed before the Lord Jesus Christ. Satan does not have that ability, and he knows it, and he hates you for that. At the same time, he's obsessively consumed with you based on the fact, especially those who are filled with the Holy Spirit. You are literally the presence, if you will, of God on this earth. As you have his spirit, you occupy, you are the temple of the very God that is in heaven, the true and living God, as you have the Holy Spirit. This is also understanding, giving context regarding what's happening spiritually. Okay, so that's what I captured on video. And unfortunately, it's the demise of, again, one whose name I know. It's not the only one. Eric Corey Spencer. This is a blood relative, a sibling. But again, I believe that those have... that's a term of art. Your actual siblings, your blood relatives, are not necessarily your family. Your family is what you make it. Your family is not one that would be engaged in sacrificing you. Your family is one that actually loves you, and love is biblically defined. It's not that what you're feeling and based on any sort of sexual relationship you have built off of lust, and you're deceived and thinking that that's love. That has nothing to do with love as it is biblically defined. It's in scripture what love is, what love looks like, what love behaves like. And it does not engage in criminal monitoring, which is satanic. Right? That satanic conduct is that what will cause blood relatives to act like animals, betraying their own young. 06971W2. This is Amazon that's group stalking under the fake sun, which you already know that. Amazon's engaged in state surveillance under the fake sun that's remaining over Alvarado Gardens. Engaging in communicating threats, group stalking with those that engage in assault and battery by entity. Gabriel Arriaga Carbajal and his family members, they're all going to federal prison. Amazon Prime fully engaged in group stalking with them to communicate a threat, a violent one, and they do so knowingly while engaged in federal stalking. Amazon is a corrupt company. That's why they're under a fake sun in all of the counties, group stalking, engaging in the same exact demonic behavioral patterns, exhibiting demon possession, in other words, in that demonic environment. And this is understanding the absence of any free society and constitutionally protected conduct, while companies are actually in the shoes of the state, engaging in the state's pattern of conduct. And that's, again, while making money. That's what Amazon Prime represents. That's what Havana, this apartment complex, represents. While the property management company, just like speaker companies, you're not a protected business. I'll drain your pockets and I'll criminally prosecute you. And there's an employee that's with Tracy Banks, group stalking. All right. She's on surveillance cameras. It's 2:36 p.m. She's going to federal prison. All right. Group stalking with the people that stayed at this apartment complex. I documented the license plate on that video. That third party driving that vehicle, driving in relevant position under the fake sun with the state that's stalking the helicopter. They're going to federal prison. And so is Tracy Banks. And she's going to federal prison for that and everything else that she engaged in while she has been targeting me, by the way, with the state since I was a child. This didn't just start when I started documenting it. All right. She's going to federal prison for that which she's been engaged in, which the Lord has been looking at her while she's targeting me. And you're coming for my heavenly Father. And he does not lose. He does not lose. All right. Scripture says that he draws a sword. All right. And you'll have mother against daughter, father against son. This is scriptural. Those, in other words, what is that referencing? That is speaking to giving light to the reality of those that are in darkness, those that are in light. And when you come to Christ, that's when your enemies will show themselves based on the spirit that occupies them. And it's shown when they are targeting you. And this is no ordinary targeting. This is not just my mom that's stealing my debit card, okay? Because she's broke and no, this is demonic. This is an adversary in the natural, and it's the worst type of enemy, because the enemy that gave birth to you is the one that you are. And I do love my mother. I don't hate her. She hates me. She serves Satan. She's the one that's deceived. She's also on the losing end of this bargain with the devil, and she's going to federal prison. And it's nothing that I wish on anyone. She's at an advanced age. She has compromised her own future. She's brought her family members into it. But they're not innocent. They engaged in it of their own volition, thinking that they were getting away with something. They've all been deceived by the enemy, their enemy, and what is an enemy that's using them against me, a child of God. You know them by their deeds. They can claim that they're Christians all day long. You know them by their deeds. If you are indeed, first of all, the Holy Spirit is not out here targeting the Holy Spirit. That's not how things work. Second of all, you are not engaging in what is a pattern of transgression, of what is wickedness. That's not someone that actually knows the Lord Jesus Christ. You are not walking with the Holy Spirit. You are not walking with the Lord Jesus in relation. Those are the type, they're going to stand before the Lord, and he's going to say, "Depart from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you." Especially while you're targeting his children, and he's using the same supernatural conduct that they're using to target. This is the ability for the world to see the supernatural tactics that are underway. And this is, in other words, the Lord employing the supernatural, speaking to the supernatural in a natural means whereby everyone, in a palatable manner, for everyone to see what Satan is doing amongst people. And it is satanic, but it's also that which is embodied in tangible evidence for a prosecution in the natural. And unfortunately, my mother is caught up in that cycle. And this is what she sought to do for a very long time, and she's still doing it. And unfortunately, again, the demon possessed who are mentally ill, those are the ones that are seeking to criminally defame you. Those are the ones that are in a position while they're giving you a narrative of a lie in the specific environment, reporting the news to you about what the entity doesn't want you to know about, but that the United States is sacrificing American citizens. And it's satanic while they're sacrificing. That's why I'm using those specific words, because that's what it is. They're sacrificing American citizens. They're sacrificing people. Satan is the one that's engaging in sacrificing people, envious of who they are, which the demons, they know who you are spiritually speaking. And it is for your own safety that you recognize what's going on. It's un-American. It's unconstitutional. It's also ungodly. It's absolutely out of the pit of hell. And do not be surprised by any blood relative, any so-called friend, any spouse, any co-workers, whatever position of authority that they think that they have. Satan is using it to deceive you and also to threaten you. They don't have actual authority. They don't have actual authority. And I'm prosecuting every aspect of that pattern of conduct. Every aspect. And this is video evidence that's going against the government. And unfortunately, it's not unfortunately because it's a matter of justice, but this is about what the Lord has told me to speak the truth regarding. And it's about his children who I don't know in this country and around the world. And they're subject to this and they need to know about it. So you're talking about my mother who has sought to sacrifice me. She's engaged in what is hurting herself. And I will not compromise what the Lord has told me to speak on, because I have an affection toward my mother who hates me, who is serving Satan. You're going to choose who you will serve. I will serve the Lord Jesus at all times. Okay, I'm going to serve him and speak the truth. And so even if she ends up in federal prison, so be it. She made that decision. She made that decision. She engaged in that. That's her own. She's going to face that. That's between her and the Lord. But what she's doing, it's in service of Satan, and she's coming against the Lord Jesus himself, and he's judging it. He's judging it. That's how you have a mother group stalking. And commercially speaking, with regard to the entity, that's how you have FedEx group stalking under the fake sun. In Rancho Cucamonga, that's nowhere near Monrovia, where the entity is engaging. Well, nowhere near San Diego. You're looking at all the pattern of conduct. This is a state's pattern of conduct, and the demons within the population are acting as one to maintain all the elements of monitoring, which is demonic activity. Amazon Prime, FedEx, the Havana apartment complex, and the state stalking with helicopter in the same environment where I am in 2022 and before, but 2022. I'm at Alvarado Gardens day in and day out capturing what's the LAPD doing, because this is what San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department were doing in Rancho Cucamonga. What's over my head in my apartment complex in Alvarado Gardens in LA is not over Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. It's not over me while I'm around the block from the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court right now in the afternoon. The sun is not a stagnated stationary object that's maintaining perfect and precise presence, including in the hallway window of the Hesperia Holiday Inn, and also over me in its zenith in the parking lot of Rancho, and also remaining rising and setting, that is through visible is perfect alignment, as perfectly aligned as through my living room window in the morning and through my bedroom window in the evening, where I'm remaining in Los Angeles, where I lived and worked. That's not the sun. And how is it also going to be over Tyreek Hill at 10:20 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, as was documented on video for the whole world to see the evidence of the specific environment, what it is that I'm talking about, not possibly the natural environment, irreconcilable with the operation of nature. There's only one sun, not 14. Okay? That's the entity that's engaging that pattern of conduct. And so this is just speaking to, again, the personal testimony, being betrayed, being targeted by my own family, my own blood relatives. Okay? So, because I use family, I put that in air quotes. My family would not be engaging in this. All right. And this, you're talking about what is mental illness, when this is going to be, there's real consequences for what she's doing, for what my blood relative, Eric Corey Spencer, who is blood related to me, group stalking and federal stalking, doing so, seeking to profit off of my being off of sacrificing me. And they are the ones that intended to remain after whatever, whether I lost my life or whether I was sitting up like a vegetable in a facility somewhere, and criminally defaming me, manufacturing a mental illness. In other words, that's tantamount to losing your life, because that's the purpose of group stalking. That's why the government is targeting very specific individuals. While, by the way, you are learning that the United States is not free. Satan's system of surveillance is currently underway, and I'm being targeted while this system is currently underway, and it's demonic. So that's a prosecution of my family, as opposed to my family that wanted to sacrifice me, and that's how God is judging what they have decided to do. It is currently 2:44 p.m. This is P.O.C. That video evidence is going to be published online. It's evidence against Jennifer, Carlo, Luis, Maria, all of them that were group stalking in Hesperia, because you also know what the entity is doing. 6ZRF403 is crossing path. You also know what the entity is doing on an ongoing basis as I go from place to place. All right. And that very pivotal video documentation is evidence of what is, again, a mother that she does not under any circumstances actually love me as her daughter that she gave birth to. She's fully engaged in the malicious pattern of conduct. And in other words, unfortunately, needs to repent because she is fully turned over to Satan, and she has been my whole life. So this is not about trying to air out anybody's dirty laundry. This is about a criminal system that I'm subject to, and it's satanic. And my own birth mother needs the Lord Jesus Christ. Havana, Rancho Cucamonga apartment homes is group stalking. So I just want to make sure I document that. And the property management company to be subject to a criminal prosecution. I've already documented this property, this block, while the entity was flying over my head in helicopters in the morning. It's literally sitting on the record, and I used it while in Los Angeles, fake sun and all, screen recording videos showing you both at the same time. You could see it. It's that's the prosecution. It's already done. It's already done. And the demon possessed who are mentally ill, and it includes my mother. Group stalking in a helicopter. The state already knows who you are. The state already knows who are group stalking with you. That is the people, and it includes those whose name I do know. And the entity did that on video is what I captured. Okay, that's irreconcilable under any circumstances, speaking to what is the reality of the ability to target someone in the remarkable environment. I refer to it as the specific environment. And it is, again, the betrayal of any and everything, the government, the constituents of the state, and anyone whose name you know, who are engaging in the ongoing obsessive maintenance of elements, which is the engagement in demonic activity. The demon possessed are obsessively consumed with you, as opposed to what they want to look like in the natural, obsessed and consumed with working out, getting to work on time, their newborn baby, their BBL that they just had performed, their breast implants that they just got, the fact that they are the center of their universe. Let me be clear. It's not around the target individual. They're under a fake sun. They're group stalkers. They serve Satan, and they are sleepers, meaning they are in a position to maintain the elements of monitoring wherever I go. So as I arrive, they are shown to be the demons that they are, group stalking. And that is shown through the scientific impossibility that the sun would ever be there at any time of day, let alone the fact that it remains there all day long as I remain there. This is what my own birth mother has participated in. Okay, in my actual family, those who are my brothers and sisters in Christ, I'm not going to compromise the truth. because of that, because of some emotional indebtedness that I may feel, which I don't, against one who seeks to sacrifice me. You're a spiritual enemy. And so this is understanding, get your emotions together, because this is spiritual warfare, and that in warfare, people die. All right. And so you're talking about the works of the devil that intends to destroy you, and it's not going to destroy me. It's not going to stop me. It's not going to silence me. All right. And that's what the enemy intended to do, spiritually speaking. The entity seeks to exploit those positions that they maintain, meaning your family, your blood relatives, rather, in order to speak to the demise regarding a narrative that they want to surround you by, because you were insane, or because you were a criminal, or because you were suicidal, while they're targeting you, even in the face of facts that do not support that. Okay. And being an accomplished, college educated, legally educated, a legal scholar, there's no facts that support that I am incompetent, that you can't support yourself, or that you're so suicidal, you hate your life, you hate yourself. There's nothing about me, there's nothing about the way that I carry myself or have ever that has to support that, other than the fact that the demons are stating it and no one questions it. That's what the government is relying on. It's just Satan putting out the lies, and no one questions it. And American citizens in this country have been subject to, they're dead right now. And the family remained, and the friends and family remain giving a false narrative when that person was sacrificed. And they're lying. Nobody's questioning it. And there are, again, investigations that are to be had with regard to filthy departments like the LAPD, like the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, like the San Diego Police Department. Filthy departments. And they have been given, for example, publicity on the news regarding investigations that they solve. They're making money and making themselves appear upright and heroic when they're engaging in this system simultaneously. No, you're not a hero because you serve one crime while you're playing cops and robbers, and you're also engaging in this satanic system at the same time. You're the charlatan that Satan is. That's what they are. And they're corrupt. You remain corrupt while you want to engage in playing cops and robbers, and also you're corrupt at the same time. So what does that make you? It makes you corrupt, period. License 8DCM533. I'm at Vineyard and Arrow in Rancho Cucamonga, and the fake sun is right over me at 2:49 in the afternoon. How is the light source going to be over the hallway window as I captured at 3 p.m. and at 3:05 p.m.? Because it's not. It's not. That's not the sun. That's speaking to the criminal pattern of conduct that my own birth mother is participating in. Maliciously. She's been documented engaging in this for years. Criminal summoning and all. She's going to federal prison. P.O.C. License 8JJE299. These are demons affiliated with the U.S. Navy, by the way. License 8LSC423. So you have those that are affiliated with the Navy that are engaged in domestic terrorism, and they're demon possessed as well. So just want to point that out to you. 60445Y3. Those affiliated with the Navy that are actually criminals, concealing a very mentally disturbed mind state while they're engaging in the satanic targeting system, and on their license plate referencing the U.S. Navy. Again, 8JJE299. There's no honor amongst minions. License DK07Z37 paper 7CTD856. The fake sun's remaining over me in Upland, California, like I documented. Sunrise every day throughout 2018 to 2022. While I'm living in Los Angeles, outright departure from that. Outright departure from that, not the natural environment. And while I come back to Upland, 2:58 p.m., fake sun, assuming the same exact position directly over me, in step with me as I drive in Upland, California, on Euclid Avenue South. I'm at the intersection of I Street, where demons are group stalking. All right, license 8NOE653. License, I already read that one. 6DRF825. And 2:59 p.m. There's no sun that's going to be over Euclid Avenue, by the way. As a matter of documentation, I would get up daylight savings time before and after daylight savings time, which is only give and take an hour. There's no reconciling the lights are still being in this position over the same street at 2:59 in the afternoon. By the way, it would never be, if that's the sun rising and setting over Alvarado Gardens, for example, or remaining through my window at the San Diego Fairfield by Marriott, or remaining over me while I'm en route at the same time to Las Vegas, Nevada, in an totally opposite direction. So this is, again, the unintelligent conduct. A demon-possessed veteran of the U.S. Navy is a group stalker, 8JJE299. Alrighty, I'm at Euclid Avenue and G Street, where I've documented the sunrise in perfect alignment with me on this very street on G Street. And Fern at sunrise, meaning it's in alignment with me at sunrise while I'm sleeping in a vehicle. And you can see the light source, which I used when I was in Los Angeles. And you're looking at the light source outside of my living room window. And I would do morning after morning a screen recording referencing the documentation of the sunrise at Euclid and G Street. And the entity is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's not in the hallway window of the Hesperia 9750 key point, where this demon, speaking to what is a veteran from the U.S. Navy, there's nothing impressive about this demon. This is a psychopath and a criminal, a group stalker. They serve Satan. And unfortunately, they were a part of the U.S. Navy, which, based on the criminal conduct that the government in California is engaging in, it's not a surprise. It's revealing many of the secrets that are within the fabric of this company. Of this wall of the company. Well, some people do describe the United States as a company, but I'm referencing this country. HVNBWND. All right. P.O.C. I'm at D Street and Euclid Avenue, where you will see images of the light source, which is go ahead and look at the picture of the light source while CAL FIRE's group stalking in the hallway at 3:05 p.m. It's 3:01 p.m. right now. So there's CAL FIRE. There's a veteran of the U.S. Navy, both engaged in the pattern of conduct. Okay, so you're looking at, again, the remarkable environment, which is, again, my own birth mother. There's no exception. There's no respecter of persons with regard to this pattern of conduct that's underway, which is a government's crime, and the government is using the population, including those who you are blood related to. So this is for you to remove yourself. Do not be deceived and open your eyes. If you're thinking, oh, they would never because they love me, you need to open your eyes. Those are the ones that Satan will use to hurt you the most. All right. It is currently 3:02 p.m. This is P.O.C. Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes, and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C., and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state. And it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. Alrighty, it is currently 3:05 and I am in Ontario. I am not in Hesperia, in the hallway of the 9750 Key Point Holiday Inn, where the light source is in this position through the hallway window, and that which is not sunlight. But the presence of the pattern of conduct is underway, where you're looking at the engineer light that was sliding down the wall across the carpet and sliding up the opposite side of the wall, while you saw group stalkers that are identifying a state agency, CAL FIRE, who you saw group stalking under the fake sun at that same address this morning during the 10 o'clock. Tamara Clark and Mike representing CAL FIRE, that's the state acting directly. There's no sun. Great departure from being anywhere in a vantage point where you could see it through the hallway window of the Hesperia Holiday Inn, but also where I'm at is also notable. San Antonio and Hope Boulevard, this is the Starbucks. Starbucks is a group stalker. And the impossible light activity that you are so familiar with inside of that venue, Satan is serving you cappuccinos and mocha lattes and making your espresso drinks. That's Satan that's serving you those drinks. They're group stalking and monitoring you under the fake sun, by the way, where I stood at this very bus stop at 7:53 in the morning, right here, where the fake sun is remaining over me at this same location. That's speaking to a scientific impossibility. While this light source remains in step with me, that's how you know that group stalkers work for Starbucks. Group stalkers are shopping at Starbucks, as I've already shown. You know, these are the demons that are stalking on the freeway. The light source is right through the windshield. 7MGM965 is a demon. And impossible light fills across the walls, as I've already documented, in the morning. where the sun would never be at the same address. And not only is it at the same address with regard to a documented sunrise, which I juxtapose with the presence in Los Angeles, California, Alvarado Gardens. I'm not living at Alvarado Gardens anymore. So what the light source was remaining over Alvarado Gardens all day long. So I'm coming back to a documented location, even the sunrise while I'm at this location, and it's 3:07 in the afternoon. I just came from the Holiday Inn in Hesperia, and this light source is remaining over my hotel room window, and then it's over the hallway window at 3:05 as a matter of documentation so that you can see the terrace that is Cal Fire. Okay, those demons that create an earthquake when they're walking up and down the hallway, vibrating and shaking the mattresses. Oh, that's what's happening when you're walking? Those are demons who are stalking. It's called sensational activity, and they're sex offenders, keeping a woman under surveillance in a hotel room. A population is consumed and obsessively consumed with what's going on with your genitalia, especially while they're group stalking you in the bathroom of the Starbucks, a documented criminal pattern of conduct. Where the sunrise, the fake sun is captured over this venue in the morning. The Ontario Police Department are group stalking at this Starbucks, and I've documented and engaged in time after time criminal summoning with the Ontario Police Department, and you have a lot of people that are going to federal prison. There's no statute of limitations, and no one has forgotten. While I'm here, I want you to see the evidence of the ongoing pattern of conduct. My own flesh and blood that is Tracy Banks, a documented terrorist engaging in what is trying to sacrifice me, and unfortunately they all fail, and they fail abysmally, because all of their secrets are simultaneously being exposed, and Starbucks is going to compensate me for the harms that they've been engaged in for years. While they are a documented terrorist, they're going to be treated as a person. They're a sex offender, group stalking you in the bathrooms, engaging in harassing you, and group stalking with P.O.C. So I'm going to get everybody's license plate because they're all going to federal prison. That's the entity that provides evidence against the people of the state while you document them. And it is the unmistakable pattern of conduct. Well, there's no sun that's remaining over the hallway window of the Holiday Inn in Hesperia, California, while it's over me right here at the Starbucks in Ontario, California, where I've documented the sunrise. Right here where I stood at that bus stop, and it's over the sign facing me, which I use to juxtapose and prosecute the terrorist organization, Dominic Choi, and the LAPD, stalking just like that in helicopters flying right over me, which is your identification of stalking. 5GEN384. And I'm gonna give everybody else on podcasts because they're all going to federal prison. Okay, the terrorist population that are engaging in group stalking and terrorizing you and psychological torture with the state. This is going on the front page of YouTube so that you're understanding the ongoing pattern of conduct with regard to what the state of California is engaging in. And it's sexually violent, it's psychotic, and it's highly criminal and malicious. And it's a crime committed by the government. Starbucks represents the government. Awful operation of any business. They're making money while they're engaging in relevant positioning, light activity, and audible activity. And that demonic light activity is filled inside of Starbucks, which is already sitting on the record. So for a fake sun over the venue while I remain all day long is the intent communicated by a commercial actor to make money while they're criminally surveilling you with the state that just flew over, confirming the fact that Starbucks is engaged in group stalking and federal stalking, and they're going to federal prison. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this right now. It's currently 3:09 p.m. where you saw a criminal act of an intent to retaliate, to intimidate, to threaten, and psychologically torment by engaging in the pattern of conduct by the state directly in helicopter. P.O.C. This is called crossing path. They're even monitoring while they get in their vehicles, and I'm going to document them on podcasts. They're going to federal prison. 50843J3. P.O.C. Alrighty, documenting the state group stalking at Starbucks in Ontario, California. And then the entity flies over by helicopter while it's monitoring you and then engaging in what is seeking to obstruct justice by further terrorizing you. License 50843J3 is going to federal prison. Group stalking with Starbucks. The employees are in the venue engaging in criminal activity while they're making baristas, which is what I documented for a prolonged period while basically the sunrise into the sunset. That is after 6 p.m. I documented while sitting in this Starbucks. 706 West Holt Boulevard in Ontario, California. Starbucks is fully engaged in state surveillance. That's why the specific environment is remaining around me at the Starbucks in Montclair, California. Okay, that's why the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct of stalking in helicopters while I'm documenting the maintenance of a light source at the Starbucks in Montclair and any and every other Starbucks where I would go. Starbucks is in the state of California is making money while keeping American citizens under surveillance, sexually violating them, terrorizing them, psychologically torturing them, and engaging in what is the demonic pattern of conduct while doing so making a buck. 3GIN 608. License 9HJE619, 8PSR468, 29, no, it's coming. This is the third party that's crossing path. License 292272. And that is It looks like it's got an E in front of that license plate. They're crossing path to monitor right now. I'm getting the people of the state that are sitting, you'll see on video, stalking in the helicopter right over my head as I just so happen to be capturing a scientific phenomenon. The fake sun, then you're getting to the conclusion that it's fake. The sun is over the same address where it's at, as a matter of documentation, at 7:50 in the morning. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 8 hours later, it's still over me at this address, which I used to juxtapose the light source remaining over me in Los Angeles while I lived and worked there. The sunrise at it, same time, seen through my living room window. The two are not happening at the same time, nor is the sun going to be at the same address for that duration of time. You're looking at the fake sun remain over me while population is stalking, and Starbucks is a part of that population making $1 while they're group stalking. And the entity that knows that you're exposing them engages in acts to threaten your life and intimidate and retaliate by stalking in a helicopter, which everyone around is going to federal prison for that. That's literally what those fools just engaged in on video. And the group stalkers get in the parking lot. They don't mind going to federal prison, and they are. This is a Latina female. She's got black spacers in her ears. She's driving, and an aged, overweight female in the vehicle is also right. Group stalking with, again, 9HJE619 is who you're seeing group stalking in the parking lot under the fake sun, engaging in terrorism with the entity using a helicopter. They're going to federal prison. 6SRV931, license plate 8NJY980, 9DQP085, 5GEN384, which is what I recited in the video, 4CZJ090, and license 6WHD972, 9DME275. They're group stalking in the drive-thru. They're group stalking inside of the Starbucks itself, and they're also group stalking working at the venue. Okay, I'm documenting the license plates. There is a venue right across the street, the Tacos Estilo Guadalajara. Their license plates, they're right here in relevant position. A gate is a superficial distinction. They're in relevant position. 8MCX015 and license 7CTA260, stalking in the hallway, in the parking lot, in the alley, 6KKD885. They're going to federal prison as well. All right. The entity is group stalking with the state using helicopters. This is what the federal government is going to very forcefully prosecute. Group stalking in the in the drive-thru, DJ58L16. That's a paper plate. They are completing a transaction while they're simultaneously engaged in state surveillance, threatening the life and psychologically torturing another under a fake sun. All right, that's the evidence of the intent to do so while spending $1, and Starbucks is making $1, and they're together engaging in terrorism together. License SLF3733, that's Texas. Those are all third parties who are going to federal prison. That's what I thought. It's a school district. All right, that is Chaffee Joint Union High School, that license plate. And by the way, you have sex offenders that are working for the schools. These sex offenders, and I'm exposing the sexual violence, and they work with children. That's what, and a school district is group stalking. 8MYA735 is going to federal prison. And that, again, that school district license plate is the one that's crossing path coming to Starbucks to maintain elements monitoring 292272. All right, that's a school district vehicle, a Latino male on the surveillance cameras group stalking. 9GHU065 is going to federal prison as well. Group stalking with the demons of Starbucks. You've already seen them. You've seen the engineer light moving across the building in the morning while they're getting their drinks, and group stalking on their way toward work. You've seen the impossible light activity. That's the intent to engage in that surveillance system. The next one that's going to federal prison, 9DME275. And it's currently 3:15 p.m. You will see that video uploaded to the Google Drive for today. And it's also going on the front page of what the police departments, the sheriff's departments, the fire departments, the entity that group stalks by ambulances, and the ways in which the pattern of conduct unfold, and exhibiting demon possession by a population and a corrupt government. Okay. They do so as one entity. And these are the most potent forms that are threatening the lives and threatening the mental well-being of an American citizen. All right. It's not just, let me be clear, 7ZCY815 is also going to federal prison, going out of their way to stalk with the means of using their reverse lights while they're parked. They're in relevant position while the entity flew over by helicopter. So since they're going out of their way to maintain the elements, they're going to federal prison because that's what they were doing when the entity flew over by helicopter. Okay. They are going to federal prison. That license plate I just read. It is currently 3:15 p.m. and the fake sun is over me at the Starbucks 706 West Holt in Ontario, which I used, by the way, when I was nowhere near LA, never came to LA, and the fake sun didn't either. The fake sun stayed right over Alvarado Gardens, over me at Alvarado Gardens, which is how you know what Starbucks is doing and the rest of the people of the state are doing. And you also know that because they literally provided evidence against the people. They, meaning the state, that's the same entity, they provided evidence against themselves, flying over me in a helicopter under the fake sun as I'm documenting it. They're all going to federal prison. It is currently 3:16 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, you are going to see images at 3:19 p.m. at the infamous Ovid Family Community Library, and at 3:19 p.m. Daylight savings time or not. First of all, you're going to see a picture of the demons who are group stalking, bearing no license plates, right under the fake sun. That's consciousness of guilt. That's what that's evidence of. But this is the demon that's ripping off or removing license plates while stalking in plain sight, and this is the boldness that Satan has when they remove their license plates. Okay, these are the demons that are running, trying to avoid being documented, and are boldly doing. Alrighty, I just wanted to get the face of this minion. Just asking a demon a question regarding, I need some help with parking because I want to get Satan's face. This is the light source that's over. Remember the June 16, 2022 kidnapping. The light source is directly over the roof over my head while a bunch of demons bearing weapons, every single last one of them are going to federal prison. That was a kidnapping on June 16, 2022 upon criminal defamation, upon federal group stalking them on. They're group stalking. It's criminal summoning when they arrive. It's criminal defamation while they're making up information regarding to arrest you, which they don't even have the authority to do. They're group stalking, remember that. And this is the light source that's over this venue, the Ovid Family Community Library, at 10:29 in the morning. 9LMA736 is group stalking under that fake sun. I'm here at 3:20 in the afternoon. That's capturing the pattern of conduct. And again, what's so radical, what's so spectacular about this evidence is because I'm living in LA, and so how was the sun ever over Ovid Family Community Library when it's literally over my office day in and day out? LAPD stalking every minute. They're wearing diapers, stalking so heavily in helicopter. They're not taking any breaks. Those demons were wearing diapers, stalking so heavily every move that I make, everything that I said, and they provided evidence. They were so sure that they were going to it was going to result in my being kidnapped, my being sacrificed. Somebody was going to take my life. Somebody was going to accomplish what they were doing, and that's why you do that in the face of a video capturing evidence of it, because the entity has thought in its mind, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many videos. It doesn't matter. She captured 27 videos today of us stalking her, terrorizing her in helicopter. The entity was convinced that they were going to get away with it. That's the only reason why you do that. That communication of a threat, that's literally how you're analyzing that evidence. There's no other reason to engage in that sort of foolish provision of evidence against one who you are aware of or is fearful of exposing that. The entity was convinced, and the entity was wrong. They bargained against the wrong person. And if that's how you have a fake sun over the same library where it's practiced, and let me be clear, I'm here at 7, 8, 9, and the kidnapping on June 16th was at 10:29 in the morning. I'm capturing video. And in that video, the entity is stalking in helicopter. I'm at the same address. The sun is not going to be in any position over the same address, okay, at this point in the day. And it's also not remaining. There's only one sun. So for what was remaining over me from sunrise until sunset at Alvarado Gardens, okay, and when the entity is, again, aware of the fact that I began comparing the crime scene, which was Ovid Family Community Library, heavily referenced. The entity begins covering up the fake sun for it to arrive at 11:30, 10 in the morning. Where does it arrive? Directly over the top of my head. It will never be the natural environment because you're witnessing the demonic, and the entity is caught in a cycle of a pattern of conduct. The entity has no other plan to engage in this. Their whole formula has been exposed. So you cover up the fake sun. This is not even the natural environment. So you're aware of that. What else? There's nothing that surprises you. You're aware of what Satan is doing. You cover up the fake sun, you're still stalking in the same manner. They're still stalking in the path with methods of light activity. And the entity, at the latter part of the morning, the fake sun is still arriving, and it's arriving, of course, over the top of my head at Alvarado Gardens. What was documented in the morning over one address with regard to the sun, you're the idiot that tried to use or imitate the natural environment. The natural environment will never include the sun being over the same address for a series of 8 hours, 12 hours, like I've documented. That's the evidence of a stationary object. And I'm capturing that as I am referencing what I already captured before, while I'm referencing what I juxtaposed with this crime scene in an entirely different location. And as I come back and return at 3:23 p.m., showing you what's under no circumstances going to be en route, for example, while I'm on the freeway driving to Las Vegas. I capture that moment by moment. It's remaining over my sunroof. It's remaining through my driver and passenger side window. That's not over the Ovid Family Community Library, over the parking garage, in precise moment. That hovering light source, it's right here over me as you're looking at it through the services, and demons are stalking and have a newfound confidence because they ripped the license plates off of their vehicles. That's showing you the criminal nature and the cowardice, because those are the demons that are fleeing from being caught on camera. And let me be clear, damned if you do, damned if you don't. It is true, because you are a coward group stalking, but you're also a fool while you provide a wealth of evidence to me. So this is, just want to be clear, that's just built in. That's inherent to coming for a child of God. You're going to be prosecuted, and there is no avoiding that. This is the foolishness of engaging in this very highly unintelligent pattern of conduct. It's very highly unintelligent. It is 3:24 p.m. You will see the evidence of the supernatural while I'm at 215 E.C. Street, Ontario, California, engaged in multiple acts of criminal summoning. Engaged in multiple acts of harassment, sexual violence, stalking in the bathroom. While the fake sun, this is your ability to see the sex offender in clear view. You could see them in HD. Okay, that's not the sun that's over them. So that's pacing that's happening in a bathroom. Demons who know who you are, and they're doing so on behalf of a government that has no business being consumed with your genitalia and what's going on with your genitalia. That's what sex offenders do. That's the that's the predatory behavior and mindset of sex offenders. That's what the entity is doing. In a remarkable environment that anyone can recognize. It just took the right, I just documented it for the world to look at, because what is over them in Miami, Florida, well, Tyreek Hill's arrest is showing it's not the sun. That's not possibly the sun. That's not in conformity with rudimentary principles regarding what we've been told about the environment. It's not a natural environment. It's a demonic one. And the behavior, everything that's happening in that environment is serving a purpose that is maliciously underway. It's right in front of you. You're not even recognizing it. And there are things that you need to recognize for your own safety. It is currently 3:25 p.m. This is P.O.C. Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes, and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C., and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state. And it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. All right, here's stalking. That is, again, the entity flying in circles around, and you can see the fake sun right over me. And this is speaking to the knowledge that the entity has that I'm here also. All right, and begins flying in circles while I am documenting the pattern of conduct. This is demonic, and that's also the evidence of stalking. I'm gonna show you the fake sun. That's right over me. That's also how you know that somebody's stalking you in a helicopter. All right, that's audible activity. You already know that the Ontario Police Department is a terrorist organization, and their criminal activity has been used as an ongoing example about the terrorist organizations, the LAPD, and both terrorist organizations are going to be criminally and civilly prosecuted. And you have many of them that are going to federal prison, and it's also the basis for disbanding. Those are demons who are pacing, monitoring with that state. That's what that is, audible activity. Demons who are group stalking. Those are the same demons stalking in hotels like I've been showing you. And that's how you know that they're stalking in a helicopter, because the fake sun is over me. And I'm at this same exact parking lot. Ontario police are on video in this parking lot at 8 o'clock in the morning, sitting in the parking lot in their vehicle, and the fake sun is over this hotel. They're group stalking with children. That's light activity, relevant positioning, and federal stalking. That's also demons that have custody of minor children. And that's a threat to those children, by the way. And they're engaging in what is domestic terrorism. They're doing so in the remarkable environment at 3:31 p.m. The entity is keeping the fake sun over my hotel room as I captured San Bernardino Sheriff's Department group stalking in the parking lot of the 76 in alignment with my hotel room. This is crossing path in plain sight, criminal conduct, which the population is going to be prosecuted for. All right, openly engaging in criminal activity, and they're demons that are stalking you. And they did so the same exact condition by those that are in helicopters, the Ontario Police Department, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. They are at this same address, stalking under a fake sun at 10:29 in the morning, engaged in kidnapping. They're not a legitimate police department, and they're still engaging in terrorism, and they're showing the world how Satan's system of surveillance is happening in the United States. That is not a free country. They are unapologetically fully engaged in unconstitutional and un-American criminal conduct that is psychotic. They like to use helicopters to stalk American citizens. We are not in a third world country. I am in California. This is speaking to the demise of the Ontario Police Department. Every single last one. Look at the video documentation. I used it very heavily. They're going to federal prison. They are all going to federal prison, and they're showing their worthiness. The Ontario Police Department, that's off of Archibald Avenue in Ontario, that whole police department is a crime scene, capturing the fake son over it in the afternoon and in the morning. They're using their helicopters, which again, the chief of police is not ignorant about. The county sheriff, Shannon, DICUS, is not ignorant about what the helicopters are used for. They're engaged in 24-hour surveillance, stalking me while I live outside, stalking me while I'm sleeping in a car, stalking me while I'm at the library. And you also know that they're stalking because it's a fake son that remained over me. That's how you're identifying and putting all the dots together. They know exactly where I'm at and what I'm staying while they fly over me in the remarkable environment that the sun would never be present at the same library where it's present at 8 in the morning, where it's present at 10:29 with this entity engaged in a kidnapping. All right, so I just want to be clear, everybody, including the people of the state that live at, that are working, 7UJW 963, federal prison. Group stalking with a minor children in the vehicle and impossible light activity. And this demon right here was stalking with their headlights on. They're turning them back on right now. The entity flew over in a circle. They're going to federal prison, 8LXS613. The moment they begin moving is to monitor. They're doing so under a fake sun that's moving. They were stalking with the Ontario Police Department. They're going to federal prison. Okay, you can mark my words. They're going to federal prison. That's P.O.C. That's audible activity. I'm not in their way. I'm standing on the sidewalk. That's P.O.C. They're moving as I move, and that's a demon engaged in surveillance. 8LXS613, impossible light against the building. They were stalking with that demon that was using a helicopter. They're going to federal prison for that terrorism. This is what a whole population is doing. This is what LAPD was doing with an apartment complex. This is what they were doing with an apartment complex. P.O.C. Impossible light across the building. That has nothing to do with sunlight, and this isn't even the sun. 8NCW700, federal prison. This is what a terrorist organization that's calling itself a police department in Ontario, California is engaging in. All of the demons, do you know how many? I've captured them on video and images by badge number. Every single last one of them are going to federal prison. You have a lot from the Ontario Police Department who are going to federal prison. License plate, by the way, it's currently 3:34 p.m. This is the scientific impossibility that there would ever be any sun outside of my bedroom window in Alvarado Gardens. At the same time, I'm capturing this. This is not in alignment with my bedroom window at Alvarado Gardens. This is called crossing path, group stalking in plain sight, and federal stalking. This is not seen through the hallway window of the Holiday Inn in Hesperia where I just came from. That's the criminal engagement by a bunch of demons getting in helicopters to stalk somebody. Psychological torture and terrorism. This is going on the front page of YouTube to evidence the criminal conduct by the state of California. And those that are currently in positions, the chief of police over Ontario, it's a demon. He's a criminal, he or she is a criminal, and they're going to be removed, and I'm going to prosecute all the demons are part of the Ontario Police Department that ever had anything to do with all the documented acts of kidnapping and harassment and terrorism. They're going to federal prison. It is currently, again, 3:34, and they're not helping. The demons that are inside of the Ovid Family Community Library, that demon just moves to the opposite end of the same building because they were monitoring and they knew exactly what I was stating. They're going to federal prison. I don't need to know them in the same way they don't need to know me, but you're group stalking the wrong person who's literally creating the foundation for what is legislation in this country, and you're going to federal prison for group stalking in the remarkable manner of using helicopters to terrorize American citizens. It's unconstitutional, and the likes of that is using American flags while they were group stalking in Hesperia. Under not the same environment. This is not the sun that's remaining in alignment with my hotel room at the Holiday Inn, where the entity was setting the fake sun. It still remained in alignment with my hotel window. That's what San Bernardino Sheriff's Department was doing, group stalking with the demons at the 76 in alignment to me. All right, they're pathetic. It's really pathetic. And the people of the state, I've been documenting them since I've been in LA, since I relocated. The entity engaged in kidnapping. This long-awaited prosecution does not mean that it's not going to be a prosecution. They engaged in many times harassment, sexual violence, harassment and terrorism, as you just seen by helicopter. You're talking about the employees, the director over the Ovid Family Community Library, and I'm also going to civilly prosecute them. They're going to federal prison. I documented by name. They're in relevant position. I captured their images. No one has forgotten. Neither will that federal prosecution. In the same way they go out of their way to target, I'm going to target them with federal policies and prosecute them. And the government provides evidence against them on an ongoing basis. And that illegitimate government itself is a stalker. That's the Ontario Police and the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Shannon DICUS, that demon is waiting to be plucked out of position. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, what you will see again, there's an ongoing pattern here, and the pattern is very obvious. First of all, I'm showing you the specific environment that's over me at the Ovid Family Community Library. Never going to be the sun. I'm at this Ovid Family Community Library at 7, 8, 9, 10 in the morning, have been subject to kidnapping while this corrupt entity engaged in stalking me and then kidnapped me because they're hostile to the fact that I'm documenting them stalking me. So you're seeing the intent and the malice of the entity, and as that remarkable, that specific environment is present. And I just captured, again, the entity stalking in a helicopter, flying in a circle while the fake sun is over my head, and I'm documenting the people of the state. In that video, the license plate that I documented, they're all going to federal prison, okay? Ovid Family Community Library is documented to engaged in multiple acts of criminal summoning. They're going to federal prison for that. Federal stalking, that's the basis of federal prison as well. And you have criminal defamation and also group stalking with the state directly, which by virtue of engaging in criminal summoning, that's engaging in group stalking with the entity directly. So they're engaging in group stalking with the state that just flew over in a helicopter under a fake sun that's over the same address where it's present in the morning, speaking to the impossibility that there's only one sun. So if the one sun is still at the same address, if it's here at 10:23 in the morning and it's 3:30 in the afternoon, how is there a sun that's ever reaching Miami, Florida? Because the sun is not some sort of object that's just remaining in you, no matter if you're driving in circles in one parking lot all day long. The fake sun just stays there over that parking lot. And that's the mutual experience for everyone, everywhere, no matter what corner you're in this country. That's a specific environment, providing context regarding what's happening, including in the sky space. The Ontario International Airport is a domestic terrorist using commercial airline planes to engage in terrorism, psychological torture. They're stalkers. All right. So is the Ontario police, who are group stalking in helicopters, and the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. And I literally just captured that video going from place to place. That's called stalking. And the entity does it in helicopters. And I'm in Ontario. 9KTT779, 8VPF 624, 7YNB 335, 5WLZ 347, 5XHM 098, 9MBV 367, 5CXH 279, 9GFG 330, 9GPM 428, 6JVM 430, 5EZM 554, 8RGW 904. That's Ontario International Airport, creating audible activity as though they're taking off right here. They're not. That's amplified audible activity. 8JZH 588, 5PBC 855, license 7WGN 146, 8DHK 473. These corrupt airports, they are going to be prosecuted for engaging in what is terrorism and using commercial. Again, it's as psychotic as stalking in helicopters. They are crawling in commercial planes to stalk one person. And it's demonic. The sound of the airplane, it's not taking off from the Ontario International Airport if it's taking off right here. You're far away from the Ontario International Airport, so why are you hovering over as though you're landing here? And remember the timing. I begin documenting these demons who are the people of the state. All of a sudden, you've got the plane that's called audible activity under a fake sun. That's the knowledge. That's the federal stalking. Also, they also know what you're doing as you do it. That's also the sex offender that knows what's going on with your genitalia. All right, then that's a psychopath that does so in the face of evidence. The Ontario International Airport is going to be prosecuted as a terrorist. So is the Harry Reid Airport in Nevada. Okay, so is the Los Angeles Airport, LAX. By the way, you have the federal government that's a part of the security. They're group stalkers. There's a lot of implications regarding what's being exposed that the state is doing. All right, there's the many aspects of the federal government that's engaged in the state's pattern of conduct, because they have districts, they have offices, they have federal offices within the state's districts here in the city and the county. The state is engaged in the P.O.C. So there is, again, a level of federal involvement that's going to supersede the federal government as it exists. For example, the FBI that's in L.A. County, that they're engaged in group stalking. So you're talking about a level of federal involvement that's going to prosecute that aspect of the state's pattern of conduct. The federal government is engaged in group stalking. They're in the same exact specific environment. They're hopping in their vehicles, group stalking, in rolling position. They're engaged in criminal facilitation, just like the state is. Okay, so there's no distinction, and that's not protecting the state. That's what the entity think. Oh, they think that they're so secure and that no one's ever going to know what's going on, because they've got the federal government that has offices in the state that are engaged in the conduct with them. They're designed. It's designed to conceal itself. All right. But that's not the case. And that's exposing. In other words, that's going to serve its purpose, which is to expose the links to which this public corruption expands. That's what that serves. You heard audible activity of the state. That's the Ontario International Airport. By the way, I'm documenting them day in and day out. Fake sun over me while I am on Omnitrans, coming from where the sun rises over me at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. And then you remind over the hillside, the sun is rising through my living room window. So powerful is that sunlight through my closed blinds. The blinds are closed. I pointed that out every day because that's how foolish, that's how idiotic, that's how obsessively stalking. The evidence of the impossible light activity is exhibiting, it's personifying the obsession. That's what you're looking at, obsession. Obsessively stalking. The audible activity. It's revealing not only the mental illness, it's personified through that psychotic conduct with light, that psychotic conduct with audible activity. It's showing obsession, and they're admitting to being demons and stalkers. And it's going under the name, the Ontario International Airport. They're going to make history with regard to being the first airport to be prosecuted for domestic terrorism of a satanic nature. Terrorism, okay? And this is, again, the entity that's engaged in something that happened in 9/11. It included commercial airline planes flying into buildings at that. Do you remember that? Everyone should remember that. The world should remember that. The entity is using commercial airline planes, by the way, to engage in state surveillance, and it's demonic. And so was the 9/11 acts. In the name of Allah, the true and living God is not calling anyone to murder mass amounts of people. That's satanic, that's demonic. Those were demon-possessed people, and they engaged in a massive sacrifice. And I just want to point out the fact that the entity, that's group stalking, that is demon-possessed, is using commercial airline planes. Let's not forget what happened at 9/11. We've been given all sorts of fairy tales and information by the same corrupt entity regarding what actually happened, who was to blame regarding what happened on 9/11. I'm just going to put that there for you to use your own brain and exercise independent thought regarding the underlying. It's not about to figure out the conspiracy regarding who is to blame. It's to open your mind and wake up to the fact that the criminal is the government, and it's satanic, and you need to get your life in Christ if you don't have it, because this world is going to burn in a handbasket. It's going straight to hell. He's coming back in judgment, and there's all manner of wickedness that wants to hide that reality. And he's not permitting it to be hidden anymore. And great evil has been done on this American land. Great evil that's not even, it's antithetical to what the country's supposed to stand for. But that's exactly what Satan is in the business of doing. And it should govern the way that you're living your life. It should govern it. Okay, the ways of the wicked, there's a time where it comes to an end. There is a time where it comes to an end. And your destruction is inevitable. All right, so I'm documenting the entity following me from place to place. I just went around the block from the Starbucks to the library, both heavily documented aspects of the P.O.C. From 2018 to 2022, and the entity in the remarkable environment. It's not just a pattern of, the Starbucks just has a lot of helicopter, or the library just has a lot of, no, you're looking at the impossible light activity. You're looking at the pattern of conduct that the people of the state are already engaged in. It doesn't change in Ontario. And the fake sun, it's not outside of my hotel window in Hesperia of the Holiday Inn. No, it's not. It's not remaining over Alvarado Gardens. You see clearly where it's at. It's over my head while demons are showing themselves, and it's pointing at that agency that's using that helicopter to engage in that spectacular method of stalking someone. Stupidly. You're doing it when my finger is literally the trigger finger. I'm going to put it on video. It's going on the front page. That is nothing to be proud of. There are many that are a part, including Jason Knighton and L. Keys. They're going to federal prison. Those are demons affiliated with a terrorist organization masquerading as police officers. They engaged in kidnapping, physically assaulting and battering me while they're group stalking. Those are demons that were mad because I was documenting their demonic pattern of conduct. Satan hates the fact that it's discerned and that I'm able to substantiate it with evidence, tangible evidence. They physically beat me up, stole my property, and then kidnapped me. They're going to federal prison. Those same demons, that same terrorist organization, stalking in helicopters and repeatedly engaged in kidnapping. Those two demons and all the rest of them having anything remotely close to do with that kidnapping. The ongoing pattern of conduct. You're stalking while wearing a badge. You're stalking while a part of that agency. It's going toward what is the disbanding. It's going toward what is, you are going to federal prison. Stalking, bearing a badge. You're going to produce the information regarding who was flying that helicopter. You're going to federal prison. There's no negotiation with terrorists. There will be zero negotiation with terrorists at all. None whatsoever. Because this is what American citizens are subject to, and then they are losing their lives. This entity is murdering them, and then they get on the news. My mother is a vivid illustration of it. She will be the first one claiming, oh my gosh, I love, she's fully engaged in the pattern of conduct. You're not tolerating that. You're not going to tolerate that. This is the type of legislation, this is the type of punishment that is absolutely necessary and beyond this. I'm just scratching the surface with regards to the ways in which you're going to address the malice. Are going to cut Satan off at every corner. I'm letting you know how you can anticipate what Satan is doing. You know exactly what his game plan is. You know exactly what he's doing. You are on the offensive with regard to punishing criminal conduct. It is currently 3:47 p.m. This is the pattern of conduct at the Open Family Community Library, providing ongoing confirmation that was not needed. It's going toward against the enhancement of federal charges and sentencing regarding the pattern of conduct that this library, the people of the state, the entity, has been engaged in for years. That's why I'm able to come back much after I relocated to LA, corroborating evidence about what was never the natural environment. And the entity is engaging in what is the idiotic conduct of stalking in a helicopter for it to be put on the front page of YouTube, my YouTube channel, which is evidence that I'm going to prosecute them for. And I'm also going to expose them being a whole entity. They are not too numerous to specifically identify and prosecute, contrary to what these demons thought. 4PJU195, they're not too numerous, and it's not too big of a crime. Everybody's going to get their due justice. License 8NPB108, 5TUE472. P.O.C. Capturing video, you'll see that shared, uploaded to the Google Drive, and it will be going on to the internet, which is how you are prosecuting a government. That's how you're blowing the whistle on the state that is keeping you under surveillance, threatening your life. Blowing the whistle will, in any way that it is hindered by the state, you're going to federal prison. That's what I'm showing, all the ways in which the entity seeks to also obstruct justice. You will not hinder the ability of an American citizen to blow the whistle on you, and if you seek to do so in all the ways that the entity does, anything that reasonably relates to a method of leading to obstruction of justice, silencing, hindering somebody from blowing the whistle, you are going to federal prison for it. And you will find out all the creative ways in which you will end up in federal prison. All right, it is currently 3:48 p.m. This is P.O.C. at 215 East C Street, Ovid Family Community Library. License plate 7SIK678, 9JPR217, 9LJJ630, 8YAJ684, MV653. That's a handicap license plate. Okay, a whole bunch of demons, a whole bunch of cowards keeping their back to me while they're group stalking. All the demons have to do is maintain presence, drive around, amplify audible activity. All right, and they're doing so on an ongoing basis, and that's the prosecution of a whole entity. Many companies and organizations, you have associations, you have counties. Ovid Family Community Library is a function of the county, and I'm gonna prosecute it. P.O.C. Currently, let's see, 4 p.m. It's audible activity that Carlos is engaging in, doing so with simultaneity to the operation of my communication device, which is the pattern of conduct that all of these third parties are engaging in the venue. The opening and closing of the door, the beeping when they're scanning the books at the front desk, the times in which even children, their voice, the moment they start crying, it's method of audible activity, stalking with audible activity. And it's very psychotic. The entity are all engaged in focusing on you, which you are also witnessing through the creation of the audible activity. All right, and this is again the evidence of that is the specific environment that surrounds them, and they are maintaining the specific environment. And I took a picture of the location where this terrorism is underway. This is exactly what the entity was doing at a hotel. All of the hotels that I documented, latest was the Holiday Inn in Hesperia, where there's no sun that's going to be outside of any of those hotel windows, like I documented. And that's the hallmark showing the entity stalking in helicopter as I am in the parking lot at this venue, as I am in the at the Starbucks and the helicopter. Again, remember the moment that I began capturing that evidence, the helicopter flies over my head while the light source is over my head in a manner at a location that it's impossible to be the sun at that point in the day. All right, in that manner. But this is in conformity to a pattern of conduct and outside of conformity with nature. And so is their behavior. It's demonic. All right, it is 4:02 p.m. where I captured the specific environment and the terrorism. That door closure is a method of stalking with activity that you're hearing. Pushing the book cart. These are demons just having a whole bunch of props, stalking with noise on an ongoing basis. It's a concerted effort. With, again, not looking at it's not like they're all around me looking at, oh, she's clicking now, oh, she's scrolling now, oh, she's uploading. These are demons that know what you're doing online as well. It is P.O.C. over the Family Community Library. All right, it is 4:30 p.m. and what's captured in screenshots and in images, you're looking at, remember the light activity that all the people of the state and the state are walking around in. Even the light activity inside of the buildings where they're group stalking, they all have double and triple shadows, and they also move pursuant to an ongoing knowledge of what you're physically doing. These are demons who are moving, creating all manner of noise in engineered light, which is also inside of the venue. It has nothing to do with the lamps, the light fixtures. The lights don't create multiple and triple shadows. So this is the light activity creation while they're pacing, and I'm documenting also federal stalking for the purpose of criminal obstruction of justice, which is also relevant to the helicopter activity that's happening outside, that are then the cowards who are stalking and then are hostile and fearful of that evidence. And they're supposed to be the bullies, but nonetheless, you're putting them in federal prison for that. So this is, you'll see Carlos, that little bookcase that's rolling around. Carlos is a demon, and he's using it as a means of stalking with audible activity, and while he's rolling that tray around, This is what everybody else is doing, walking around with engineered light. That's group stalking. In the engineered light, that's how you're recognizing what is group stalking. And the group is united with the demonic environment. The group is united with regard to their in-sync activity creation. The group is united under a light source that's not the sun. All right, and that's exhibiting the pattern of conduct where the hallmark of being present using helicopters, and everybody's looking to the left and the right while they're all pacing around in engineered light. That's the entity that's group stalking. And that's over the Family Community Library. It's 432. That is the federal stalking conduct by the entity that is engaged in the P.O.C. And this is what you'll see in images and on screenshots. That's relevant to the prosecution of the entity as well. I want to give some specificity regarding the Title 18 conduct. You're looking at the screenshots of what is the use of the Wi-Fi, which is, again, there's no malfunction. The entity is obsessively monitoring everything that you're doing. It's not a malfunction with regard to the inability to use it. It's literally the criminal conduct through the act of obstructing the ability to utilize the internet. Okay. In addition, so that's what I'm capturing, and the internet is frozen, not operating, and also you'll see the screenshots that I captured speaking to, oh, your information is not private. None of it, first of all, is private, but this is the result of what is, again, the superficial means of obstructing internet access, like requiring a phone number to create a Google account. You don't need to do that either. Like asking me to verify my identity when I've already used my two-step verification to log into my secured, safe device, and I've been engaged in the same conduct, and all of a sudden you're getting a pop-up. That's federal stalking conduct with regard to, again, the entity that is fearful of its exposure, but still engaging in it, wanting to engage in that POC, but doesn't want anyone to know the fact that they're engaging in that. That's psychotic. Okay, that's the pattern of conduct, nonetheless, by the corrupt entity that's engaged in conduct on the internet that's intended to obstruct your ability to use it. It's not a genuine malfunction. The entity that's engaging in this conduct online is not suffering any malfunctions or shortages or inability to keep you under surveillance. So that's what I'm capturing. And the Ontario Wi-Fi, which is relevant to federal stalking, the county is engaged in Title 18, 22618 subsections 1 and 2 criminal conduct, using the internet service, the ability, the Wi-Fi network itself with the people, with the government, to engage in surveillance. It is unlawful, and also obstruction of justice, seeking to obstruct the use of that same internet to publish its criminal activity. Okay, and that's the significance of what I'm captured. It's 4:34 p.m. Alrighty, it is currently 4:51 p.m. and this is in reference to documentation that you will see shared on the Google Drive, an image with regard to concealment. I am capturing, let me reference the time frame of the evidence that I just captured of obstruction of justice. So let me get the image. You will see it at the image of my YouTube channel at 4:50 p.m. You'll see a picture that I took while I'm subject to the pattern of conduct at the Ovid Family Community Library, and on the venue of the internet. Remember, the internet is nothing other than another place, another venue, in other words, where the criminal conduct is underway. And on YouTube, this is what I'm referencing. You will see episode September 12th, 2024 and September 11th, 2024. They have been made private with regard to visibility. This is a criminal act to obstruct justice, to conceal the names of the government actors who are engaging in the system, who are engaged in public corruption, the entity that's being documented as a sex offender, as a group stalker, engaging and acting maliciously so, and going behind and making these videos private after I have published them. You will see that because this is a pattern that's occurring on YouTube repeatedly. It is serving to protect the criminal that's threatening the life of an American citizen, as opposed to serving to protect that targeted individual who's enforcing their constitutional rights and naming and pointing out the criminal and the sex offender, the psychopath, etc. This is a pattern that's occurring. Remember, YouTube is nothing other than a venue where the criminal system is underway online, and this is where that obstruction of justice, that's a method of obstruction of justice, and is relevant to the prosecution of the people and the state and everybody. Again, it's republished online for you can see it. The entity that is indeed engaged in this criminal system is also engaged in, fully aware of every syllable that I utter, publishing it on the on my podcast, and is also trying to hide that evidence. And it's so pathetic. It's not funny, but it is laughable how pathetic this entity is. Not only is that not going to work, I'm going to prosecute for that engagement in that pathetic act of obstruction of justice. It's relevant to what the government intends to do for any American citizen that will be able people to enforce their rights and blow the whistle on the government that's engaged in the system. All right, and it includes making my videos private. You're exercising some sort of control over my account. That's not my doing, and that's also working against my safety. And when I'm publishing in real time regarding who's engaging in the pattern of conduct, which is everyone, so I'm exposing who's engaging in it, where I'm doing it, and the ways in which they're doing it. And these government actors, that's who you're going to pay attention to, because that's who the entity is seeking to protect. And that is those government actors. They are acting for their own purposes to conceal their identity, and it's not going to work. I'm going to expose you, I'm going to prosecute you, and I'm also going to tell the fact that you sought to engage in that, and it's pathetic. All right, it's currently 4:56 p.m. You'll see that image of what is a criminal act of obstruction, making the videos that are published regarding my podcast, which all of the entity is monitoring. Okay, my little itty bitty website, when I'm just making up information, all right, I'm in my own little world making up the targeted individual's experience, but yet they're monitoring my website, fully engaged in trying to obstruct justice. All right, that's the duality regarding that. It's not the P.O.C, but yet you're concerned with what it is that I'm stating. It's pathetic. This is the government. These are the cowards that I'm approached with. And I'm going to prosecute you. So I'm going to prosecute them. But I want you to be clear. Listen to every government name that I'm uttering. Every license plate, every person, because that's the criminal. They are fully engaged in. While they engage in these types of acts, it is corroborating evidence. It's corroborating relevant circumstantial evidence about what they don't want you to know. And that's not going to work. And I'm also going to make sure that I highlight and underscore that point for you to be aware of. All right, you'll see that evidence is published in the image at 4:50 p.m. And this has been a pattern. And this is why I have to routinely review my evidence, because I publish it and going behind my back and then making it private to hide sex offenders like Joe Tyler. Joe Tyler needs to be known as the violent, closeted sex offender that he is. Okay, sharing the same condition of all those demons working for CAL FIRE, who are domestic terrorists and happen to be engaged in the incidental employment of putting out fires. That's a terrorist organization. That's why they're group stalking in Hesperia under a light source that's no longer over that hotel, which is all that they were doing. They're using their resources and sending their little demons in diapers to come group stalk, which is the state's pattern of conduct. They're state terrorists in California. This is P.O.C. It's currently 4:57 p.m. Alrighty, it is currently 6:02 p.m. I'm going to capture the fake sun right outside of this venue, the Ovid Family Community Library, where they've been consumed with, you'll see the screenshots of the failure to upload the podcast, which is the evidence showing that they are engaged in the pattern of conduct in a library, stalking with noise, and in a library all with multiple shadows, walking around, which is not the product of walking in sunlight. Walking underneath light fixtures and lamps and whatnot. It's a pattern of conduct where you're looking at the engagement in that pattern of conduct, which is designed as a society to engage in state surveillance. And I'm going to show you the light source in alignment with me at Ovid Family Community Library in Ontario, where the fake sun is over me at 8 in the morning during the kidnapping by the Ontario police who were stalking in the blue and white helicopter. This is, again, under the demon that is currently in a position that he's going to be removed from, going to be prosecuted. The Ontario Police Department overdue for being disbanded as well, while the light source is engaged. What's your security guard company, sir? Securitas. Yes, Securitas is still engaged in federal stalking as well, crossing path in the engineer light in the with a communication device engaged in federal stalking. License 8TKS587, engineer light across the curb. That's a Latina female, wavy hair. Group stalking with African American, is a Latino male. Same exact pattern of conduct, engineer light while they're driving in a circle around the turn circle. He's got tattoos all over his skull, 8RNW242, in a black Dodge vehicle, P.O.C. And this is the fake sun in alignment, not with the hotel room window at the venue that I just came from, the hotel in Hesperia. That is the Holiday Inn. It's not in alignment with my bedroom window in Alvarado Gardens. This is under no circumstances where I'm capturing video that I started during my stay at the Fairfield by Marriott in San Diego County, and the entity was stalking in helicopters, and that's identification of stalking by the same demon with skulls on his tattoos on his skull, engaging in criminal conduct, and engaging in conduct in concert with the state, and he's going to be engaging in what is a federal prosecution as a terrorist. All right, he's a sex offender and a demon-possessed one. Let me be clear: demons with tattoos on their skull, you're readily associating criminal activity. You're readily associating perhaps a demon-possessed person, but I want want to let you know, the Susie homemaker that's pushing the stroller is equally demon possessed. That's what you need to understand. So all of these preconceived notions about what the demon possessed look like, what race they are, what background they come from, the ghetto that they're patrolling around under the fake sun in downtown San Bernardino versus the quote unquote upper class, as they like to affirm themselves, by the way, while they're the same demon possessed, sex offending, group stalking psychopaths in custody of children as well, equally threatening to the lives of American citizens, whom they're keeping under surveillance in a circus environment, literally out of their natural minds, pacing around like psychopaths, monitoring American citizens, because that's what they're doing in San Diego. Even those that don't have skulls on their, tattoos all over their skull, like that demon, lowlifes, criminals like that are stalking with the state, with the gangs that are the Ontario Police Department. That's a gang. They're not a law enforcement agency. They're a terrorist organization. They're a gang of demons stalking in helicopters under a fake sun, which is what I captured upon my arrival at this venue. And you'll see in screenshots the entity group stalking online. And this is, again, the ability, I will publish it, but I'm also going to publish the criminal acts of obstruction of justice. The entity is engaged in this ongoing criminal endeavor, which is informing policy. It's informing the prosecution. It's informing and also educating the masses regarding what you are subject to on the internet. And none of it is private activity. None of it is something that's protected. All these illusions that this is in violation of federal law, and your information was accidentally or inadvertently or even criminally shared with these companies and they sold it. This system you're subject to surveillance. This is all something that is not pursuant to any sort of privacy that you have. And the demon that is currently in a position, a dangerous and corrupt leadership, the demon over the Ontario Police Department, which the demon before that was engaged in the same pattern of conduct, which is what these demons of the Ontario PD have been doing for years. I've been documenting them, and they're in this gang for a series of years. And the demon that's calling himself a chief of police before this current one, Lorenz, who's going to be exposed as a domestic terrorist and treated like every other demon, whether they clean toilets or whether they're sitting at the board for the city council. And here in Ontario, they're filled with demons. Well, I've captured the fake sun in the morning, and here it is over me. I'm at the same plaza where the city of Ontario council convenes, and the fake sun is in alignment. Under no circumstances is that the natural environment. So you're understanding where surveillance online is underway, and these are the cowards that are fully exposed and not avoiding a prosecution and that exposure. I'm exposing the ways in which they fully intend to avoid justice, avoid exposure. That is serving for the ways in which federal law will surround the government, and also speaking to, again, the thorough conduct that the corrupt government is seeking to conceal. Okay, there's no failure with regard to uploading my podcast, which I've been doing. The more potent that evidence becomes, the more desperate the entity acts with regard to, and the more desperate that these demons are to conceal it. And that's where you're getting a failure of an upload. And this is, again, what the entity is going on the YouTube channel and making my published documentation then private. But then they're still engaging in stalking. So that you're dealing with psychopaths. This is a demon-possessed group stalker, not even making enough money to pay for the damages. License 44978C1. This is a Latina female. This is Yummy Ice Cream 4703 South Brooklyn Notes, Montclair, California. That's audible activity, relevant position, and that demon is driving an ice cream truck in impossible light activity all over that vehicle. If that's not a natural-born citizen, you deport the likes of that out of the country, okay? They're engaging in the pattern of conduct under a fake sun, driving an engineered light. That's the elements of monitoring that you're looking at. And that little broke down ice cream truck is engaging in what is domestic terrorism. And many of those are filled with those that are not even natural born citizens. They're in this country acting in conformity to what the government wants them to do, engaging in what is terrorizing American citizens. All right. And the entity is doing so maliciously while seeking to avoid being exposed for it, while they are desperately trying to stop the ability to upload my podcast. So that's what I'm capturing in images and in screenshots. You'll see the failure. It's not a genuine failure. That's obstruction of justice, where the entity is engaged in this massive pattern of conduct, which is criminal by the state. And I'm exposing the names of the demons over these departments, Shannon, DICUS. You have the demon that is, again, over the Ontario Police Department, the current chief of police. This is what you are hereby being made aware at 6:12 p.m. I've already completed it. But I'm going to add this on because Ovid Family Community Library that closed, it closes at 6 p.m. The entity is keeping that fake sun in alignment with that library. So I'm going to capture that light source again, as I stated, and showing you what is under no circumstances going to be in LA. right? I've already captured it while I was in Los Angeles. I used the same day, same time analysis, showing you in Ontario on this day in 2022, while I am on the same day at the same time in Los Angeles. And the fake sun is over the Ovid Family Community Library while I am literally looking at it outside of my bedroom window in Los Angeles. That's the pattern of conduct. That's where the entity is stalking in helicopters. Okay, and the entity is supposed to be the big bad bully that's supposed to scare the daylights out of you. But these are the demons that are actually scared. Okay, and that's why they're trying to stop my little itty bitty podcast from being uploaded onto the internet, since nobody's listening. All right, but they're scared to death, and that's why they're engaging in that. But that's just relevant context, because demons like Mike Lorenz, they're waiting to be plucked out of their positions that they are disqualified for. You need to know that not only is he corrupt by virtue of this criminal conduct occurring on his watch, he's fully engaged in it, and he's also demon possessed. All right, that's a psychopath. You know what the demon possessed are? They're closeted sex offenders. These are the ticking time bombs. These are the ones that are going around harming innocent people for no reason, having sex with children, engaging in massive acts of violence, doing so with no legitimate reason whatsoever. That's what is sitting in a position over the Ontario Police Department. That's what's crawling in a helicopter and stalking under a fake sun in Ontario, California, which is in an environment that is readily identifiable, where you can juxtapose and look at what is not possibly the natural environment, while it's documented literally at the same venue, while that police department engaged in kidnapping at 10:29 in the morning, while the fake sun is literally over the top of my head, standing at the library. Well, I'm at the library and I'm arriving in the evening, and there's no sun that's going to be anywhere near the same address. Okay, this is that cartoon environment where demons that call themselves a part of a police department are group stalking. And this is where the entity engages in obstruction of justice, pacing around with demons with tattoos all over their skull, group stalking me. The entity is going to be prosecuted for that. Okay, that type of threatening conduct. Demons coming from all walks of life, crawling out of every corner, stalking you, having engaging in and acting via any and every demon, every psychopath coming from every corner, any and every race, any and every background. It has nothing to do with how much money they make. Okay, the demons with a background in actual gang violence, and also engaging in gang violence, such as this Asian male, license plate 8RGN983, P.O.C. These demons refer to themselves with regard to positions that are supposed to be knowable and authoritative, but these are corrupt. These are actually criminals and gang members, and they're demons, psychotic, closeted psychopaths and demons, including the mayor of Ontario, Paul Leon. This is a demon, and he is highly corrupt, and he is fully engaged in the pattern of conduct. Literally, the City Hall of Ontario is a documented crime scene. The fake sun over me at that venue in the morning, in the afternoon, and also setting while I've been documenting Ontario for years. Okay, so when I go to Los Angeles, you're being provided ongoing context regarding what the Inland Empire is doing, and it's doing it in a remarkable environment that's not sharing any sunlight through my living room and my bedroom. That's capturing what Paul Leon is and what the people in the city of Ontario, which Paul Leon knows all about. He's one of those demons, group stalking right along with them. He's a corrupt government actor, just like Karen Bass in LA under a fake sun, all right, and while a light source is remaining over me, an engineered light, and the demons are committing 24-hour surveillance using their helicopters, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, stalking while that light source remains over. And then you're looking at the evidence where Paul Leon is an exposed demon, a corrupt government actor, a mayor over a city that's engaged in state surveillance in the state of California, having direct relationships with these corrupt departments. This is not an ongoing coincidence. I am exposing what public corruption looks like, what this demonic system appears as, and the demons that are at the heads of these departments appointing each other. These demons are appointing other demons to maintain this criminal system. Paul Leon is a demon-possessed closeted psychopath, a sex offender, and he's also engaging in this criminal pattern of conduct in a position where corruption is occurring, festering. All right, and not ignorantly. This is a strategically placed demon who is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and to be removed, disqualified, and unfit. At the very least, derelict while this criminal conduct, while he is in a position working with the demon that is over the Ontario Police Department, a wildly corrupt, wildly corrupt department. This demon name that's calling himself a chief of police is Mike Lorenz, and I believe this demon looks familiar. I've documented him before. He looks very familiar, but I've seen many of these demons of the Ontario Police, and that's not because I've ever been a criminal. It's because they're so obsessed with me and my genitalia, everything that I'm stating, stalking me for years, seeking to engage in ongoing acts with the people of the state to engage in kidnapping upon criminal summoning. This is the entity that's stalking in helicopters obsessively, which is a matter of evidence. And Mike Lorenz is a corrupt government actor in a position of criminal facilitation. While you saw the blue and white helicopter that you'll see on their website, what they are not speaking to, what they're engaging with those helicopters, they're engaging in criminal conduct and psychological torture, worthy of being on the front page of the YouTube channel with regard to exposing the wildly corrupt and demonic criminal activity that the state of California, as the Ontario Police Department reveals it. And it is in conformity with what you see the Los Angeles and thousands of videos are engaging in state surveillance. And it's demonic and it's highly, highly criminal. This is the purpose of obstructing justice, trying to stop an ability to upload that evidence. And it's not going to stop it. I'm going to make sure that I include in this podcast. So I'm going to be adding this. And as you're listening to it, you're mindful of the fact. Alrighty, you will see that license plate stalking in the path, and you'll see the traffic that's driving in the opposite direction toward me. Those are demons who are pacing, and you see the fake sun in alignment with my person at the Ovid Family Community Library. When I'm in Los Angeles, what you see outside of my bedroom window is not at the Ovid Family Community Library. Where I'm standing right now at the Ovid Family Community Library is not seen perfectly in line with my bedroom window in Los Angeles. It's certainly not at the San Diego County Fairfield by Marriott. It's certainly not going to be at the same address, 215 E.C. Street, which is documented as early as 8 o'clock in the morning. It's certainly not the cause of what is engineered light that's moving all across the curb while demons with that license plate that I just recited are just driving by. That's how a population is stalking you. And by the way, that's certainly not in any position over the Motel 6 outside of the hotel window at Hesperia, the Holiday Inn at 9750 Key Point, which is where I'm documenting at 5 and after 6:48, 6:55. I'm documenting the light source that's stationary outside of that hotel window. What I just captured, that light source and that demon's license plate, that's representing what the whole population is doing. That's representing what these demons that are a part of terrorist organizations masquerading as an Ontario Police Department and a San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. P.O.C. license DD03Y93. That's a paper plate on a Ford Escape crossing path. This is what a population is doing, stalking. And they're demons that are in an environment that is entirely demonic, where a fake sun, that which is supposed to be the sun, is present for 12 hours in the day. Because that's what the evidence shows when you're documenting it over you in the morning and you're at the same place and you're documenting it in the evening. That's what you're showing when you're documenting it in the morning and you return to that same place in the evening and it's still there. It's the same thing when you're living in Los Angeles, and I've already documented the sun over the Ovid Family Community Library. Well, then how is it directly over the top of my head in my apartment in Los Angeles and it's still there for the duration of the day, even setting there? And then I go back to the Ovid Family Community Library and there it is setting in alignment to me. That's not the natural environment. And there's no provision for there to be a sun over the Tyreek Hill and Miami-Dade police, as is documented on September 8, 2024 at 10:20 in the morning, which is 3 hours ahead of us. That would have been 7:20 in the morning. The entity's keeping the fake sun in alignment with my living room window at 7:20 in the morning when I was living at Alvarado Gardens. It's remaining over me while I am waking up in the morning inside of a vehicle, as I documented 2022, before this entity engaged in kidnapping, for which, again, the demons of the Ontario Police Department, Mike Lorenz, the current demon over that corrupt department, that's a terrorist organization. They don't want you to know about that. There are actual demons that are part of that terrorist organization that's masquerading as a law enforcement agency. But I want to be clear, wherever it is that they're going, this prosecution, this criminal act is going to track them down and they're going to federal prison for it. Everyone that had anything to do with it. And then the demons that Shannon DICUS, that's a demon. He's a corrupt government actor. This criminal conduct is occurring while he is in a position of leadership. That is by design, not coincidence. Not coincidence at all. The demons know exactly who I am. That's why when I go to a city I've never been to, such as San Diego, there is, first of all, the fake sun directly over me and the hallmark of stalking in helicopters. You're not just coincidentally and ignorantly flying over me in a helicopter, flying in the perimeter on the helicopter, when that which isn't even the sun is remaining directly over me. That's pointing directly to what those demons are doing. And they're unintelligent idiots stalking under a fake sun. Putting it at the same address where all you have to do is document that's the sun in the morning over the library. Well, then that cannot possibly be the natural environment at the same library 12 hours later. That's the pattern of conduct. Those are the type of criminals that are relying on your ignorance. I mean, and that is tremendous ignorance. And I understand how that goes because you're not paying attention. You're just not paying attention. You're inundated with all the things that you're supposed to be consumed with and the way that you're supposed to look and how much money you're supposed to make. And that's keeping you up all day and night. And then you're maintaining whatever social life that you are told that you're supposed to have at whatever point in life that you are, consumed with all of these things. At what point are you paying attention to the environment around you, consumed with those that are very passive aggressively, obsessively watching you and every move that you're making, studying your life and what it is that you're consumed with and what your aspirations are? At what point are you paying attention to those things? You can't be. It's too much noise. It's too much noise in your life. Too many distractions. All right. So you're understanding how Satan is able to engage in this system. And it does, as I'm pointing out to you, you are able to very easily see what is criminal conduct on its face. And again, this Paul Leon, this is a demon possessed, just like Karen Bass. This is a demon. These are demons in strategic positions. Joe Tyler over Cal Fire, that's a demon. These are corrupt government actors. This is public corruption occurring on their watch because they are fully engaged in it and cognizant of it, enabling it, facilitating it. They are disqualified. They are literally, at the very least, derelict, but it's not just merely dereliction of duty. And you are accountable. You are responsible for the criminal activity that an entire department is engaging in. It is a state pattern of conduct. That's why you are able to recognize it and see it through the unnatural environment that surrounds. The government agency engaging in the pattern of conduct, that's called the picture of malice. So I did capture the specific environment, the light sources in alignment to me. And I'm also capturing in images the podcast that the entity is desperately trying to block from being, and it's so pathetic. You're stalking me in helicopters. I am literally the center of your universe, which is no compliment to me. You don't want to be any sex offender's focal point. Okay, that's not a compliment. I'm speaking to the unbelievable level of corporate invasion of privacy by a government. And then they go home. These demons, well, let me be clear, by they go home, they're not taking a break. These demons are maintaining 24-hour surveillance, but you have those that when they go home, and the other demons are maintaining the elements of monitoring. This is an ongoing course of conduct. It's not ever taking a pause, but you have demons at whatever point they go home to their own families, whatever that looks like, while they are targeting another. And they are going home to their families as though they are normal, as though there is nothing going on here. Folks, understand the compartmentalization regarding that disturbed mindset. It is a ticking time bomb. It is a ticking time bomb. And that in and of itself is showing a level of mental illness. When you are engaging in criminal activity as the purpose of a police department, that is showing high level malice. And that's all that the Los Angeles Police Department is shown to be about. And the Ontario Police Department, they're shown to be about that. And I've documented the same with the Fontana Police Department, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. I've documented this with regard to the Pomona Police Department. I've documented this regarding the Chino Police Department, the Montclair Police Department. The San Bernardino Police Department. This is the issue of public corruption. These demons that are over these departments are not ignorant about the pattern of conduct that they are practicing. You're not ignorantly engaging in the elements of monitoring, stalking with activity, pacing all around under a light source. That's stalking in the path with light. At nightfall, how is it occurring? Well, under a street lamp, you've got your shadow laid out around you like a deck of cards. This is a pattern of conduct, and it's demonic in its nature. Satan is using any and everyone in all of the state agencies, which is documentation of state action, the state action, which is direct, and the people of the state represent state action. The state is acting vicariously. That's how you have multiple shadows inside of the library while they're pacing all around. And those demons get up, they sit down, they move any object, they pull their chair out, they engage in screaming, their phone, they begin talking on their phone, they engage in engaging in any presence while sensational activity is occurring. Again, harassment while the demonic is occurring, pushing your desk around, sensational conduct, which is inexplicable. It's entirely demonic. And they're just looking around. These are the demon possessed that are targeting you in every way. And also the environment is screaming out the reality that they're targeting you. I am giving voice to what the ordinary target individual is subject to. And they're subject to that which is incomprehensible. They're subject to that which is intended to psychologically disturb any reasonable person. And it's also that which is designed to terrorize them. All right, on its face and its substance, because it's demonic. So this is what the Ovid Family Community Library at 215, that's where I'm capturing the light source at 6:24 p.m. There's no comparison. There's no coexisting sunset through the window of the Holiday Inn room 308, where I'm showing that light source and the impossible light also that's sprawling into that hotel room across the bed, all the way back into the wall inside of that hotel room, my upright shadow on that door. And then you're looking at this fake sun in alignment with me at the Ovid Family Community Library, where this entity is engaged in an ongoing obsessive endeavor to cease the ability to upload this podcast. But not only is it going to be uploaded, you also need to listen to me report the fact that this corrupt government, that is a sex offender, that is a terrorist, that is engaged in criminal surveillance, a stalker, is seeking to obstruct justice by wanting me to not tell you the fact that Shannon DICUS is a demon-possessed, closeted sex offender, a psychopath, and he is a corrupt state actor engaged in state surveillance, trying to protect him while obstructing my ability to publish my podcast. Mike Lorenz, this is a demon-possessed, group-stalking, closeted sex offender and psychopath. He's a criminal engaged in state surveillance. And every demon that is employed with the Ontario Police Department is the identical condition. It's a department-wide corruption. It's not just a couple of them. It's not just the documented one. That entire department is committed to the state's pattern of conduct. That's how you have my arrival at an unannounced time to Ontario. Those demons know exactly where I'm at. How do you know that? Because the fake sun is right over my head. The fake sun is not a coincidence or some sort of accident. It is literally the placement of what is identifying the state that knows exactly who you are and where you're at. And those are demons stalking in helicopters. That's what the Ontario Police Department and that demon Mike Lorenz is engaged in. That's their condition. And trying to protect that psychopath by us concealing my podcast, trying to stop it, my ability to publish it. It's not internet failure. And so I'm going to make sure that you hear even more clearly the fact that Mike Lorenz, this is a demon whose time is limited in the position that he currently holds regarding being the chief of police over the Ontario Police Department. And again, this is the same regarding this demon Joe Tyler, which you already know, the CAL FIRE Department, fully engaged in ongoing ceaseless pattern of conduct, and they're coming from San Joaquin, the demons of Merced County, those weren't the demons in diapers. As I documented Merced County and CAL FIRE, they started sending in their demons in diapers, the little trainees, the little demon-possessed wannabe firefighters, engaging in what their ritualistic recruiting tactic, come and engage in the demonic pattern of conduct. None of them will be a part of any fire department in the state of California or in this country. No terrorist, no sex offender has any business being a firefighter. It will be a disqualification. And CAL FIRE is an exposed terrorist in the state of California. In addition, it is the same for every police department and sheriff's department. That's how you have a fake sun in alignment with my hotel room where CAL FIRE is group stalking. The demonic environment also surrounds their demonic behavior, which I documented as I remained at that hotel, which is a facilitating venue, not a legitimate business. All the demons there are employees and patrons group stalking together in the specific environment, which was deliberately maintained for that criminal purpose, which is demonic. All the demons are doing is with the ongoing noise that also follows maintaining presence in the path with light. Demons are all they're doing is stalking in the path with light. That light is special light. It's not normal light. And all they're doing is stalking in the path. That's what these demons are doing day and night. They're stalking in the path with light, maintaining an ongoing course regarding whatever it is that you're doing as you do it, including on the internet. That's what the demon possessed are doing. And this demon, Mike Lorenz, is of the same condition. He's a psychopath. He's a demon possessed group stalker, and he is holding a position as a chief of police. That is a demon to be removed. It is the same for this demon calling himself a mayor, Paul Leon. This is a highly demented group stalking psychopath. This is the same population that demon puts on a suit and takes a picture and calls himself a mayor. That's what's going on in Ontario. License plate 8SDR084. That's a demon-possessed group stalker monitoring in the parking lot where the fake sun is now setting today outside of the Ovid Family Community Library. It's currently 6:28 p.m. All right, so this is, again, the demons that are affiliated with the city of Ontario. Paul Leon, that's the demon that's calling himself a mayor. He's disqualified by virtue of his position that he is disqualified to maintain while this criminal system is underway. State surveillance that's happening on your watch. As the mayor, a government actor, you will be removed. You are not ignorant about this pattern of conduct. You're fully engaged in it. And since you facilitate it, since it's occurring with your consent and knowledge and engagement, necessarily so, you're being fired. That's what you're witnessing right now. Paul S. Leon, not only that, you need to know this demon's secret. He serves Satan. He bows down to Satan. He serves Satan himself. He is a fully demon-possessed group stalking minion. Completely out of his mind. So that's just for you to know. That's added context. With regard to exposing the position that he's unfit to hold by virtue of this pattern of conduct occurring in the city where he's the mayor over, you have met the demise of that career as the mayor. You're done. Okay. This is the same with Deborah Parada, Mayor Pro Tem. She's a demon. She's corrupt. This is Alan D. Wapner, council member. This is an aged demon. He's corrupt. Fully engaged in the pattern of conduct. Engaging in the same pattern of conduct with the rest of the population when he's not wearing his suit, cheesing for a picture to be placed on the walls around in San Bernardino County in the city of Ontario. He's driving around with the rest of these demons in traffic, living in relevant position with the rest of these demons under the fake sun remaining over me in relevant position. He's a group stalking demon calling himself a council member. Alan D. Wapner, disqualified to be fired from this position in a government position, facilitating federal group stalking, monitoring, state surveillance. Okay, Jim W. Bowman, a council member. This is a corrupt government actor, and so is Ruben Valencia, a council member. These are the demons who you will see the City Council for Ontario that's fully engaged in years of criminal surveillance. Much of the documentation that I began to heavily document and publish started right here in Ontario, where the Ontario City Council, all of the mayors before now and the current mayor fully engaged in this P.O.C, fully engaged in state surveillance, okay? Acting with the demons over the police department, with the demons over the sheriff's department. This is not an ongoing conglomerate of ignorant actors. That's not what's going on. And that's not even possible to have that. So you're addressing it as exactly what it is. And it's only reasonable to address it as such. You have the pattern of conduct, which is requiring specific engagement in a cycle. You're not ignorantly engaging and practicing that cycle. Not only are they engaging in that cycle, you're looking at the environment that surrounds them, which is a scientific impossibility. It is impossible and entirely unreasonable to even posit that they're engaging in this cycle of behavior in an environment that's not even naturally possible to occur based on what we've been told and taught about the so-called natural environment, because the sun is not rising and setting at the same address. It's not. All right, so this is the P.O.C, and these are the names of government actors. Again, Paul S. Leon, a demon-possessed mayor, Deborah Parada, a demon-possessed mayor pro tem. These are all of Satan's minions. While this criminal conduct is occurring on their watch, they are disqualified. They are to be fired promptly. Alan D. Wapner, council member, Jim W. Bowman, council member, Ruben Valencia, council member. These are all demons. Strategically placed demons. They are the people of the state that then call themselves government actors, mayor, and council members. It's the same demons who are stalking in the path with engineer light. License 6WVW565 crossing path right now at 6:32 p.m. These are the demon-possessed population, just like that third-party group stalker. Just like the demons in the library, just like the demons on the freeway, just like the demons in the hotels where I'm going across from county to county, including into Nevada. They are just sitting as a government body for the city of Ontario. They are corrupt. Okay. And it is, again, the same with regard to Shannon DICUS. That is the demon whose dangerous and corrupt leadership is the fruit of the criminal conduct that the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is engaging in. And again, this demon, this psychopath, this closeted sex offender, all right, engaging in what is years of documented criminal conduct. The Ontario Police Department is not a police department. They're a terrorist organization, just like the Los Angeles Police Department. The evidence exposes, the evidence reveals that they're not a legitimate police department. They're fully engaged in a pattern of conduct that's practiced by an entity that is inherently corrupt. It's a terrorist organization. They're engaged in surveillance and they're demon possessed while doing so. All right. That's the LAPD. That's the Ontario PD as well. And this demon, just like Dominic Choi, Chief Mike Lorenz, this is a psychopath. This is a demon. This is an outright sex offending, group stalking, demon possessed state actor over a police department masquerading as a law enforcement agency. That's why the helicopters of the Ontario PD are flying in a circle over my head while the fake sun is directly above me as I arrive in Ontario. Following, by the way, from the Starbucks. Well, the fake sun is directly over me at the Starbucks to the Ovid Family Community Library, while the fake sun is directly over me at the Ovid Family Community Library. Both of those venues that I just mentioned are already documented on the record with the sun over me early in the morning, near sunrise. That's not the natural environment, and that is the hallmark of that pattern of conduct in that specific environment. Speaking to demons who are stalking in helicopters with the people of the state who just put on an apron and serve you coffee drink, calling themselves baristas. Starbucks is fully engaged in the pattern of conduct, state surveillance. By the way, Starbucks has demonstrated that. The body of evidence is showing the demonic light activity all throughout Starbucks. It has nothing to do with any sunlight that's ricocheting into the building of the Starbucks. There is no sun that's going to stay present all day long, nor is there any sunlight that's going to be ricocheting into the building while people are driving their cars, while they're in the drive-thru. Starbucks is fully engaged in the pattern of conduct and demonstrated it as a matter of evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. The nature of that evidence is demonic, and it's no less criminal. All right, so this is what the entity is engaging in, and I will publish this podcast, and this is going to be added to it based on what the entity did. And again, you will see that these are images that I captured again at what is 5:38 p.m. while the fake sun remains here and not over any Hesperia Holiday Inn. You will see what it says: file error. Try uploading again for September 14, 2024 podcast. The same podcast which on my YouTube channel I'm publishing, and then I go back and I see that it's been made private, which was not my doing. Okay, this is criminal conduct that's happening on a venue. YouTube, already a documented group stalker. You're talking about what's going to be prosecuted. Now, YouTube, they're going to be defending themselves. I am not joking around. The entity is going to be prosecuted for criminal conduct. So the entity will establish, well, it was which part of the entity engaged in that they're going to handle that themselves, because you will be subject to a prosecution where you are hindering an American citizen from blowing the whistle, where you are threatening their lives to engage in murder and kidnapping them. That's what you're doing. You're group stalking. So they are going to be publishing it on the internet. The entity that is engaging in obstructing the ability to do so, all you will do is document it. That entity will face a criminal prosecution, and they will establish what they did or did not do. Now, YouTube is either engaging in that or and let me be clear, there's a superficial distinction. Google is in California. But what I mean with regard to YouTube, I mean the website itself, the employees themselves, their ability to control the website themselves are either doing that, or the people in the state that are group stalking, which is actually a superficial distinction. There's really not a difference. It's just giving, again, the venue on the internet, the company itself, an ability to protect itself from that which it's not directly engaging in. But you will not ignorantly, and nor will you avoid prosecution, criminal prosecution, for what is threatening the life of an American citizen, where that conduct is occurring on your website and you are cognizant of it. And let me be clear, YouTube is fully aware of it. They've been engaged in conduct such as moving my videos about the sun off the internet. Absolutely innocent conduct. And there's nothing that you can do as a target individual that's going to be, you're going to tell any and everything that the state is doing. Any and everything. Okay? But I just want to be clear, even when you're looking at their policies that are supposed to be promoting education and information and expression. Okay, well, I want to express how this is not the sun over my head. What's harmful about that? Absolutely nothing. That's called malice. They know exactly the significance of what I'm exposing. YouTube is also in California. Relevant information. They're already documented. They've already shown their true colors. Okay, that's not forgotten. It's still sitting on the record. Nonetheless, in 2024, the entity is engaging in what is removing evidence offline. You're going to document it. Because in the same way that they're engaging in this criminal monitoring, I am literally educating the masses regarding what's no mistake. You don't have any malfunctions. You don't have genuine errors. Federal group stalking and monitoring is surveillance online as well. It's deliberate conduct. Very intentional, very high level scrutiny regarding any and everything that's happening on the internet. It's all public information, contrary to what you're told about the internet. And that's distinct from the dark web. It's all that's an illusion. All of it is an illusion. The U.S. is fully engaged in surveillance, surveilling people and surveilling online, all of it. And that is, again, we are not different from the countries that we want to, on the surface, appear distinct and different from. No, we're not. Everything is fully known. That's why my little itty bitty podcast information is such a threat. That's why. That's why my videos about the sun, that's why it's so threatening that they want to put an age restriction on it. And they didn't just do that one time. I already have it. And these are the things that you're going to be defending yourself about, because you are a defendant. And a very serious federal prosecution, a criminal prosecution, for which entitles the target individual to damage as well. You cannot quantify the life of an American citizen, but you're going to be paying damages to the one whose life you were threatening. in a way in which cannot even be fathomed, which is also inflicting psychological harm, emotional distress, all right, to an unfathomable degree. You're going to quantify that. You're going to pay damages for that. And you're also going to be subject to a criminal prosecution. It will result in people actually going to federal prison. That's exactly what's going to happen because that's what they're doing. So federal law requires, the federal response is such that the entity is going to serve consequences for what is fully known. The entity is engaged in surveillance on the internet. The entity is engaged in surveillance in real life, all around you. So doing so with regard to you will not defend the sex offending terrorist as opposed to the American citizen, the little guy. You're not going to do that. You will not get away with it. You will not engage. You will not walk away free from it. You can foolishly engage in it if you want to, but it's pointing the finger more so at demons and corrupt government actors, terrorists, and sex offenders like Mike Lorenz and Paul Leon and Shannon DICUS and Joe Tyler. That's who it's exposing. That's who the entity seeks to protect. This entire system is upside down, and this is, again, shattering the norm. That's what the P.O.C. is serving. I am disrupting the norm. So I just want to make sure that this is relevant. This is regarding what the entity sought to, again, avoid publishing. Not only will I publish it, this is added context regarding evidence and the ways in which the people, the state will be prosecuted and literally subject to a prosecution, which is also serving to inform. So it's no longer a mystery, by the way. The entity is fully engaged in what is a demonic behavior pattern that has the ability to affect the operation of internet in real time. They engage in sensational activity. They're pacing all around in engineered light, and it's directly affecting the operation of the internet. Okay, headline news. In addition to that, heavy-duty surveillance is underway online on the internet. There's nothing private. There's no accidental distribution of your information stolen from one company to the next, and that's the reason why your social security number. No, they're lying to you. They're lying to you. They are lying to you. They're lying. All right. It is currently, again, 6:41 p.m. at 215 East C Street, where I documented the fake son. And that's, again, why Jennifer of Holiday Inn at 9750 Key Point, she's going to federal prison. That's exactly why. While she was engaged in systematic facilitation, she represents this population, doing so on behalf of the state by reporting to what is her job. And she is not paid to engage in state surveillance and engage in sexual violence on behalf of a corrupt government. And since that's what she was doing while simultaneously making a paycheck and not ceasing to, you will stop going to work. You'll stop going to work or you'll go to federal prison. And those are the decisions. Those are the choices you have when you want to engage in state surveillance, domestic terrorism. Those are the choices you have. The entity does not do that. And on this side of a federal prosecution, there will be very serious consequences for it. All right. So, like I said, Jennifer just represents the population that's engaged in state surveillance, doing so while making $1. That's what Holiday Inn represents. Holiday Inn, like Marriott Bonvoy, like the rest of these, like the rest of the entity, is fully engaged in that POC. Doing so, again, with regard to the pattern of conduct as I'm documenting it from county to county, including even state to state. As I show you, well, I didn't show you, it's on the news. You can see where the circumstances that surrounded Tyreek Hill's arrest in Miami-Dade, Florida. In Miami, Florida, by the Miami-Dade Police Department. That's documenting the specific environment from state to state. And so is when I drove to Nevada. That's documenting the pattern of conduct from state to state. You are able to do the same thing wherever you're at. In Missouri, in North Dakota, in Louisiana, in Mississippi, in Massachusetts, in Montana, in Oregon, in Washington, which I believe it stays pretty cloudy up there, but based on what the entity is doing, comments that this is the bottom line. There's never any sun in your state if this is the sun that's remaining over me. But you already know by definition, the sun is a gaseous ball of fire that's in constant movement. Not rising on the east side of the building that I'm in and setting on the west side of the building that I'm in. Which again, you document because it's so unheard of, so stupid. That's what the entity is doing, stalking you in a very stupid method. But these stupid idiots who are stalking you under a fake sun, they bear weapons. They call themselves police departments. They call themselves mayors and judges, and they call themselves district attorneys and public defenders. They call themselves sheriff's departments, and they call themselves your employer, threatening your employment while you're employed. This is what speaker companies represent. They go into federal prison for that. They're going to federal prison. It is not going to be tolerated. All right, so it is currently, again, 6:44 p.m. I am going to woosah because I look at the criminal pattern of conduct. It is so absurd and so wildly nauseating, while the entity engages in what is trying to bully the little guy. And then now the entity is so scared. They're so scared. Okay. They're shaking so much that they don't want the evidence against them. All right. But they were so sure that they were going to accomplish their criminal purpose against me. This is not the case. And now the entity is being bullied with documentation, and Satan can't handle it. Satan can't handle it. But this is providence to you, those who are paying attention, because you need to know that you're subject to surveillance on the internet. You don't have any private information. And this has been the case for a long time. A long time. You are subject to surveillance wherever it is that you live. The Satan's system of surveillance is fully in operation in the United States. I am subject to a criminal targeting system, while all of us are subject to surveillance. You need to know that. And who is surveilling you? Your neighbor, and the government. By the way, the government is utilizing your neighbors. So this superficial distinction between the government and the people, it's superficial. There is no separation with regard to the people and the government and your private rights. It's all an illusion to point as far away possible from anything like this that I'm providing evidence for. That's how you know that it's an illusion. There's no distinction with regard to the criminal pattern of conduct and the neighbors that surround you. They are the state. And because of that, you're talking about federal prison. The group stalkers at Alvarado Gardens, they're all going to federal prison. There's no sunset through my bedroom window while I'm here at the Ovid Family Community Library. And I documented that when I was in LA, referencing the Ovid Family Community Library. To engage in the ongoing foolish behavioral pattern and the foolish pattern of conduct in that specific environment will never make it the natural environment, or will never make it normal or within a scientific possibility. It's just foolish on its face. Period. The sun is not setting in the same place where it's rising, and the sun is not engaged in a perpetual placement of position in alignment with you. While I'm at the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library, I am not in a position where that sun set in that same physical manner in alignment with my bedroom window, which I documented at the in my bedroom in Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens. But you'll see, as I'm standing, I'm looking at the light source. That is not the same position in LA. That is not going to be seen where I'm here. It's not going to be seen anywhere in LA, let alone through my bedroom window. That's showing a whole apartment complex is stalking. A population is stalking. And the population that was living, meaning you're committed, that level. Oh, since you're that committed, you're going to federal prison for that. That level of commitment is met with time in federal prison. All right. It's not just criminal surveillance. They're all engaged in monitoring you, surveilling you on the internet. You're going to federal prison. So anyway, it is currently, again, 6:46 p.m. in Ontario, California. Nowhere near any sunset that would be aiming any sunlight inside of my hotel room at the Motel, not the Motel 6. Yes, the Motel 6, but I just came from the Holiday Inn at Hesperia. So that's providing context. All of that that was all engineered light in my hotel room. That was a light source remaining over that building and in alignment with my hotel room. And you engage in what is an outright departure. That demonic imitation of the natural environment is shown for the demonic imitation that it is. Not possibly under any circumstances at any day is it the natural environment. And in the artificial environment, in the specific environment, and the demonic imitation of that natural environment, which is designed to deceive you, criminal conduct, surveillance of a demonic nature is underway. And these demons, who are caught red-handed in positions that they're going to be removed from, are fearful of that exposure. They're very scared. They're not scared enough, though. They're still group stalking. I'm going to handle that as well. But they're very scared. That's why they're trying to silence me by obstructing an upload of a podcast. Well, if it's so harmless, and if it's just I'm just going off and having a whole bunch of senseless information regarding something that's not happening, it's just a figment, and then what is the explanation regarding the ongoing incessant internet failure? There's no coincidences or genuine failures in the specific environment. This is what the evidence is showing you, and it's unreasonable to suggest that. It's not. There's no failures. This is fear. Okay. And the demon possessed, let me be clear, Satan himself, Satan, who is a defeated entity, Satan, who knows his end is sure, Satan already knows he's on a timeline. Let me be clear. That spirit that's operating in people where they know that they have lost. This is mental illness in a person. They know that they've already lost. They are very fearful of what it is that you know and what you're doing to their own demise when they sought to attack you in the first place. And yet they will continue in the face of that fear, in the face of that knowledge, a reasonable conclusion that a sane person would make. And they're not. That is speaking to, again, not the evidence of any normal person, and this is a population. These are the ticking time bombs. These are the ones that engage in egregious acts of violence in the public. These are the ones that engage in this criminal conduct against innocent people, against animals, against the vulnerable in society, against themselves and each other. The demons who are group stalking. Okay. So this is the entity that is fully aware of what it is that's being stated and exposed about it. And they're trembling. They are scared to death. Scared to death. Do not mistake foolish conduct by engaging in criminal activity that's going to be published worldwide for something that's anything less than fear. Don't be confused by that. Those are a bunch of fools. They have rat poo for brains, and they're group stalking somebody that's going to directly prosecute them. And I mean down to the first, middle, and last name of that demon that was stalking in that blue and white helicopter flying in a circle over me. They're going to federal prison. It's 6:49 p.m. This is P.O.C. Criminal facilitation. You will see stalking in the path with their hazard lights for the purposes of the group stalking of the rest. 9MMG035 and a red Toyota Prius. This is the Asian male. All right, that's P.O.C. Group stalking in the parking lot, strategically reversing out for stalking in the path with lights. 7LNM616. Group stalking with the Asian male with their hazard lights on. So a bunch of demons can group stalk more effectively together. All right, that's a method of stalking in the path with light. This is what they're doing under a fake sun. Okay, this is what they're doing at nightfall when you're looking at headlights, but headlights don't cause multiple shadows all over the place. This is a demonic environment that's always present, perpetually present. While they want to touch you with light, it's serving criminal activity, and you're going to be prosecuted as a sex offense, as a sex offender. That's that predatory mind state. I want to touch. I got to touch. I have to hurry up. I have to touch. Those are the thoughts of a sex offender. Okay, because you want to do so with light. Like this third party, let me get this. Group stalking with a method of light activity. You're not free to do it in a facilitated venue. This is an Asian female, license 7YAS 019. It is 6:55 p.m. License 8SLX 053. And the St. George Church, a documented group stalker. I documented the Ontario Police Department flying in circles over that Catholic church. It's not a real church. Demons are congregating there. And that's known by the pattern of conduct, which is literally demonic, and the fake sun over me at that church building. That's where Satan is present. That's where demons are group stalking. And they're also engaged in criminal conduct. Those that know the Lord Jesus Christ and are filled with the Holy Spirit, you're not routinely engaged in criminal activity. All right. But this is no ordinary criminal activity also. It's demonic. So St. George is a documented terrorist. The entity is on video flying in circles repeatedly over that fake church while the fake sun is over me. That's documented in 2019. It is currently 6:56 p.m. and they are group stalking at the grounds of that fake church in alignment with that demon with the license plate that I just read, the Asian female, and there's a demon opposite the opposite end of that fake church stalking in the path with light. They're surrounding with methods of light activity. That's P.O.C. It is currently 6:56 p.m. License plate 5JHY111, 6:57 p.m. All right, it's currently 7 p.m. The people of the state are group stalking through the means that a community can do so. The amplification of it, which is impossible audible activity, and it's also demonic. But in the same way that you heard Ice Cube being amplified with regard to the use of music while the fake sun is over me at the Holiday Inn in the middle of the day, while I'm moving and that light source is moving over my head, and the entity is supplementing for elements of monitoring, so is the amplification. It's a means so that a whole bunch of demons who are group stalking you around can engage in the elements of monitoring. So the amplification of a train is a means whereby I'm walking and the entity is engaging, maintaining the elements of monitoring. The people of the state are group stalking in Ontario, license JPOWERS 5ADH 957, handicap 8934U, 4UXU258, 5WUB 715, 6EHL 971. They're all group stalking while the entity is amplifying train activity. All right, stalking in the path with light, demons that are pacing on the street with headlights. That's a method of light. It's not even natural light. They're pacing it with a method of light. 549TA handicap, 9CZC059, 5XNS055, 6GBB678, 7YEH777, 8VKZ769, 9CKS542, 8GTX018, and it's currently 7:01 p.m. 17671W3 P.O.C. And the train in Ontario is used as a means of massive facilitation. And that's implicating also federal stalking, using the roads and the highways, using the train, which implicates federal law as well. Interstate commerce is used. And since the entity likes to employ a method reminiscent to the sound of a train, you're going to prosecute the use of the trains, which is while they're engaged in interstate commerce, intending to keep somebody under surveillance, you're going to prosecute for that. They also use it with regard to maintenance of the elements when you're using your communication device, federal stalking. 7:02 p.m. This is P.O.C. Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C, and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state. And it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. This is Ontario Police group stalking at the Woodside Senior Apartments. All right, in doing so, flying right in relevant position, there's the fake moon. This is providing context. This is where the fake sun is going to be in the morning as well. That's the Ontario Police Department. Let me be clear, Mike Lorenz, he's going to be prosecuted. All right, he's going to be prosecuted like every other domestic terrorist like Dominic Choi. Okay, you're talking about the demon, the chief of police, the demon over the Monrovia Police Department, the demon over the Pasadena Police Department, the demon over the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, group stalking in helicopter. They're group stalking right now while I'm inside of an apartment, which all of the entity is group stalking, monitoring inside of that apartment. That's not a private space. That's a third-party facilitating venue where I've already documented the entity stalking heavily here in helicopters, and the Ontario Police Department group stalking under a fake sun. This is July of 2020, and they're still engaging in that criminal system. I want to be clear, 5 minutes early, it's currently 9:22 p.m. when you're looking at the entity engaging in the same exact pattern of conduct. I've captured them group stalking literally here in Ontario. All of the people of the state whose license plate I documented on license plate, I documented them on the podcast. They're all engaged in criminal surveillance. All of these senior citizens are candidates for federal prison. Understand how the prosecution works. This, just like Alvarado Gardens, this is exactly what LAPD was doing under a fake sun and the fake moon over me at night. Fake sun during the day over that apartment complex, fake moon over me at night, the same exact building. This is already a matter of documentation. The Ontario Police Department, Mike Lorenz, a demon-possessed criminal over a police department that's engaged in massive surveillance, serving to prosecute him, and all the demons that the entity is going to produce the name of these demons flying helicopters because they're going to federal prison. Just wanted to step out and show you that. The third party who's in here monitoring, the demon that's above her, this is apartment 51, the demon right above, engaged in amplified audible activity, stalking by placement in the apartment above. I'm doing so. This is, again, here's my shadow right here. Here's another shadow right here. That's not caused by street lamps. These are indeed demons. That's the demon-possessed agency, the Ontario Police. They're going to be disbanded. They've been engaged in terrorism for years. They're flying in circles in the specific environment. This is criminal in the sky space in concert with the people of the state in the demonic environment. And your shadow, multiple shadows. Here's one over here. You see that? That's me. And here's me right here. All right. And here's me over here, right here on the wall. So you can see that, the staircase wall. That's engineer light. That's audible activity, and it's amplified in the apartment, and that's the light source at nightfall. The moon, the entity is engaged in what is the maintenance of a demonic environment where the sun remains over me all day long, and the moon at nightfall, and engineer light, okay, where the people of the state, they're pacing all around, and they're living in the apartment complex group stalking. Here's your shadow that's up right on the wall. That's not the product that you're looking at the light. That doesn't cause your shadow in front of you on the wall. Those are demons stalking in a helicopter. In the city of Ontario, let me be clear, the demon Mark Leon, this is a demon that's over the Ontario City Council, the mayor of the city, fully engaged in this P.O.C. Okay, this is called demonic pacing, flying in circles. This is the pattern of kind of exactly what Dominic Choi's LAPD engaging in. Demonic terrorism, flying directly over my apartment in Los Angeles, flying directly over me while I'm inside of the apartment in Ontario. Okay, that's called relevant positioning, audible activity, and light activity, monitoring an American citizen relevant to what is terrorism and psychological torture, and the entire population is group stalking with it. This is a shadow on the ground. This is a shadow up right in front of you. Those are demons also that are stalking in a helicopter. And this demon up here using the street lamp, the lamp comes on as light activity. This demon up here, apartment number 55, stalking in path, audible activity, group stalking. P.O.C. This apartment number 55 and 56, group stalking, relevant position. It's not just them, but it's a lot of audible activity and relevant positioning while I'm inside of the apartment. These are all demons group stalking in Ontario. Woodside Senior Apartments already on the record, still engaged in criminal surveillance. This is a 55 plus apartment complex full of the demon possessed engaged in state surveillance. P.O.C. Ontario Police is incriminating them, and the Ontario Police Department is also going to be prosecuted. This is exposing again what is the demon Mike Lorenz. That's he's a demon possessed group stalker. He's over a corrupt police department. This is P.O.C. over a senior citizen apartment complex. This is why the people of the state are not engaging in any complaints. This is what they were doing at Alvarado Gardens. None of the people of the state complain about flying in circles over their apartments. They're group stalking with them. They're all demons engaged in that pattern of conduct together. This is relevant positioning. This is the crime scene. I've captured the fake sun right over the top of my head, which I documented at Alvarado Gardens, where that criminal system stalking in helicopters is under. It's already sitting on the record. You're talking about going to federal prison. P.O.C.